The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Other national titles dwarf in comparison to the U.S. Women's and U.S. Open Championships in St. Louis. With precious points available, even the smallest moves can affect the course of an event. There's one queen to rule them all, with the victorious Begim Tokhirjonova simply walking into sole lead. A fellowship of four was chasing Fabiano Caruana, but they shall not pass, with another win nearly dooming their chances of catching the leader as he eyes his third crown. An epic journey nears its end as hopefuls strive to reach the mountaintop. Day 10 of fantastic chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 10 of the US Chess Championship and US Women's Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in front of the Chase Park Plaza Hotel, which will host the closing ceremony in just a couple of days. The stakes and tension couldn't be higher. Let's go to the studio and start today's action.
Welcome to St. Louis, the home of chess in America, as the St. Louis Chess Club proudly presents the US and US Women's Chess Championships. Round 10 coming up now. Hi everybody and welcome. Thank you for joining us. I'm Katerina Nemcova and I'm here with Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Kate, the penultimate round. This is it.
Yeah, a lot of exciting chess ahead.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. We are in the penultimate round, where in the final two rounds, what I call the championship rounds, a champion will be forged. Kate, do the honors and tell our viewers who's in the mix for the gold medals.
Great, let's take a look. So here's the standings for the women's section. We have a clear leader, Begim Tokhirjonova. Yesterday, she scored 5th consecutive win.
Wow.
And she's 8 out of 9.
Just
Absolutely incredible performance. Carissa only made a draw yesterday, so she created the space, and she is at 7.5 points. And then there's a tie for the third place, Irina Krush and Alice Lee with 5.5 points.
Huge match coming up. We'll tell you more, but tell us about the standings in the open section.
Here we also have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, 6.5. Again, really good performance from him.
Absolutely.
And there is a 3-player who are closely following him, Wesley, Leinier, Dominguez, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 5.5 points.
And tell us about the format for these two national championships.
We play 2 12-player round robins, which means each player plays everybody else in their respective section. We play classical chess. The time control is 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game. And there is a 30-second increment from move 1. Players are not allowed to accept draw, they are not allowed to offer draw. And we have a traditional scoring system, 1 point for win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for loss.
Because of the possibility, just remind me what happens in case of a playoff.
Exactly, there can be a playoff, and if there is if 2 players tie for first, we have a 2-game rapid match with 10 minutes and 2-second increment. If they are still tied, there is Armageddon, and Armageddon means 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black has the draw odds.
Not much left, but tell us about the remaining schedule.
Yeah, so we have round 10 today, round 11 tomorrow, and if necessary, playoff on October 18 on Wednesday, and we always start the coverage at 1:20 p.m. Center Time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kate. And Christian, I got to tell you, these last 2 games, these 2 rounds, they promise to be fantastic because the top players are matched up with each other. Drill down and tell us what we can expect.
It's the final 2 decisive rounds, and definitely champions will rise in these 2 important championship rounds. Let's take a look at the standings as we enter day 10, and we're going to start with the ladies section. This is absolutely historical, I have to say. Begim Tokhirjonova with 8 points out of 9, leading, finally creating some separation between herself and Carissa. Carissa only half a point behind, so this is still a very tight, closely contested race going into the final two. And let's take a look at the important head-to-head. This is the big one. It's Anna Zatonskih, the 5-time national champion, against Carissa. And as you can see, 1 win for Anna, 2 losses, and no draws. So this one is always combative in classical chess. And I have to say, Anna has been struggling in this event, especially with her time trouble situations. Nevertheless, she's been having a very good year up to this point. She won the Cairns Cup in dominant fashion, so definitely that was a boost of confidence. Anything can happen in this matchup. Let's take a look at our marquee matchup of the day in the ladies section. This is the one in classical chess, Irina Krush versus Begim Tokhirjonova, and I have to say, Begim has been struggling against Irina, especially in the American Cup. She got eliminated twice in 2 consecutive years by Irina Krush. 2 wins for Irina, no losses, and a couple of draws in that one. Definitely Begim in tip-top shape in this one, but Irina Krush is no pushover. The 8-time national champion, just an incredible matchup this one is going to be. And let's see what's happening in the open section as well. We have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana. We've been having a sole leader for a while in this one, but I have to say a pack of hungry wolves closely behind, following Wesley, Leinier, Dominguez, and the sensation of this event, Abhimanyu Mishra. Just incredible, I have to say, but this is in Fabi's hands. And let's take a look at the important matchups as we enter day 10. This is a big one. Robson versus Leinier, Dominguez. Leinier is in the chasing pack, only 1 point behind the leader, and he actually dominates in this head-to-head. No losses, 3 victories for Leinier, and 3 draws. Maybe with the black pieces, he's going to try to strike in this one. And he's had a very difficult game yesterday. He was completely winning against Wesley, so unfortunately for him, at the 40th move, he blundered and lost that game. Another important head-to-head matchup as we enter day 10 is this one. Hans Niemann with the white pieces. I have to say he's been struggling in the last 3 rounds, only half a point out of 3, but definitely he will be looking to turn around his event entering day 10. He's playing against the 3-time national champion, Wesley. And Wesley, what a game he's had yesterday against Robson. He was on the verge of defeat, but fortunately for him, turned it around and won with that impressive knight maneuver, knight g6, knight f8, knight e6. Beautiful stuff from Wesley. And of course, the marquee matchup of today's round is this one. Fabiano Caruana, the defending champion, 1 point in the lead against the sensation of the event, the 14-year, I cannot believe I'm saying this. He's only 14 years of age, Abhimanyu Mishra. Just incredible performance from the young lad. No previous matchups, so this one is going to be quite intriguing to see how they approach, how they strategize this important encounter. And as you can see, Fabiano chilling, relaxing, strolling around, showing why he's the leader, He's ready. He's ready to defend his championship title.
Yeah, to keep calm, to keep calm in the face of such an important matchup. That's tough. That's tough. But
what
Mishra,
about the 14-year-old? How easy is that, right?
No, I mean, come on.
Do you have any experience in this type of moments? You don't,
close,
right?
Not even close. 14 years old,
Incredible.
just extraordinary, winning a lot of fans. Kate, do the honors, tell our audience who the pairings are for everyone in the fields. Let's start with the ladies.
Let's take a look. So in the women's section, we have Eswaran playing Purkashian, Paikidze playing Cervantes. Now a very important match. Former US champion playing another former US women champion, Zatonskih playing Yip. Then Jan playing Abrahamyan, and then really the match of today in the women's section. Krush playing the leader. So far, perfect score for Tokhirjonova. That's going to be really interesting. And then the defending US women's champion, Yu, against the current US junior girls champion, Lee.
Absolutely. Nice pairings there. Round 10 pairings for the Open.
So here we go with board 1. Fabiano Caruana against Abhimanyu Mishra. Definitely all eyes will be on this match because if Fabiano wins and he could clinch.
Right.
And Mishra will try to get that win because that can mean he can go to playoff.
Ooh.
So a lot of risking I'm expecting. Then we have Aronian playing Shankland, Xiong playing Sevian, Tang playing Swiercz, and then 2 matches very important for the standings. Robson playing Dominguez and Niemann playing Saw.
Fantastic. The players have been fighting incredibly hard through these 2 weeks, and in terms of the ladies, as we see Begim getting ready for her game.
Adjusting her pieces, making
Right.
sure everything is perfect for this really important game.
Absolutely.
And she knows how important this game is for her, absolutely. I actually met Begim last night, and we were discussing a little bit. She was late for one of the rounds, and she got reprimanded.
Did she?
By some people, yes, and she was
that's
like,
nice.
okay, I'm going to be there in time. I'm going to get ready. I know the stakes are high, but I don't feel it right now. So she was having a very mature, relaxed attitude towards this game. We'll see if that will work in her favor.
Okay, well, I mean, reprimanded for being late. I was going to ask, prize fund. The
Yes.
players are fighting incredibly hard.
Let's take a look. They are
And
fighting
in
for a
the
very generous prize fund.
Yes,
in the
they are.
women's section, we have $152,000 prize fund, with first place winning $40,000, second place $30,000, third place $20,000, all the way to the 12th place $4,000.
And in the open section, the prize fund there a little bit more generous.
Really, a little bit more with $250,000. Here the winner takes $60,000, second place $45,000, and third place $35,000. And all players receive prize money with 12th place $6,000.
Wonderful. And we are off as far as round 10 is concerned, as I see the opening move. 1, D2, D4 in the game of Irina, Krush versus Begim. And
Abhimanyu, Mishra, and Fabiano, Caruana, we don't see French.
No
no
French.
French. We talked about that
French.
in the ride over,
Right.
Cristian, and you were adamant. You felt no French and that Mishra was going to play a Sicilian.
There was no way he was going to repeat his French.
Not after yesterday.
Not after yesterday. He wasn't happy with what he got. He got caught out of the opening and had to defend the whole game. Now,
Right.
of course, we know what the result was. We know
Sure.
that he won, but even he said, I had a lot of luck in this
Yeah.
one. I'm not going to repeat. I'm not going to force my luck, because against Fabi, you're going to get punished if you get those type of passive positions.
Sure.
And that's exactly what he's trying to do right now. He's trying to stay active. He plays his typical Najdorf, and we see the bishop to b5 check. Variation, not knight d7, but bishop to a d7, which is a little bit, not necessarily less challenging, but more peaceful option from Black's side. And knight to c3, it feels like maybe bishop to d7 was a bit of a surprise for Fabiano, because he didn't instantly play his move. He thought for a while, decided on his options. He can go a4, he can go c4, even is a move in that one. But he decided to go with c4, g6, and knight to c3.
Got you. I thought there was this marvelous irony going on behind you. What you were trashing the French defense.
Yes.
And right behind you.
I didn't see
It
this.
was great.
Oh my goodness.
I thought it was really funny.
This was not scripted. I did not see this. Okay, what
But that's Tatev.
But Tatev only plays the
her
French.
bread and butter. She's been using it her whole career.
She's been playing it for a while.
Yes.
Okay, I'll give it to Tatev,
Right.
But I'm trying to save young Abhimanyu. He's
Right.
only 14 years old.
Generations will appreciate your effort.
I'm trying to save this generation of American players by telling them, don't play the French.
French defense. But
You know,
the
I think we may be
Sicilian-
seeing King's Indian defense in Carissa's game.
King's
Yes.
Indian defense.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
another one.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention and drill down a little bit on that Fabi versus Mishra, because I've got to ask you, Kate. You know, I'm a classical player. Bishop b5 check, bishop d7. Mishra saying, "What are you doing? You want to trade pieces with this bishop and help me develop. So why is that in your favor?" And Fabi says, "It's not in my favor. I'll play c2, c4.
I
We
want
can
to trade
trade
on my terms.
On my terms, but is this a trade that is good for white? I mean, after all, after the trade, I mean, it's white's pawn structure that gets compromised. I mean, it's a double pawn after all. And you lose a little bit of central control now that you've traded.
Right, but the pawn is also controlling some really important squares.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. It does control the square c6, which is a natural square for my knight. So if I were to continue with the move a7, a6,
knight c3.
knight c3.
Again, if you want to trade, I'm happy to improve my knight as well.
Exactly. So your knight is out here. I don't know. Is it why
Queen e2.
Queen e2? Yes, queen e2. And why is the knight so happy? I don't know. It feels like you've traded a c pawn, which I think is a pretty good pawn, for an a pawn, and I don't know. I've got a rook on the open file. You know how all that works.
Right, but I think I may be very fast with my development. Let's say I castle here.
Good move, castles, and I don't know. Let's say I go e5
If
or
you don't
e6.
go e5, I'm going to go d4 immediately.
Okay, you got me then. I could have committed myself earlier, but same thing. And you know, we're playing our own little game here, but I'm just the bottom line is what I'm asking is, would you feel happy about this trade of a c pawn for an a pawn? Good.
Usually not, but I know some variations in, for example, Chekover variation where you Sicilian, but you recapture with queen on d4, and sometimes you do play c4 and you keep that bishop on b5. So I have some experience recapturing on b5 with that pawn, and that pawn can be very strong.
Coach, drill down for us on this one because I'm a little bit confused. What would happen in case of the players following our analysis with Kate that we just had?
It's definitely a playable option for a black. The problem is after a6, I will take on a6. Right. I don't think I'm going to go knight to c3.
Okay, that's a little bit different.
So the idea being that after this trade, I'm going to get the knight back no matter what. Right?
Exactly.
The problem is I'm giving you this e5 and there's no more d4 to open up the center like this in this typical fashion. I don't want that.
Okay.
I want a better version. And your knight anyway on b8 is much better placed than a6, in fact, because you immediately want to go to c5, targeting that d4 square. So what I want to do, I'm going to take. The question is, what are you going to take most?
With the rook.
With the rook, okay.
Because I like the knight on c6.
But now I go d4 immediately.
Right,
That's
and
the
we
thing.
trade.
You take, right? I take, you go knight f6, I would assume. I go knight c3, you go g6, right?
Right.
I go bishop e3, you go bishop g7, we castle, castle.
Castle, castle.
Do we agree on that?
Yes, everything.
This is very typical up to this point.
Exactly.
Already seems to be really bad after queen to e2 for black. I have
remarkable.
Much easier play. I'm going to go rook fd1, rook ac1, put my rooks on the open and semi-open files. I have ideas of e5 once a rook lands on d1, so you will have to address that as well. And the problem is, what do you do? If you go knight to c6, for example.
Reasonable move?
No, I don't want to exchange that. I have to work with a lot of squares, and with this particular square, b5, because there's no more pawn on a6 to attack it. So this is a very nice, almost an outpost, right? Because it's so well defended. I'm going to couple the action of the outpost on b5 with the potential outpost on d5. So I'm going to get those knights jumping around your position. Rook fd1, rook ac1, and the key difference in the position is that you don't have that many squares for your pieces as black. Let's say you get a queen to a5. I have ideas of a3 followed by b4. You still don't find those squares for your pieces. So it's a slow but steady advantage for white, and generally players with the black pieces don't like to see this type of instances appear on the board. That's why after c4, we see knight f6, not bishop takes a b5 that often. Knight to c3, g6, and now finally Fabiano decides to take on d7, which sort of surprised Mishra. Let's take a look and see if he's going to make his move quickly, because this is one of the main lines in the position. I'm a bit surprised that he hasn't played
with the
yet.
queen.
He did take with the
After
queen,
some hesitation, though.
Slight hesitation, but still, 1 hour 32 minutes, obviously showing that he's in his preparation. He knows what he's doing, and he probably prepared this. I have to say, he didn't win necessarily the opening battle, but he's showing that he knows exactly what he's doing, and this is against a player that is maybe at the current time the best prepared player on the planet, Fabiano Caruana.
He's definitely in the top 3, I would reckon. We do have castles, by the way. Fabi's last move was castles, and they are in the theory, knight c6, bishop g7. It's like a Maroczy bind,
Right.
Kate, with a trade of one pair of minor pieces. We'll keep an eye
Because
on
we
this.
usually say that in the Maroczy bind you don't want to have the bishop, right? So I understand the trade, the light
The
square
light square
bishop.
trade.
Main game, or at least the top-rated game in this position, according to the database that I'm using, is Caruana versus MVL. And in fact, Fabi lost that game. So maybe that was one of the stem games that Abhimanyu used in his preparation, thinking that, oh, okay, maybe this is the type of position that Fabi doesn't feel comfortable in if he lost a game. This was a loss in 2016, and I'm not 100% sure if it was a rapid, blitz, or classical game, but still, a loss is a loss, signaling that maybe you're not that comfortable in those type of positions. Very intriguing matchup up to this point.
Absolutely. And in that fight for the second place positions, we've got two very key games. One, Hans Niemann versus Wesley So. And we know that Wesley was a very fortunate recipient yesterday against Ray Robson. Ray is one of those players who really had a lot of bad luck in this year's U.S. Championship. He left a lot of points on the table.
It was a very nice game yesterday with positional sacrifice
Oh,
of
it
the
was,
pawn.
yeah, the whole C4,
Knight
B4, Knight C5, A4 that Ray uncorked. He really deserved more. Let's turn to the game and see what's happening in the Hans Niemann versus Wesley So game. Okay, again, a Joko piano. Everybody's favorite, it would seem. C2, C3, A5, Rook E1, castles. Kind of inviting those bishop G5 variations that are so popular. Nope. Hans Niemann sticks to his guns, knight D2, bishop E6, and we're up to date with the play. Again, this is just all the starting point, I would say, of this theory, what we would say the tabia positions are. Let's jump to the other game that is so important for our standings. Leinier Dominguez, very, very quietly in second place, not bothering anyone, just picking up some points here and there, undefeated at +2. He's up against Ray Robson, and the best time to play. Well, no, I was going to say one of the best times to play a person is after, like they've lost a winning game. You lose a game, it's fine, but when you lose a winning game, it stings that much more.
Yeah, it's very discouraging for the player.
Absolutely. Berlin defense, D2, D3. Let's not go into the Berlin ending. I don't have anything specially prepared, says Ray. Bishop C5, bishop takes, pawn takes, and this has actually become a kind of a go-to. I've seen a lot of players use this line. I'm more familiar with ideas of B2, B3 than I am A2, A4. Coach, the move A2, A4 by Ray Robson, is this the latest wrinkle in the Berlin?
It's a novelty.
Novelty.
It is a novelty, yes. A4 is a
7.
novelty at move 7. Knight B, D2 has
Everybody
been played
plays.
most in this position. Bishop to G5, H3, other stuff, but not A4. Okay, that is quite intriguing. The question is, and I guess the answer might be that you want to play knight to A3 later instead of knight to D2 and keep this bishop open.
Right.
Because anyway, you want to land on C4.
Right.
The whole idea behind White's play is that I'm going to try to put some pressure on E5 and stop Black's play on the king side. Make his pieces be a bit more passive with knight to D7, things of that nature. Focus on the defense of the pawn on E5. So that's probably the idea behind it. In most instances, and by the way, this is a slow game, right? This is not one of those super dynamic positions in which every single move matters, every single tempo matters. You can do things slowly, and you can experiment as well. This seems to be a useful move that anyway a lot of the players with the white pieces played later on in the game to counter sometimes Black's expansion on the queen side with A5. Now the question is, if you do give me one more move, maybe I will play, in fact, A5 myself to take even more space, right? So I'm expecting right now the reaction from Dominguez is going to be that he's going to go A5 himself.
Really?
After like 30 minutes of thinking, of course.
First of all, let's familiarize ourselves with the novelty.
Let him stew a little bit. He's going to think for a while, and then most likely, I think that that will be his reaction, a5. Just for the simple fact, once again, that I see this structure very often from different move orders. And generally, black wants to go c5, b6, put all the pawns on the dark squares, and then use the dominance of the light square bishop. There's no more light square bishop for white because you just took on c6. So I'm going to use that to my favor. And of course, white is going to try to maneuver the knight to c4, maybe b3, bishop to b2, depending on how you place your pieces as well. And at the right moment, if possible, I would like to open up things with the move d4. And that's why we generally see the pawn coming to c5 to stop that. So these are the moving pieces that I'm seeing in this position. Again, I think the reaction is going to be a5.
Intriguing. For me, as a classicist, I see the move a2, a4. I'm thrilled and delighted. I take me to school. That's wonderful. a2, a4. What does that have to do with the center? I would play c5 myself, and I would think after a move like knight a3, bishop g5, I'm simply better with black. Probably the engines are laughing at me, you know, like, you're not better with black, and I'm like, yes, I am. And away we would go, because I would say, your knight needs, you know, you should have stopped me from pinning you and all of this other good stuff. And I'm not afraid of h3, g4. And my next move actually is going to be knight to d7. So let's say you go knight c4, knight to d7. And my idea is my strong point is e5. Maybe on a good day I play f6, knight f8, knight e6. For me, these variations, it's all about the fight for the d4 square. If white gets to play d4, advantage white. If not, black is fine.
You know, I don't really have much experience in this, so I see a4 and I'm like, is that novelty? Is that theory? I don't know.
Okay, and let's turn our attention to the leaders in the ladies group. A huge clash. I mean, simply absolutely extraordinary. Irina versus Begim, and we've just got to pick it up. What has now? Kate, jump in with me here. You imagine yourself to be in Begim's shoes. I mean, this is a very, very big test. There's no question about it. Black pieces with Irina, Grandmaster Irina Krush in the field. You kind of think to yourself, you don't even want to have these thoughts, but I get past today's challenge.
Right. If I survive today,
right,
tomorrow white, I'm very happy.
So your approach to today's game would be?
To be solid.
To be solid.
Absolutely.
She's playing the Nimzo Indian as black, perhaps the most solid way of meeting one d4. By the way, the move bishop d2. Coach, that's a little bit of the latest wrinkle, because if you're playing a Rubinstein, bishop d3, knight f3, and or knight e2, probably 10,000 games.
Right, right. Bishop d2 is something that a lot of players have been trying recently. Some players at the elite level as well. Wesley mostly with the black pieces.
Okay.
This was Fabi versus Wesley from Norway Chess.
Yes, that's what I was
this past
thinking.
year. I analyzed this position quite a lot. I was helping Fabi during that tournament. Bishop to d2 is testing, but if black knows what to do, they're going to be quite safe. Rook to e8 is a wrinkle I did not anticipate. b6 is the main line.
b7, b6.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
b6
fair.
in the main line, and now that I finally waited for you to commit at least to that square b7, now I take on d5.
Right.
This is usually how things go. You take, bishop d3, and then we get this type of structures, this type of Carlsbad structures.
I can see that in this particular position, the move rook e8 is attractive for black, because she will be controlling the e4 square.
In fact, I think bishop d6 is the main line in that position.
In that position thereafter.
Yes. But with the same idea, to control that square e5. That's key, because at some point, white is going to try to go knight e5 if you give me too many tempes.
Right.
And that might be problematic. And that's why I don't even think bishop to b7 is the most precise. You immediately go with rook e8 and bishop to d6 just to simply control. So you go b6, take, bishop to d3. Now you can go rook to e8, castle, and bishop to d6.
That's the most...
Yes, that's, I think, the most precise move order.
So rook e8 looks like a move that we do like in this position.
Yeah.
So maybe playing it a bit early is not much a difference.
One of the ideas I've always noticed about early rook e8 is it does, in case you play a2, a3, it does give the bishop
You can hide the bishop as
hideaway
far as
on
possible.
f8. None of this has happened because the players took a different route. Rook e8, rook c1 by Irina. She's probably has it in her mind that the move b6, she could, I don't know, potentially trade off her weak bishop?
Really?
I don't know. Why would you put your rook on c1 if not to coordinate an attack against the c7 square? But rook c1 is on the board. Are we in theoretical waters here?
Well, she
Cristian?
played a6.
A6?
Right. So Begim played a6, which she's trying to achieve a better version than what we just discussed. And I will explain to you in just a second why. For example, if you do take on d5 and you go bishop to d3, just normal play like this. Now I go bishop to d6, and a6 is a more useful move than b6, right? We were looking at the position with the pawn on b6. Because immediately I control the b5 square, right? So no more knight b5, shenanigans, none of that. Also, I haven't committed to b6. Maybe I can go b5. Maybe I can leave the pawn on b7, play c5, knight to c6, and that pawn on b7 is going to support my knight on c6. So it's a much better, improved version compared to the pawn on b6. Now, the problem with the move a6, not necessarily a problem, the trade-off with the move a6 is that you're giving white one extra tempo, and now I can go c5, right? Okay. That is the big question. How are you going to approach this move c5? The general response to this is to immediately attack it with a b6. Okay. But now I can go knight to a4, and I have ideas of this nature. By the way, c5 nobody has played, so this would be a novelty in this particular position, but it is the engine top line. And by the way, this is not a very explored line, right? There haven't been as many games. Only 8 games, in fact, in this position in the database, not a lot. Bishop to d3 would be an opportunity as well. The problem is the idea behind this whole setup is I'm waiting for you to move your bishop. So then I can take on c4 and force you to lose a tempo, basically. Right. Take, and now once again, a6 is perfectly placed to support b5. Right. I'm going to go b5, bishop to b7, c5 as well. This, in fact, looks like a very good position for black already. So, big moment right now after the move a6, c5 is, I would say, the most testing option in this position. But, you know, Irina, it very much depends on what her strategy is. Because I know Irina, and she generally likes to play this type of slow, quiet position, strategical grinds in which she will just simply be able to improve her position better and understand the position better compared to her opponent. That's what she's looking for. c5 already throwing a gauntlet in the position, making changing the nature of the position to a much more dynamic one. So we'll see if she goes for that or just keeps the position tight with a simple move such as a3, bishop d3, c takes d5, things of that nature.
Yesterday we saw a very rare guest in our tournament experience, the Bogo Indian, and I liked it. And after the move c5, when I played the Bogo Indian as black, one of the things I was looking to do was to trade 2 sets of minor pieces. I would play the bishop to b4 check. I'd trade the dark squared bishops, and I'd look to trade a knight. When I see the move c5, taking a page from my Bogo Indian experience, I would likely play like this. Takes. Now, you're welcome to play b4, bishop d3. Later, you can tell me what you would prefer. There goes my 2 pieces, and then I would like to play knight c6, and I want to play e5. And if I get in the move e5, I feel I'd equalize.
I mean, the bishop on c8 is very happy once e5 is played, right?
Now, if you stop me from playing e5 somehow, I don't know how, if you stop me, then my light square bishop is dormant, passive. But you can understand why those 2 trades, because the move c4, c5, gaining space on the queen side maybe is something that Irina would like to do, get into those technical positions that she really does excel at. I think she's just superb in those. But that would be why I might pause. You know, if black gets in that move e5, well, then
I do like the position for black if white captures on d5. Because
Right.
if white captures and black captures on d5, I feel like black really has everything they want. The bishop can be out, the a6 move is very useful.
Exactly.
The other goes to d6, exactly what Cristian said. So I
Right.
think that's the only way I wouldn't go as white.
Exactly. If I were white in this exact position, by the way, I would find myself attracted to the move queen b3. And what's the idea of queen b3? Well, give me your bishop. If I can get you to play knight c6, then, well, I don't know if the knight is actually so super well placed there. I would play bishop d3 and away we go. But if you retreated the bishop went to d6. Now, with my bishop on d2, I can actually snap a pawn. Broad daylight robbery.
There's no discovered attack.
No discovered attack. You may want to go all the way back. And then, okay, now I'll start to aspire to play moves like bishop d3 and e4. Yes, I'm certainly aware that c5 might equalize the game. But a key moment going on here, and let's go to
The
the
other
game of
important
Carissa.
game, Carissa, yep,
Where is she?
against Anna Zatonskih.
Oh, yes. And again, this is a game that the two players have played where there's been no draws between them. They've always had decisive games. And guess what? It's not a King's Indian, it's a Perk.
But Carissa gets her setup that she used to play.
Exactly, the fianchetto bishop on the King's side. And, well, this line of the Perk, actually, I respect for Anna a lot. I think that this is actually one of, for me, when I play against the Perk, I think it's challenging. She just
took
traded.
on a5, yeah.
Okay, that I feel is
All right,
a little
so-
bit helpful.
No, what she's doing is
What is she
she's
doing?
playing against her opponent's
Tournament
needs.
position.
Right,
Yes,
right.
Her opponent needs to win.
At least she thinks that she needs to win,
Yes.
right, to catch up with Begim.
Right.
And there is no fight for third place. Like it's
No.
either 1 or 2 for these two ladies,
Right,
because
first or second.
the nearest competitor is 2.5 points behind them. So they
So-
don't have to worry about getting the bronze medal, right?
Right.
They're fighting for gold or silver. So
That's it.
it's all in for Carissa. That's why we're seeing the Perk. That's why she's taking so many chances. She
Right.
thinks she needs to win this one. And Anna is saying, okay, I know what you want. I know what you need, right? So I'm going to play something very tight. I'm not
Yes.
going to take any risks. I'm going to blackmail you with the tournament situation right now. That's what she's doing. I mean, if you want to draw, sure, I'll take it, no problem.
Right.
But I know that you want to force matters. I know that you will try to do something wild and rash, and maybe I can take advantage of that.
Right.
That's what Anna is doing with this trade on e5, this whole strategy of c3, much more of a compact, very peaceful way of playing against the Perks. There's much more aggressive ways. You can go
Of
f4,
course.
you can go d4, e4, f4. You can do so many things against the Perk that are much more aggressive than this. But again, keeping it tight, playing against her opponent's needs in the tournament.
That's a funny way of putting it, blackmail. Kate, sometimes you play against lower-rated players, and it seems like they're trying to blackmail you and make a draw, and
But you know,
like,
I remember
you
I
have
had
to
a
take
similar
risks.
game actually at the Czech Youth Championship. Last round, I was black. I kind of wanted to win. I don't know if I needed to, but my opponent also played this kind of setup, and I was
Really?
black. And I won positionally because white really tried for the draw. And that's also not maybe the best strategy because
Exactly.
especially with white, you're kind of used to play for a win. And
Right.
suddenly when you switch that, I think you can start making some inaccurate moves.
Yeah, I like the idea of playing for advantage with white, not to go all in and risk everything. But I like the idea of how you just put it, Cristian, this idea that Anna's playing a little bit of a role of a blackmailer here. You know, you're going to have to, Carissa, we know what the tournament situation is. You're going to take excessive risks. I know that. Go ahead and go crazy on me, and I'll try to upset you. I see that you've got the game of Ray Robson and Leinier on your board, and you're right. A4, A5 was Ray's follow-up.
That was, it makes sense, right? Because
Yeah.
again, we see this move A4, but we generally see it later. And that's why I anticipated Leinier to answer with A5. He did not. He played a completely different thing. So after A4, he decided to go with this move, bishop to E6 immediately. And by the way, we're watching the game between Ray Robson and Leinier Dominguez.
Exactly.
Bishop to E6, A5, H6, and now knight BD2. And the idea being that Once I established this control on the queen side with the move a5, and I'm establishing my presence right now, b6 is going to be a little bit more difficult to be played for black. b6, sometimes I'm even going to counter that with the move a6, taking even more space on that side. The ideas, the basic ideas remain the same. I'm still going to try to focus on that e5 square and the potential opening of the center with d4. That's why we see the move knight to d2. We're expecting him to follow it up with b3, support that knight to jump to c4, put more pressure with the bishop coming to b2, and then at the right moment, d4. So these are the typical plans. I'm surprised that Leinier allowed this expansion with a4, a5. Definitely Ray Robson is the better prepared player, I have to say, in this position. And what I mean by that, he knows the positions better because he analyzed this special idea with a4, a5. It's a novelty. It has never been played. So definitely a slight edge out of the opening for Ray.
So I have a question, Cristian. If as black I go, let's say something like b5, you're never going to capture on b6, right?
b5 is, I'm not, no, for sure not. But the problem with b5,
because I want to
can
get b5
immediately
and
go
c5.
d4.
Yeah.
I'm
I
stopping
think,
you from
I
going.
think you need to start, actually.
So let's
with
start with
c5.
c5. I start with c5.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like this much more than that. Let's go b3.
Very
I've said that.
aggressive. Very aggressive.
And if
And
I
now
go-
let's b5.
let's
Now
go
you go
b5.
b5,
Right.
right? Maybe I will take, in fact.
Really? En passant. Okay.
Are you ready?
A, B,
Okay,
A, B.
So you're going to take with the a pawn.
Yes, I
right?
am,
Okay,
yeah.
bishop to b2.
Knight D7,
Okay,
standard stuff.
that's a very important move. Don't take on a1 because
I
queen a1,
lose a pawn.
you lose a pawn. You don't have time to reinforce the defense of the pawn on e5. So
I feel a chill.
Oh, no.
It's like Halloween is in the air.
you
Just a
have
second.
to go here, we
Okay.
exchange, and then I would assume that this knight comes to c4 to create some more weakness. Now, by the way, you played h6 as well.
I didn't play H6. He
Leinier
played
played h6. You're blaming Leinier. I see what you're doing.
right.
But now it seems that you have to play f6, and if you do have to play f6 in conjunction with the pawn on h6
feels
already,
a little bit-
a bit airy around.
Yeah.
I feel
right
like if I get
squares.
c5 pawns and b5, but there are a lot of weak squares once white targets the e5
Yeah.
square.
I just have the feeling
get
that
your
I like the C5 idea, and I like the B5 idea, but I just think you need to get castled and knight D7 and do a little bit more prep on the B5. It's interesting that the engine really likes Ray's position.
Right now, after
Yeah.
this sequence
Yeah.
of moves that
Exactly.
we just put on the board. So
Right.
this c5, b5 seems to be a bit too fast.
Too fast. Fair.
You're opening up the position
Let's go
on
back,
my terms.
Let's go back
unfortunately.
to the Fabi Mishra game and see how things developed. Again, this was an invitation to Open Sicilian by Mishra. Shall we dance to the tune of the Najdorf? No, said Fabi. We're going to
Fabi
play Bishop
declined
B5.
that invitation?
Bishop B5 check. The light squared bishops got traded. We are in one of those positions where we have a Maroczy bind pawn structure, pawns on C4, E4. The difference? Light squared bishops are missing. In principle, the idea behind the bind of E4, C4 is I got positional space. So when there's a lot of pieces on the board, that extra space in the center favors white. If we were to trade all the minor pieces off, and just for example, only have 4 rooks, the bind would disappear. There would be no bind. There would be nothing that you could be proud of. So every minor piece trade is, generally speaking, a step down for the player with the
Right,
bind.
white also can be enjoying the d5 square for the knight.
Right.
And potentially attacking on the queen side with that kind of 3 against 2 advantage.
Right.
So the more we trade, the less kind of options to accomplish either of those plans.
Now, normally speaking, I'm looking as black to play moves like rook on f to c8, and literally on a good day, the minority attack with a6 and b5. Usually, it's nice if I can ever get in e6, d5, but if I play e6 prematurely, it oftentimes happens that I just end up with a backward pawn on an open file, and it's like, why did I create a weakness in my position?
We can expect Fabi to go rook fd1, rook ac1.
Exactly. Bring the rooks into the middle of the board.
And then a lot of maneuvering is going to happen.
I wanted to ask Cristian that in the current position, statistically speaking, how do things shake out? Does White win 52% of the game, 60%?
White
What's
is
the
doing
score?
quite well.
Yeah.
In fact, Black never won in this position.
Never won.
No, 33% of the games, and there's only 6 of them in my database, so not that many.
Wow.
33% were won by White after the move bishop to d2, and 67% were a draw.
I would have never guessed those percentages at all.
It makes
Why?
some sense, and this is something that I wanted to mention as well. I feel like Fabi got the type of position that he wants. He's not necessarily looking to take too many risks, right?
No,
He's in a
I
great
mean-
position. Just simply don't lose. If you don't lose, if you score 1 point out of the next 2 games, I have a feeling that's going to be enough
For a
to
playoff.
to win the championship.
Even to win the championship.
I think 1
You
out
don't
of 2 is
see
going
Leinier
to. I don't
or
see anybody
Wesley-
scoring 2 out of 2.
No, all they got to do is score 1. Oh.
2
No,
out of
they
2.
are
Excuse me,
already
yeah.
1
2 out
point
of 2.
behind.
Yeah, they're
Somebody
a
has to
point
score
behind. I
They're 1
apologize.
point behind. So
You're
1
right.
point for Fabiano out of the next 2 games, and specifically he's playing one of them against Wesley.
In the last round.
So if he draws this one and then draws against Wesley, Wesley and Mishra are out.
Right,
Right.
that is true.
So only Leinier with the black pieces, he needs to beat Robson, and I'm not sure who he plays in the last one, but those ain't easy tasks,
No,
right?
to win
so
2 under
I have
one.
to say 1 out of 2 I think is going to be enough. He has that in the back of his mind, right? This is the perfect position to play for that because you're not risking as much. You have a nice Morozzi bind. You have an easy plan. Rook c1, rook d1, b3, h3, maybe knight to d4 at the right moment, knight to d5. You don't have a lot of weaknesses. And there's not a lot of ways in which black can complicate matters
Right.
in this type of structures. No weaknesses in the position for white. So from a practical perspective, that is a great spot to be in for Fabiano. And by the way, we were just told that Leinier plays none other than Hans Niemann in the last round. Who
Just to make things that much more interesting.
That's a spicy pairing. So
It
I
is.
have to say now that I know that if Leinier wins his game with the black pieces, and I feel this is the big one, the big
It's a
test
huge
for
challenge.
Leinier.
Yeah.
Hans, you know, he's a bit unstable, especially in the last few rounds. So there's definitely an opportunity on that one, specifically when Leinier has the white pieces.
Right.
But today's game against Ray with the black pieces, it's very, very difficult.
Take us to this current position, and theoretically speaking, after the move bishop d2.
Yes.
To my eyes, the move rook f8 to c8 is the most natural.
That is a move, yes. It has been
And
played
by?
by Sergei Kasparov.
Okay, not
Against
the
Alonso Moyano. I've never heard of Alonso Moyano. I know who Sergei Kasparov is, but
Okay.
he's not Gary Kasparov.
No, that's it. And how did that game continue?
Rook AC1.
Right, very
Just
natural.
a very typical queen to D8,
Also
B3,
very natural.
and we were saying all these moves are very natural. Rook
Exactly.
C1, B3, Rook D1, and played from there. Knight to D7, by the way, that game was won. Rook FD1,
Right.
all very standard moves for this structure. Knight C5, Queen to B1, A5 was played.
Ooh, that's
Bishop to E3. Already the engine is saying that it's
Advantage white.
close to a plus 1 point advantage. So once again, I feel this is a good position, good outcome for Fabiano out of the opening.
Right. Okay, keep that
Excellent.
one. And speaking of Ray Robson and Leinier, one more look.
Sure.
There. Okay.
Okay.
Not too much happened. Just
So we have
H6 and knight.
A5, H6, Knight D2, and Knight to D7. was
Inviting
his choice.
D4, then he'd castle, and he'd be a kind of a happy guy, I guess.
Yes, maybe even Queen to F6 here. Perhaps this is what he's getting ready for. Queen to F6. Knight to D7 is an intriguing move. I like it. The big question is, what do you do after B3, right? Castle, and now Knight to C4. F6 at some point, or do you try to defend it in a different way?
No, I think at F6 is a reason.
But maybe you have to
then
wait for
why
bishop
did
to
I play
B2.
H6? If ever I'm going to play, yeah.
So this is what we're being told by the engine, is that once I gear up for the attack against E5,
Right.
not F6, in fact, bishop takes C4 would be the preferred option. And my question is, what if I take with a B pawn? And now
down.
b5.
Yes.
Kate has been
A sigh of relief. Yes, from Kate.
advocating for some time, and at last the engine approved.
B5,
Engine
yeah.
approved. And finally, Wesley, so Hans Niemann. Then we're going to take a look at all the other games,
take a
but
look.
these are our marquee matchups for the Open.
So we
Bishop
have
E6.
another
Giocopiano.
Giocopiano, yes.
With
Hans, once again, with the white piece, is not a great history for him in the Giocopiano this tournament. We've seen what happened yesterday against Fabiano. That was a painful defeat. So A4, knight to G3, this is what we have. The question is, what if I go D4? I've already taken a lot of space on this side. Why don't I close things on the other
Doesn't
one?
this forcibly remind us of the game of Levon, Aronian, and Wesley So?
I think
that
it
was where it
does,
was like
yeah.
knight C4, knight A3, and I was
think it
like
does.
utterly confused by what Levon was doing. That ended in a draw.
Yes.
When I think about these Giocopiano games, Wesley So comes to
He's
mind
so
as
good.
one of the most experienced players,
Yeah.
actually for both colors.
Both sides.
Yeah, he really has
I was actually
a lot of experience.
yesterday looking, he analyzed some games for chess based in the variation that Fabi played against Hans Niemann.
Yes.
And one of the variations he was looking instead of bishop a7 was bishop e6, the line that he just played today. So he has a game there with Leinier, Dominguez, so he's quite familiar with this variation.
Exactly. And nothing gives you that great confidence you need at the chessboard, like that kind of experience. Like, oh, I played this against Magnus, and he barely made a draw against me, and then I played it against Fabi, and I managed to win. So that experience, that knowledge, and that preparation that Wesley brings to this particular position makes me wonder about Hans's choice. But okay, it is what it is. Let's go and take a look at the other games that we haven't been paying attention to. Let's jump to the game of Levon.
Check the Levon game. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think you should check that.
Did he
because
just steal a pawn?
I think he did. Not sure exactly what
Broadway,
happened, but I think he did.
in open sunlight of day? What is this? Just a second. D65.
Look at
okay, fair.
Rook on
guys,
E3
guys,
looks
guys. Look at Sam
suspicious.
right now. His head is...
Sam
Oh my
Shankland?
goodness. He blundered the pawn.
Yeah, I
He's
see the
shaking
head
his
shake,
head.
the swivel there. H2, H3. Now, much like Begim, the move rook E8 looks like a required kind of move because, after all, there's always this E4 takes D5, knight takes E5 business, right?
Could also d4 be a possibility? I know I'm giving up that c4 square, but also I'm creating a tempo on that rook.
Exactly. So D4. But one thing's for sure: the move Bishop E6 looks like a blunder, and Sam again.
He looks
Sam looks
very
like
unhappy.
He's furious.
He-
Furious right now.
Absolutely. And knight takes E5. By the way, that's not the most common tactic. I have seen this before. But to your point, Kate, I think D4 would have been better than Bishop E6. And how was your intention? You wanted to recapture with the pawn?
I thought with the pawn, yes.
And then the rook, you drive my rook.
'Cause I don't want to
back.
like untie your knights, right? If they're
But you did mention the drawback of your idea, which is
right. So I will go now bishop e6.
now Bishop E6. Okay, so you know those crafty Sicilian players. You know, I'm eyeballing rook takes E6 as a possibility. I just think it's a different game altogether. Let's see what happened because
It's
tactically
not that simple because that c5 looks uncomfortable for
a
black.
little bit. But Bishop E6,
Very
knight,
natural move just to develop the bishop.
but knight takes E5 rocks his world, and let's understand why. If we take with the knight,
Pawn
We take with
captures
the
on
pawn.
d5.
we take with the bishop, shall we?
Rook
Rook
takes
takes
knight.
E5. Now, obviously, if we target this pawn, that's a freebie.
Right.
That's a pawn, and a very good pawn at that. D4, Queen F3. So we've got to do better than this for black. Knight takes E5, takes. If we take with the knight, knight takes, rook takes.
Some kind of knight f4.
Yeah,
like in
that's
Marshall.
the business. That's the business I'm looking for. Knight F4 or Queen takes D3. Now, if you do play D4, I've got a feeling I can't win the pawn on B2. Like this is a fork that goes all wrong. Knight takes b2, and oops, you're just simply trapped. It looks to us, our first take, Cristian, that Sam blundered a pawn, and getting compensation.
There's no doubt about that.
Getting compensation is a hard.
There's no compensation.
It's not obvious
There's no compensation.
what the best line of play is.
You lost the pawn. That's it.
Okay,
You're a pawn down. No compensation. Zero compensation.
But give me my best play. Like
The best move is to take.
Okay, and
Obviously.
I'll take on d5.
Take on d5.
Right.
And now knight eg4.
That's your best play, right?
But to be honest, I mean, this looks ugly. Take a look at this. I take, you take on e3, I take on f7.
That's a nice exchange sack. King h8.
King h8 already after f takes e3. You take this pawn on d3. The problem is after queen to e1, this knight is going to find its way to h4 and g6 at some point.
And
with
that
a pawn on
f7
h7,
pawn can be dangerous,
it's
right?
staying there
You're
forever.
going to have to give back the exchange.
It's staying there forever.
No, I'm going to go queen d7 and take it off the board. I don't want that pawn to live up.
Doesn't
No.
work. Doesn't work. You don't have time
I
for
don't
it.
even get the time to give up
You
my...
don't even have time for that.
Oh, man.
And even if you do, I mean, again, you're just pawn down. No, this one is looking grim for
Wow.
Sam. And, you know, he's a fighter. That's why he
We
was
saw
shaking
against
his
Bobby.
head. He was so upset because he doesn't even get any glimmer of hope in terms of compensation right now. This is just going to be a pawn down for the remainder of the game. And he's going to try to defend this ugly situation. He's a fighter. We know that. But I have to say, from a psychological perspective, that game yesterday took a toll on him.
The losing to Mishra, obviously.
And Cristian, can you just tell us, so what was the correct move instead of bishop e6?
Rook e8.
Of course, bishop e6 is a blunder we see now, but rook e8?
Sure,
you
defend the pawn.
You know what the funny part is? Bishop to e6 was played before.
No.
There's only 2 games and somebody else fell into this trap with bishop to e6. Rook to e8, of course.
Yeah, just defend the pawn on e5.
Is the main move in the position.
Right.
And now we see some transpositions, rook to e1. Look, he's such a well-prepared player. I think he knows. I think he knew this move, rook to e8. He probably just didn't think. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let's see for how long did he think about this move, bishop to e6. Okay, he spent around 3 minutes, 2 minutes and a half on this bishop to e6.
Not an instant blunder, but some
Not an
thought.
instant blunder,
Right.
yes. But I mean, right now it's so. Oh, he goes for this knight g4. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I mean, you have to be practical. What will give my opponent the most difficulties, and maybe knight e5 to g4, even though we know it's bad for black, gives the best hope.
By the way, look at that nice shirt of Levon. He got the memo. It's a blue jacket type of day.
Yeah, there you go. Levon can always be counted on at the height of fashion. What I wanted
Sam
to
looks
say...
so unhappy. I'm sorry, but you see, this is
Oh,
just
he's
so painful.
suffering. Last year's U.S. Championships was the disrespect. US I loved it. I loved it. Everybody was getting trashed. It was great. These U.S. Championships, something very strange is happening. Blunders in the openings. Blunders in the openings. And if you told me before we came into the studio today that Sam Shankland, one of the greatest theoreticians in America today, would be, you know, a pawn down with no compensation up to 12 moves, I'm saying, just a second, are we talking about the same Sam Shankland?
Right.
I mean, we are seeing some opening catastrophes. Not that this is a catastrophe, but just if you think about the Andrew Tang game.
Right,
against
Andrew
Hans
Tang, when
Niemann,
Sam
I
did
mean,
not capture a pawn
wow.
that was for free.
Yeah, it's just so amazing. Knight e4, exercise a little bit, elaborate a little bit more on this one. The engine, Cristian, liked capturing twice all the way down to f7.
Sure. I can take on e6, take on f7. I can also just take on g4. That's an option as well. Now you have to take back with the bishop. You no longer have the option of taking on g4.
The pawn is on g4. Now I'm lost. How much did I give up? I was thinking of rook takes e6 and hg4, but no, I'm a piece down.
Right. You're going
So
to be
I'm only going to go.
I mean, you can do
so
the
I might
same
as
thing
well do
by
the same
taking
thing
on
with a
e6.
take on
Yeah,
f7.
with
Sorry,
pawn.
you were giving us the other option. Take on g4. Bishop
Right.
takes g4.
Bishop takes g4, and now you can go queen to e1. Even this gives you a very good advantage because after knight to d5, rook to e4, I'm setting up, first of all, the attack on the bishop on g4. You cannot go to e6.
Now I will rip it off. Yeah.
Exactly. This is over, right? Queen takes c6. You
Clear.
move. I take
Nothing
2
to
pieces,
discuss.
a couple of pawns. This is looking good.
Nothing to
So
discuss.
you don't have that square for the bishop. Where do you go? If you go to f5, rook to e5 finishes the game,
Clear.
right? That's a double attack. You have to go bishop b6. You're losing. So where do you go?
If
You
you
don't
go
want to
to-
go to c8.
So if I go to h5?
The same thing. If you go to h5 first
No,
of all,
then
I'm
I
going
got
to take,
and
and then rook to e5. You're losing.
A lot of tricks.
Nice.
Lots of tricks and not a lot of squares for your pieces. It's problematic for black right now.
Well,
So-
the other problem, if I go to c8, do you have rook d4?
Exactly.
That's the one I'm afraid
Exactly,
of.
exactly. Yes. Now, rook to d4 is an option. I can even just play
And then
the
c4.
simple rook to e5. Perhaps rook d4, c6, c4. I have queen f6, I think, so maybe that might be problematic. But I can take the pawn like this if I really want to, really want to. Queen to e5, bishop to e6, knight to c4, knight to e3. At some point, you're going to lose this pawn. So even this is much better for white.
But you can do even...
By the way, he took on g4.
He did. Bishop takes
Can
g4.
you go f3?
That's keeping the pawn.
Just to keep the pawn, right?
Yeah.
f3, do you go bishop f5 or do you go bishop c8? Whenever you go bishop f5, I will have the same idea whenever you take on e5. So I have one more move to prepare my defense, right? Queen to e1 you cannot take because of rook to e5, right? We've understood this.
Right.
Bishop e6, rook takes e6. That's the
Right.
problem. So h takes g4, we're expecting bishop takes g4, and then we will find out whether he's going to go f3 or queen to e1. I really like this move, queen to e1, but it's not easy to see this idea of rook to e4 and understand the fact that that bishop is in fact very badly placed. Also, you see the move knight to f6, and things become a little bit dangerous. Not necessarily dangerous, but maybe you're not going to end up that extra pawn up that you really wanted. At the same time, now you have to shift your attention. You go rook to d4, and where does the queen go? If you go to e8, I have
Right.
ideas of knight e4.
Right.
That's
Bishop-
problematic,
The bishop on g4
is in trouble.
yeah.
So
You
maybe I
cannot
can
take.
go c8 and to
You
f8
can go
and
to
h5.
c8, yes, but now it's this grip that I'm talking about. You cannot develop your pieces. Rook to e8, you lose
f7.
f7 pawn. So you have to defend maybe with the move bishop to h5. Then I go knight to e4. I'm getting this grip in the position very quickly at the expense of my extra pawn. But I can use that as a token to get a different type of advantage. I'm giving you the material advantage back. You are able to establish equality. But unfortunately, from a strategical point of view, you are on the defensive with the black pieces.
Sam Shankland scrambling to survive early days here. Going to look at two of our remaining games that we haven't checked in on. Jeffery Xiong not having a successful tournament. Sam Sevian also came
Pieces traded already.
Yeah, also came into this event, did Sam. Again, he won probably a career-defining event, the Fisher Random. And you're right, a lot of pieces got traded. Talk. All pretty standard stuff. And boy, I have to tell you, the players just know so much theory. And they just blitzed their way
Sam
right into
Sevian
this.
only got extra time. This is the first time bishop f5 that he actually took few minutes to think.
Exactly. Sometimes I think the modern day players, they zip right out of the openings into the endings because their preparation is so deep. Bishop f5, what can I say? 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2. Slight advantage for white because I just feel I'm a little bit better developed. I can play rook to d1, bishop f3. Maybe I'll play for g4 and, you know, a rook invasion. I do feel that
I agree with you, but I feel
Jeffery
like
is-
Sam knows what he's doing.
Oh.
I mean, he prepared this line, so he will play maybe
Obvious.
some 8-6, rook c8, rook c7, and say, oh, this is draw.
Yeah, I've worked this out to a draw. And then finally, our last game, Andrew Tang,
Another London.
London. He comes in as the U.S. Open champion. That's how he qualified up against Dariusz. Dariusz says, you know, he's a very, very strong player, formidable player as Dariusz, but somehow he gets into these championships and he doesn't show his best qualities. It's like Fabi, you know, had an even position the whole time, and Fabi kept playing, consistently playing for Dariusz's time trouble, and we know that is a problem that he has.
It's very difficult for players to kind of optimize their performance, to prepare it so they, play the best at this particular event.
Absolutely. And I feel like somehow we're not seeing the best of Dariusz, and he's struggling. He's up against Andrew Tang, and again, London system.
But Andrew is playing London and move 5, and he already lost 30 minutes.
That's strange. B3, knight c3, c2, c3. If you're going to play a London system as white, these moves, b3, c3, don't mesh well with the bishop coming to f4. What am I missing here in this game between Andrew Tang and Dariusz? I mean, did Andrew Tang do something wrong? Because b3 and c3 for
but
white.
But b3 is not really a move, right? We play knight c3 here.
He was, exactly, yes, after queen to b6.
Yes.
So he was thinking at this point. He got surprised by this early on e6, c5, queen b6 without the knight on f6.
Right.
Most of the times we see it in that nature. And that's why he played it so quickly. Dariusz, this was his preparation. Knight to c3 is the best move in the position, not b3. b3 is already a misstep.
Offering the pawn on b2?
Offering the pawn on b2. I don't think you want to take it. No, after knight to b5, I think you're completely busted. Yes.
2.5 points.
Yes.
2.5.
Yes. No. Knight b5, knight c7, rook b1. There's so many threats in the position. You cannot survive this. You don't have those ideas with knight d4 that we saw in the STEM game, the first one. What was that one? Sam Shankland with the black pieces. Now that I remember about that.
Another opening catastrophe.
For Andrew that Sam didn't take advantage of.
Right.
That sort of set the tone for Sam's tournament situation. He did not perform well after that.
Right.
So knight to c3 was in fact the best move in the position.
So you think maybe Andrew was worried about offering that pawn again because what if Dariusz can capture it again?
Maybe. Yeah.
Because he spent 30 minutes on that move b3.
He did spend a lot of time. Yes, that is very true.
And I'm just saying that if you're playing a London system, the combination of the moves b3, c3 is white.
No.
Inside of 5 moves, come on, you just don't do that.
And right now,
very
Black has in fact at least equalized in the position. Again, it's still the London. It's still a very safe position. You're with white. You have an extra tempo. You haven't made any huge mistakes, right, in the position. I would still say that it's equal, but the trend favors Dariusz in this one.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at all of the ladies' games. We're going to go, as always, to our tournament leader, Begim. We're just going to check in and see how Irina handled this combination of rook e8 and a6. She didn't go for anything spectacular. She didn't go for the queen b3 move that I was advocating, or the expansion in the center with c4, c5 that the engine might instead develop.
She's transferring to
bishop d3,
the main line sky,
which is basically what Black was waiting for. As soon as you move the bishop, then I capture the pawn, and it feels like we can get into some kind of a Queen's Gambit accepted position where maybe this tempo has been lost by white. Knight e5.
By the way, I'm surprised by h6.
Me too. What was h6?
Why do we need to play h6?
Knight d7, castles. I'm thinking everybody, their brother, their sister, plays for c7, c5 here. Castles h6. Kate?
I said it first. I'm not sure because knight g5 is not a threat. Bishop cannot go there either.
h7, h6. Well, obviously I can't play e4. I would probably be tempted myself to play a2, a3 and just ask Black if they intend to give up the bishop. But knight e5 shows some ambition here by Irina because, okay, she can get this Pillsbury attack with f2, f4 if Begim isn't careful.
Right, and if Begim captures that knight on e5?
Let's take a look. Knight takes
pawn
e5,
captures.
pawn takes. I'm assuming the knight doesn't want to go to d5 because of knight takes d5, so I have to go back to, and once
now
again.
I get f4?
I don't like it. I simply don't like it for Black. I think this bishop is a little bit passive, and I do see moves like knight c3, e4, and I I
Queen
shy away.
G4 somewhere there.
I shy away from this, especially because of the tournament situation. I don't want to give my opponent a free attack against my king. And here again, I would probably want to fall back on the move c7, c5. We don't understand h6, coach.
Yeah, no, not. Are you trying
Yes.
to make me explain it? No,
Yes.
no. H6 doesn't make a lot of sense to my eyes either. I mean, what did we discuss from the beginning? We said
B5,
you play
bishop
A6,
B7.
you wait for bishop to D3, you take, and then immediately you go B5, bishop
Right.
B7, followed by C5. That's what she was supposed to do in the position.
Right.
H6 just simply is a loss of tempo. I mean,
Right.
there's absolutely no reason why you would put that pawn on H6, knight to E5, unless you want to play E5.
Right.
I understand that.
And you
E5,
were afraid of knight
control
G5
Knight
or
G5, especially coupled with the action of the bishop on C4 against the pawn on F7. I understand that. But the reaction from Irina was top-notch.
Direct.
Knight to E5, that's the best move in the position. Don't take on E5, because take, knight D7, let's say F4, this is starting to look bad.
Right.
You're cramped.
Easy attack.
You're really cramped in the position as black. This is an easy
Right.
attack, F5 at the right moment. I even have ideas of transferring this knight via E4 to the king side, rook F3 or queen to F3, queen to not looking good,
No.
right, for black's chances. And this is not the type of position that you want to play. She reacted in the best way. You have an uncomfortable situation, so I started looking for counterplay and do it fast. And she played the move C5. This is the type of player that she is also. She doesn't really like to defend in this type of cramped positions. She's always looking for something active, and this is the right solution in this particular case. Go C5, put some pressure in the center. I like this move, but again, I don't like that move H6.
The combination of
She was doing fine. Now she's slightly worse. Still, the position remains very complex. But this move, C5, the last one that we've just seen, is the important step in the right direction from Begim.
If after the move c5, Irina Krush was to play a2, a3,
Okay.
and try to win the two bishops, how would that go?
Well, I can start with C takes D4, right? You cannot take on B4
That is
because I'm
clear.
actually taking knight on E5, not the one on C3.
Right.
Not here because then you can take, but here that attacks the bishop as well. This is very good for black.
Right.
So now you probably have to take.
Recapture, yeah.
And now that I open
Isolated queen pawn, yeah.
my diagonal to go back to F8 is an option. You can also take on C3, though I'm not 100% sure whether I would do that or not. The engine is saying, yes, bishop takes C3, no problem. But from a practical perspective, I don't like this move. So,
Takes bishop.
mostly because of bishop takes
Bishop
C3.
takes two
Yeah.
bishops, but okay.
Two bishops, and you have to be very concrete. You have to go B5, but I'm starting to see some queen F3 ideas. I don't really like it. I
Right,
don't like playing chess like this, right? So I
Right.
don't think she's going to do that. If she goes A3, I think we're going to see something like this,
Right.
which, by the way,
Again, isolated queen pawn.
the engine is saying, we don't
It's
like
not-
this position.
it's not
for
fun,
black.
right?
Bishop
So
to A2, bishop
diagonal on
B1.
B1, H7, exactly, right? That can be very dangerous.
I think you were talking, he was showing it,
Yeah.
is that you both had the same idea. Bishop B1, queen
Very
H7.
typical idea.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop A2, bishop B1, queen to C2. That's a problem.
Right.
And the issue for black's position is that you don't have B5 as easily to get this bishop out because of this move knight to C6.
Queen F3
Queen
combination.
F3, knight
yeah.
C6. It's not looking good. I have
Okay.
to say, if they go to this position, I will start being worried for black's chances.
Okay.
Now, take a look at what
Carissa's game for a second.
just to
if you don't-
sidestep
sorry.
those important two games for just a second, because
Okay,
this one
sure,
is
sure, sure.
absolutely crazy.
What?
Oh, wow.
This is the game between
Nazi and,
Paquiza and Talia Cervantes. It
Benko?
started off with this H4. You can tell us the story of this H4 that you saw just a few years ago, and you were shocked
Yeah.
that you can actually play like this against
I
knight
know.
f6, g6. But you can, and it's one of the main lines.
It's amazing.
B5, and we go into this some sort of a Benko style with this move H4 included, is considered to be a better version for black. H5, Nazi is throwing caution to the wind.
Yeah,
She's
let's
like, okay,
go.
I've had a rough go in this year's championship. I
Right.
might as well have some fun, right? And that's exactly what she's doing right now. G4, bishop H6. Okay, get that pawn as well. Why not? H5, bishop H3. Knight f6, queen d2. You know what I'm doing. I'm
Yeah,
coming to
I'm
checkmate
queen
you.
h6, and I'm throwing the kitchen sink.
I'm coming
at
to
your
checkmate
king.
you.
Yeah.
Queen h6, knight g5, rook f4,
f4.
sacrifice and checkmate. Caveman chess. That is the way to go in
on
this
the
one.
other hand, Talia, she also didn't have such a great tournament, so
Right.
she's now, I'm capturing everything and I hope I survive.
I'm going to die with a full tummy.
That's exactly what she's doing. King g7,
Let's
long
go.
castle. It
No
doesn't-
way.
Long castle, yeah, she played it. They're having fun right now. You know, again.
Somewhere Pal Benko's turning over in his grave and he's saying, you know, I created a Frankenstein. What the heck is going on? You can't play h4, h5. You can't castle long in a Benko gambit as white.
It seems like you can.
By the way, Yasser, guess what's the computer move?
I was about to
I
say,
was-
I saw the 3 zeros and I'm going like, it's obviously an equal position. Obviously.
Bishop c8, the best move in the position.
Yeah, no, that's not going to
Because
happen.
I was thinking, what do you want to do for black actually in this position? It's
I
not
think she's
that
gonna go
easy.
d6.
I would probably play d6 and rook
Yeah.
h8 just to defend my king. I'm not sure. And bishop
But
c8,
these are the
by
type of
way.
ideas that are coming, right?
Right.
Knight g5, rook g1, bishop
Bishop
to e6
e6
at some point.
So we
That's
may
why you
need
want
that
the bishop
bishop
on
on
c8.
c8. Mhm.
Yes, just to cover the e6
Look,
square.
this game doesn't matter as much for the standings, but it's such a
Right.
fun game to follow
Right.
right now.
See, that's why, and I really do mean this, that's why I really think there ought to be in chess, constantly in all of these national championships, brilliancy prizes.
I agree.
Because even if you're having a terrible tournament like these two ladies, you can have a lot of fun and win a brilliant game and, you know, win $1,000. I don't care. I just don't want to be the judge because then all the players come screaming to me, well, you didn't see my game?
That
You
was
didn't see
also
how
brilliant.
beautiful
This was brilliant.
And here we have I think that's Nasi.
Yes, she's
checking
looking at
out
the
all the games.
kind of thinking, not sitting next to the board.
Right. Seeing all the monitors. Okay, let's go around the horn here. And we're going to start with your favorite opening, Christian, the French defense.
And I think
We're
these
gonna
ladies
go to
are also having fun.
Ruiyang and Tatev. Take us from the top. What's the theory say about this Steinitz variation of the most classical variation, I want to say, of the French. But this one involves rook b8. That move is a little bit peculiar for my eyes. I mean, a7, a6, bishop e7. I've even seen Morozevich play lines with b7, b6, but rook b8. Okay, that's a wrinkle that I'm not familiar with. Queen a5, and away you go, b4, knight d2. Usually the fight in these particular lines really revolves around the d4 square. Bishop a6. Now this is a move we can support, right?
Right.
The bishop on c8.
That's a
is
bad bishop. You do want to trade that bishop for
Exactly.
white's light square bishop.
And
But white
there
is
she
getting
goes.
ready to push that f5 pawn.
There it all goes, and something tells me that that everybody has played, I want to say so accurately up to now that I gotta feel that they're still in the theory.
You know,
you're not.
Usually
they're
when
not in
white
the
gets f5,
they're not in the
No,
theory.
no. When white gets f5 in French, that's usually signals that white is doing really well.
Okay, help me out here, Kate. I'm a French defense player. I don't want to see the move f6. I want a castle.
Right.
That's what I want to do. I want a safe king. But I just know that whenever I castle and there's a pawn on f6, I don't know what to call it, but it ain't safe. So I have to, if I'm Tatev, I have to, oops, sorry, I did it wrong.
Chop it off the board.
I have to chop it off the
Chop
board.
it off the board.
And, stop you from playing f6. But if I do get to castle, put my knight on e6, well, I'm not unhappy. Take it away, Kate. What is
Okay.
Ruiyang going to do? I'm a pawn up.
Right. So I'm thinking about playing maybe not immediately, but a3 is like a move I would like to do.
Okay.
Because if you recapture, I recapture with rook and I'm very happy.
Yes.
Right? But
Fair.
now you would probably play b3 and the knight is still active on c5. So
Fair. I
you
like
would play
that.
b3, right?
Yes. Only because I really don't like activating my opponent's pieces. And I do like, well, my rook could be activated on the b3 square. So,
Oh, you know what? Actually, let's play
Please.
that b3.
okay, you got it. A3, B3.
If I go c4 here,
C4, okay. I'm keep shutting everything you're trying to do. I keep shutting you down. Sorry.
Knight d3.
Knight to d3. Okay. Very, very cool. Very cool. I didn't know if I should be. I'm a pawn grabber. Gosh, it's my worst, my most base self. But I am a pawn up. You got to kill me. If I do get castles, kind of happy.
Rook f4.
Rook f4, and away we go. Rook f4, knight e6, and
Rook
away
h4.
we go. Yeah. Well, I'm not even castled yet.
I'm getting ready.
I mean, you're preparing the red carpet treatment for my king. We'll keep an eye on that one. Again, just before I go on a break, I just did want to check in one more time with the game of Fabi, because, again, this game between Fabi and Mishra, so very, very important for first place. We did see a7, a6. Okay, that's kind of standard stuff, right, Kate? We're eyeballing b5 possibilities. Fabi played a move, rook b1.
Rook
That's
A1.
already something that black can nibble on, because we were thinking that the rooks belong on c1 and d1.
But you can also place the other rook to c1, right?
Okay.
Have rooks on b1 and c1 and try to push for that b4.
Okay, and one of the things I was explaining, that strategically speaking, that black aspires to trade minor pieces. So the move knight g4 has a very concrete idea. Knight e5, let me trade a pair of knights, and then the bind becomes less oppressive. Coach, after the move knight g4, just a quick, how do the engines feel about the position?
In fact, close to equality after queen to e2. And again, this is a slow position. I wouldn't say it's necessarily equal by any means. It's a complex position, middle game position, and both sides have their chances. But I do like what black is doing. As you're saying, the grip is not as oppressive after we exchange some pieces in the position, and then I can start focusing on opening things up with b5 at the right moment, of course. And white is going to do everything that he can to stop that.
Right.
Probably at some point he's going to go a4, try to put that grip on the position. Knight g5, we're expecting. I mean, you just played the move knight to g4. Yeah. You might as well follow it up with knight e5. I guess one more option would be to go crazy with the move f5, but I'm not convinced this is the right choice. At the same time, he could.
Hey,
look, he's young.
He's in second place.
He's ready, you know. He's ready to fight. Why not? Yeah.
A win, and we're talking about one of the great historical stories of all time.
Absolutely.
14-year-old
Really?
debut.
The question is how much he wants to risk.
Right.
Right? If he really wants to play for that win, or if he's just like, okay, let's just keep a draw and maneuver. Because f5 is clearly saying, like, I'm going to risk and I'm going to go for it.
Wow, big moments there after knight g4, queen e2. We've come to that moment in our broadcast when we get ready for a break. But before we go on a break, normally we're going to take a look at the specials that are available at QBoutiqueSTL.com. This one is the U.S. Championship oversized button-downs. Try out a brand new look with one of these oversized button-down long-sleeve shirts from the 2023 U.S. Championships. This thick collared shirt comes in both men's and women's styles, sporting on the hem either the logo of the 2023 U.S. Chess Championship Open Field or Women's Field, respectively. The official logo of the St. Louis Chess Club can also be found on the nape at the neck. You know, I need one of those shirts, and I want the ladies to sign their shirt. I want the open. Remind me at the opening ceremonies to get all of the signatures.
You mean the closing?
The closing, sorry. Yeah. That one. The closing. As we go on break, I want to tell you, sort of a peek ahead. We're going to have a very, very special guest in studio coming up, and I think you're going to enjoy our guest. See you on the side of the break.
Alice, thank you so much for joining me today. I want to ask you a little bit about your chess upbringing. There's been a lot talked about you in the media, but I want to hear it again from you.
I started playing chess when I was 6 years old. So my brother was going to the school chess club, and I went along also because my parents just wanted to drop us up at the same time. So after I started playing in the chess club, I was actually like one of the very worst. And for me, it was just I lost a lot. I was kind of upset, but as I kept actually not losing every single game, I became more motivated, and eventually I played in my first rated tournament that summer. And from there, I think it was just I really loved the game, which allowed me to continue to enjoy chess while playing it.
Very nice. And how did you get into playing a lot online, and how do you combine that with studying over the board?
Yeah, so I think especially in the recent years, there's been a lot of new chess resources, both online and also books published. So for me, I did go over some books, for example, the 100 Endgames You Must Know, and Mauricio Flores' Pawn Structures book. I also used like some online tools, for example, Chess Tempo and Chessable. I think they have a lot of great resources, and for me, I think especially in this new generation where everything is just so much stronger, it's really great to have all of these new resources.
And you're spending a lot of time online. Could you give me an approximate amount of time that you spend per day working on chess?
So actually this year I'm doing online school, so it makes it flexible for my schedule. I guess before high school started, I was spending like a couple hours a day on chess, sometimes more, especially during the summer when I was playing in a lot of tournaments. Now that high school started, it's more work, so I have to, I guess, find a new balance, since for me it's my first year and I haven't really had to do something like this in the past. But I hope that at least I'll be able to find some sort of balance between schoolwork and chess, and I'll be able to at least play well in this tournament.
You've had some amazing results lately. Congratulations for winning gold medal at the Women's World Team Championship. How was that? How did you feel that moment?
Yeah, so that was actually like the first tournament that I played in like internationally on that stage. So I think it was really great for me to be able to do so well there. And of course, it was like a really great experience to be playing on the first board against such strong players. I definitely wasn't expecting to win the gold medal there. I was just hoping, I could at least do okay. But for me, it was great that I was able to have like really good results, and it was my first like really, really strong. It was a really great experience for me.
Do you feel nervous at all, or did you feel at that time nervous because you're representing the United States and it was your first competition of this kind?
Yeah, I mean, so beforehand I actually thought I was playing on the second board, so I was like, okay, not as much pressure. And then when I went there, like, oh, I'm playing on board one. Okay. So it is a team event, and there's something nice, which is that even if you don't have your desired result, you can still hope that your teammates also do well. Of course, there's a little bit more pressure as well because you want to win for your team. But for me, I was just like trying to focus game as a game, and I was able to like find, I guess, a good start, and then after that I think I just got some good results.
Very, very awesome. Congratulations again for that. I want to ask you one more thing regarding this tournament. So last year, as you mentioned, maybe your result wasn't as great, but you've had a great year where you've improved a lot. I think you were supposed to get your international master title very soon, and this year you're one of the favorites. Do you feel any pressure at all, or have you been able by now to deal with all your emotions, and are you just going to take it a game at a time?
So last year I was, I think, a lot more inexperienced, and this year I've played in like a lot more strong tournaments, so I have slightly more experience. I mean, for me, I guess I am one of the top seeds, but I don't think I'm like the very favorite, so that's something that's kind of nice because I don't have so much like pressure that everybody expects me to win. And I guess for this tournament, well, I think winning would be nice. It's also extremely hard because the field is so strong, and for me, I'll just take it one game at a time and try to play my best.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Alice. I wish you good luck and looking forward to your games.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup. as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. We have our first result in round 10, but first let's take a look at the standings. Start with the ladies.
Yes, let's take a look. So we have a sole leader here, Begim Tokhirjonova, 5 consecutive wins.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic performance so far, 8 out of 9. I mean, everybody wants that,
accolades.
right?
I mean, you can't say anything more.
But
and for Carissa, she's thinking to herself, I've got 7.5 out of 9. Why aren't I in clear first?
If she was in the open section with that amount of points, that would be
She'd
enough.
secure first.
But now she's second, and then we have a 2-way tie for the 3rd place, Irina Krush and Alice Lee with 5.5 points.
And in the open section, the current standings.
Here the leader is Fabiano Caruana with 6.5 points, and then followed by a group of 3 people, Wesley, Leinier, Dominguez, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 5.5.
Jeffery, Xiong, as you see, and Sevian have already agreed to the halving of the point. Those 2 players came incredibly well prepared. They just zipped through what I want to say the first 15 moves and both gained time on the clock. Very balanced affair throughout early draw. And let's go around the horn. Take it away, Cristian. What caught your eye in this round?
Well, let's talk about this one, right? The Aronian versus Shankland. Actually, we're going to talk about all of them.
Of course.
This one, I think we left it after bishop to g4, and f3 was the move chosen by Aronian. Queen to e1 was an option as well, bishop to f5, and queen to e1. So he did spot this idea of queen to e1, very important one. Bishop to g6, once again, you cannot take on d5 because of rook to e5, and there's no way to defend both pieces. You can go bishop to e6, unfortunately that drops after rook takes e6. So that's a problem. He played bishop g6, c4, solidifying the extra pawn in the center. Knight to e4, queen to d4. This is what we have right now. Knight to f6 is the move that I expect in the position. It's the easiest way out, if you want to put it that way. I'm a pawn up. I want to exchange pieces. How do I do that? Knight to f6. And the thing is, if you do take with a queen, the problem is after queen to c3.
Very natural move.
It's a very natural move. We're entering most likely into this endgame unless you want to allow me to push. If you try to avoid the queen trade, then I push d4, rook to d1. It's looking good, right?
As you said, knight takes f6 check
on
is
the board.
On the board.
Yes, yes. And if you do take with the g pawn, the problem is I can just simply go queen to f2. You're not touching the pawn on d3 anytime soon because of rook to d1, setting up the pin. That's game over, right? So I'm still a pawn up. I do expect him to take with the g pawn, just because of the simple fact that he wants to keep that grip on the square d4 with the queen there. I'm expecting g takes f6, still a pawn up for Levon. Queen to f2 is coming at some point. I'm going to move that rook from e3 and I'm going to exchange the queens. It's looking really good for Levon, and unfortunately Sam is simply just a pawn down in this case. Let's see what happened. In the Fabi versus Mishra game, we left it off somewhere around
A6,
here after queen to
rook
e2.
e1.
We were
Yeah, getting ourselves excited.
flirting with ideas such as f5. This is an interesting one, and you, Yasser, was
took
analyzing.
it, yeah, I took it very deeply. I was having fun with the computer.
Tell
the
me,
computer
the lines
wanted
that you were
knight
analyzing
d5,
Knight
knight
d5
d5,
here, yes.
rook on a8 to e8.
Yes.
E takes f5.
Yes.
Rook takes
Rook takes
f5.
f5,
H3, yeah,
Yes, knight
knight
e5,
e5. And it wanted knight takes e5.
Yes.
Rook takes e5.
And some crazy stuff
Actually,
like
it was
this, right?
knight e3, funnily
Oh,
enough.
knight e3 here. Okay.
Knight e3, knight d4.
But this is some
queen
sort of a
d1.
computer line,
No,
right?
yeah, this is computer energy. And I was showing you this line, b5, bishop c3, because, hey, if you're going to analyze deeply, you might as well
Might
go
as
all the
well.
way.
Why?
Rook
Okay.
e4. And I turned to you and I said, Christian, after f5, this is the best you can get with white. Are you happy with this? Your major pieces are all in the first rank, and black has got his pieces in good shape.
He did not play f5. And
He did not.
You know, it's such a difficult question to answer in the heat of the battle,
Of
right?
course.
How much risk are you going to take, both as Abhimanyu and as Fabi, in this instance as well? Because again, it's the last couple of rounds. You
Sure.
don't have a lot of room for error, and none of the players are willing to take huge risks in this case. Look, I don't think Mishra came into this game and said, I need to beat Fabi at all costs with
Right.
the black pieces to try to catch him. No, he's having a fantastic event so far.
Sure.
If he finishes first, obviously, that's incredible. If he finishes second, that's also sensational, right? So he's not taking as many risks. That's why I don't think he played the move f5.
But that's where champions are forged.
That's true.
You
That's
know,
true,
you've
but-
got to take, if you want the championship, sometimes you just got to take risks.
Those are decisions, very difficult
it
decisions,
just
by
felt
the
like
way.
that was a moment. It was a moment.
Perhaps, absolutely. f5 was an option. He played rook fc8, knight d5, and now we have queen to d8. So he's saying, okay, I'm going to take it slowly.
Exactly.
You know, I'm going to defend. I'm going to stay a little bit passive for the duration of the middle game, and then at the right moment, maybe I will find a way to strike back.
Ambitiously.
But again, Fabi, I think, is happy with the position. No big major weaknesses in his camp right now.
But Fabi is
Kate,
losing a little bit too much time,
I
no?
wanted to
Giving
ask you,
his
how-
white.
That's a good point.
Well,
He
Yeah.
has 45 minutes, whereas Mishra has 59 minutes.
So clockwise, Mishra can come out of this opening, pat himself on the back and say, you know, I went toe-to-toe with one of the greatest theoreticians in the world, and I was ahead on the clock.
And this is only move 14, so still plenty of moves to go.
So impressive thus far. Continuing our look, we've got the game of Ray Robson and Leinier. Leinier comes into today's round in second place, thinking to himself, okay, Ray has to be a little bit wobbly after losing from a winning position, essentially, against Wesley. So I'll play solid, and I'll hope that Ray, you know, mistimed something. Maybe Ray will just get into a lot of time trouble. By the way, we didn't mention it, but we've got our two time trouble
Yeah, we may be
players
second.
against
Both
one another.
players playing on 1 second on one increment.
Yeah, who do you like in terms of getting the time trouble more? You got to put you got to wage on one of these players. Who's going to get into time trouble between, or are they
I
both?
feel like Ray know what he's doing because he prepared this a4, a5
Five.
move. So
Okay.
he should be more familiar with these positions.
Right.
So I would guess that Leinier is the one who's going to get first into time trouble.
Okay, well, it's early days, and we've just seen the move rook e8. Still a very balanced affair in this one. We're going to go to Wesley So. Again, he comes into, from a fortunate position, let's be fair. Hey, you know, in second place. Like,
Yeah.
this is like great if you're...
Very happy for surviving yesterday's game.
Right, and you know, maybe opportunity is knocking. He's playing against Hans Niemann. When we left it in a position very similar to this one. H6, H3 was played, a move that you kind of aspired for, but I think your approach was different than the one Wesley took. He said, I want to recapture the queen. I've got this really ugly pawns on e5 and e6, but they are controlling key squares, and the fact that they are doubled means that the dynamic potential of the queen is maybe worth...
Right, and we can also
The pawns
kind of
being
target
messed
that
up.
pawn on d3. Because if I recapture with pawn on d4, then that pawn is covered. But right now, the queen is targeting it. The rook can develop and attack it.
So let's just say I'll play the most obvious move. I defend b2. I'll defend, more importantly, I think, f2. I just don't want to see, something crashing into my position on the f2 square.
Maybe knight d7 here.
And I'll target the c7 pawn. Okay, knight to d7. Now I actually have to think what I want to do. This queen is just, I find the queen simply too powerful, and I want to play the move knight e2. I don't want to hang my pawn on f2. First, though, I see that you've got your own ambitions, so I'll curtail knight c5 for the time being. I'll just develop my rook.
Rook a d8.
Oh boy, I was actually thinking you were going to play rook a5, rook a d8. I can almost resist everything, but okay. Rook e3, because I do, once again, want to get rid of this I think, very powerful queen on the d3 square, on the d4 square, sorry.
Now we are actually surviving, or kind of accomplishing that knight e2. I thought I'm going to get my knight c5. I wanted to be really happy.
By the way, queen c2, knight d7. We only permit ourselves to say this once per broadcast. These guys are really, really good.
So instead of rook d8,
yes,
maybe after rook c1, I'm going to play b6 first.
b7, b6.
b7, b6, because I really want to get that knight to c5.
Yes, you do. And that makes really a lot of sense to me. I will, once again, I'll go for the same stuff. Rook e3, knight e2. I'm
Queen d6.
assuming your queen's going to go backwards. And again, I feel that this pawn is just like, I don't know, I've got to do something, including moves like rook d1 and d4. I hate undoubling your pawns, but I don't like the weakness on d3 either. So I'll trade off my weakness for your weakness, and maybe we'll call it a balanced game. Cristian, over to you, and tell us what caught your eye in the open section.
Well, let's look at the ladies.
In the ladies section,
yes. Let's take a look at what's happening
going on there.
We left it off in this game between Irina and Begim, somewhere around here. c5, we said we like this decision by Begim. a3 was an option. She played the move bishop to b3.
A little bit more restrained, but okay.
Again, the follow-up should have been, and this is, by the way, not an easy move to make. b5 apparently is the best move in the position.
Permitting knight c6.
Allowing knight to c6. To my eyes, this is not practical.
Right.
But she played the move queen to e7, which allows a3. So I'm a bit worried about her chances right now, because we were discussing after this a3, you take, and then maybe you get the bishop back.
Right.
How do you get the bishop back now? You don't get the bishop back, right? So you have to go to d6. The problem is f4 right now looks very tempting.
Pillsbury attack.
Also, rook to e1 looks very tempting. You cannot touch the knight on e5. Taking with the knight, obviously that's losing.
b5 is not so attractive either.
And with the queen on e7, and the rook on e1, things are starting to look a little bit dangerous.
Messed up, yeah.
Exactly, uncoordinated in the position. So I'm not a big fan of this last move, queen to e7, and I have to say, again, I'm looking at the time. Begim generally plays quite quickly. Right now, she's taking her time. So there's definitely, she's feeling the pressure. And the position is not easy either. So Irina definitely got what she wanted out of the opening. Let's see what Anna versus Carissa are doing in this important matchup. And we have this one. This is the position. And I do remember this game between Begim and Carissa from the 2021 US Women's Chess Championship. It was a very similar structure coming from the King's Indian with G3. And it was a squeeze by Begim with the white pieces in the exact same structure. Right now we see Carissa spending some time. She played this move, queen to h3. f3 seems to be the right decision in this position. You want to defend against knight g4.
Knight g4. Or
ideas of that nature.
G4,
and then you can always get the queen to g2 to try to exchange the queens. Still seeing Anna as having a more comfortable position for the simple fact that you have some pressure on the queen side, you have some more space on the queen side, and I don't see black's attack on the king side, right? I don't see the compensation for the lack of space. White slightly better. Again, we were discussing the strategy of these two players at the beginning of the show. Carissa definitely wants to get a victory in this one. Anna is a little bit vulnerable. In this one, she hasn't really scored very well in the tournament. Carissa wants to take advantage of that. Anna says, okay, I'm going to blackmail you with the tournament situation. I know you want to win. I'm going to play a very peaceful, very simple position. I want to keep things simple, keep the structure symmetrical, and that's what she's doing in this one. I like what Anna is doing. So looking at these two games, Begim not doing very well right now against Irina. Definitely Irina with the higher chances. And Anna, Carissa still battling this very complex situation.
Well, as you came into the show, you said in the head-to-head matchup between Irina and Begim, Irina is actually maybe Begim's most difficult opponent.
Yes, yes.
And and we were talking about the challenge that she would have, the mindset that she would have. And you said just play solid, because take a look. I mean, 2 wins, no losses, 2 draws, 3 out of 4. And Meatloaf said 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Those 4 games,
4 is great.
those 4 games were in fact the American Cup.
Okay.
And she eliminated her twice, not once, but twice in the American Cup. So definitely a very difficult opponent for Becky.
Exactly. And then again, as you were just pointing out, the Carissa matchup between Anna and Zatonskih, they've never drawn one another. I mean, decisive games all around. Out of the 3, they played 3 out of 3. F2, F3 on the board, by the way, in the game?
No, not yet. Queen to H. I mean, it's Anna. She's going to spend some time.
But one thing I was actually looking at, Anna has 40 minutes. Which is a lot of time, given it's move 17. I was expecting maybe a little bit less.
Yes. Still Carissa, almost 20 minutes more than Anna, but definitely Anna keeping it close. And that's important because, again, Anna has been allowing herself to go down to her last 5 minutes with 20 moves to go.
It's cost her points.
That's not practical. You cannot play at the highest level of this competition like that.
No, exactly. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Jennifer Yu and Alice Lee. Alice Lee came into this competition as clearly one of the favorites. Alice Lee was having
it was
a year
pick,
of her life.
Right?
Oh, yes, and a very, very good pick. Insightful, shows understanding. Not even close, because Begim and Carissa ran away with the tournament. But she's up against the defending champion, Jennifer Yu. You know, Jennifer is... there are just players who love to fight. And I look at Jennifer's games, and it doesn't matter if she's like in last place, she's in an Armageddon. She's just fighting all the time, and it's great to watch.
Incredibly strong at the end of the tournament. I think at the U.S. Championship, she always wins like last 3 rounds or something. She just has a really strong finish.
She's up against Alice Lee. She has the white pieces, castles. Let's just catch up with what they've done. At this exact moment, you just got to like White's position. White's got this center pawn duo in the middle of the board. It would be very, very nice if we could somehow establish a knight on e5 and the other knight coming to f3. She played e5. Now, this is a very committal decision, of course, and her intention was to settle on 2 key outposts, the d6 square and this c5 square. In return, Alice says, hey, I've got a pretty nice outpost myself, knight f4, and let me eliminate your knight too, and I'll go back. Now, the question is, do you want to take my knight? Nope. G2,
I think the
G3,
bishop is very strong on e4.
Rook a7, an indication that just a little bit uncomfortable with the pin. At the same time, she just didn't want to give up the a file by just moving away. Knight h4, and we've caught up with the players. Your immediate take on this one, Kate, if you would rather have white or black?
I would rather have white.
You like the space.
I like the space, I like the bishop. I'm not sure how to continue, but now seeing knight h4, I feel like Jennifer wants to play f4 and f5.
Okay.
Just to push and get to active position.
The other way I would look at this move, I mean, she hasn't given up her ambition of getting a knight to the d6 square, so I'm going to make a very bad move for Alice. That is a very bad move. Alice that will not play that move, but one idea that Jennifer could have is
finally get to that
you
d6
get
square.
to the d6 square, but eliminate the knight on the way so that the e6 pawn gives up the control of the f5 square, and the knight settles comfortably on d6. I like Jennifer's position too, but I'm a little bit undecided about the move e4, e5. That's one of those things I'll tell you in 5 moves whether or not it turned out to be a good decision.
Yeah, because it allows a lot of captures and that frees up black's position.
Exactly.
Right, so sometimes maybe we can wait, but I think Jennifer is doing okay here, more than okay.
For sure. Rook d7, by the way, an indication that bishop takes, rook takes. She's not ready to allow the knight to f5. Ashritha versus...
That's an interesting position, very open.
Wow, I'm just still, how did the players get here? Somehow there was a knight on f5. That's interesting. And talk. And this, I think black is actually doing pretty okay here.
Yeah, because it's getting the knight to c5.
Yes, the knight can come to c5. Maybe the queen can, I don't know, even settle on the h4 square. If I could get those moves in, I think I'm preferring
But how fast
black.
are you? So if I go queen f3 right now,
Okay. Oops.
I will allow
It's
you to
actually
capture
black.
the knight.
Okay, I'll start with knight c5 because I want to bring the knight. You want to go queen f3
Yes,
in
queen
this
f3.
case? Okay, let's go. Let's have some fun. Queen h4, gift me the bishop. I want to bring my rook to e8. Maybe.
So wait, I can, if I want, I can capture on e5. Let's try it. Let's
go. Yep.
Knight b5.
Knight b5 and f5.
Okay, d6.
d6. Okay, I do get to fasten a knight on the d3 square, but should I play rook d1 or rook d8 or not as a prelude? I'm having trouble here. I see 2 attractive options, right? Queen can come to c4, pawn can come to d3, and I could just make developing moves. So let me make a developing move. No, queen d5. Excuse me. Queen d5. Apologies. You got me. Queen d5.
I didn't even see that move,
Yeah,
but yes,
yeah.
that's
No.
a good one.
No, that was because I was leaving a pawn on pre. The training is don't leave pawns on pre. Queen c4. Jump in on this one, Cristian. How does the engine like the Ashritha versus Atusa battle?
Let's take a look. Equal. 0-0.
You're
guys.
okay.
All right.
I'm not coming to you anymore.
Exactly. But I'm coming to you right now.
Right.
All right. I'm going to quiz you.
Quiz.
Put yourself, both of you, in Fabi's shoes, right? You're
Fabi's
in the situation
shoes.
where you're a point up going
I feel
into the last
great.
couple of rounds. Excellent. Now you're looking at this position. This is the Hans Niemann versus Wesley So game. How do you assess it?
Well, black just did a great thing for himself.
Okay.
He went A3 takes B2. So he improved his pawn structure tremendously.
Okay. How would you assess his chances, Wesley's chances to win this game?
Win is strong. I wouldn't say it's winning, no. I would say maybe more comfortable.
All right.
Yeah, I also think that it's slightly better for black.
Yeah,
I like
but-
the pressure on the d3.
But
and-
both sides have weaknesses. The E pawns are doubled and C7 is vulnerable.
Okay, perfect. Now you go back to your board and you have this position. And by the way, excuse me, not this position, because he just played the move. Bishop to c3 was the last move that we've seen. Take and take with the b pawn.
Wow.
That's
Knight b6 is coming, be careful.
a remarkable move.
Rook a b8 was played. So now you see that Wesley, slightly better, may be playing for a victory with the black piece against Hans Niemann. You have the option of signing the score sheets basically right now. Knight b6, rook c7, knight d5, rook d7 or rook c8, knight b6.
And then that's your
and we make a
repetition
draw.
or draw.
Right. You at least eliminate, or very close to
Mishra's
eliminating
out.
Mishra, right? At
He's
least for the type.
For the gold medal.
Of
yeah.
course, for the gold medal. Or you can also play this move, c5, that was just played in the position of pawn sacrifice.
Wow.
And throwing the gauntlet immediately. And he
Okay.
says, yeah, you know what? I want to clinch the title today. He's playing c5, and this is a great move. Best move by the engine, by the way. The idea being that if you do take with the pawn, you're opening up the d file, and that's more than enough compensation. In fact, that's decisive compensation for a white. Knight to b6, rook to c7. I can start with h3. I can also throw in this nice idea, knight to g5. Where do you put the knight? If you go back to f6, e5 is coming, but I can also throw rook d1 first. Where does the queen go? e8 most likely, e5, e6. Domination, complete domination. This is game over, right? e6, knight to d5 is an option as well, but this is more than over. So, what do you do after knight g5? You took, I attack your rook, you save your exchange, knight g5.
Yeah, knight h6.
Where do you put the knight?
Yeah, knight a, I don't have any squares, right?
If you go here and you try to go knight d7, I go once again rook d1.
Queen e8, what else?
Queen e8. f4.
Knight d7.
Knight d7, knight d5. Everything comes with tempo.
Rook
to c8, e5. I'm breaking open the position.
So
I'm checkmating you right now.
It just doesn't feel nice at all. No.
Not at all. Not at all. And this
White's
one
having
is,
all the fun.
Exactly. So c5 is the position right now that we have on the board. Fabiano is really taking matters into his own hands right now. He wants to win this one. He wants to win the national title today.
Cristian, I agree with you that d6 takes c5 is wrong. I'm looking at black's rooks on b8 and c8.
Yes.
I have to open up the position for my rooks. Knight c6 to e5
Knight to c6.
With the idea of rook takes c5, knight takes, f4.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not a very happy knight d7.
Question is how happy are you, right?
Yeah, you take my pawn.
And now
the
I
knight
go
is
F5.
on d5.
I continue, yes.
You just continue.
I continue pushing.
So
I want to break the position open as fast as possible.
Your knight on d5 is really good.
Yeah, this position looks fantastic.
And the
for
problem
white.
is after you put the knight on e5, it's very beautiful and everything, but I do have ideas queen e3 at the right moment, f6. Knight is coming to e7 as well with a check, so you have to worry about that. Queen coming to h6. There's a lot of pressure in the position against black's pieces.
Wow.
It doesn't seem like you're well
I
coordinated.
was happy with the rook on c8, but the knight on d5 turned out to be a beast.
Yes.
By the way, Cristian, when you were talking about the c5 move and whether Fabi is going to repeat or not, I was thinking that, of course, maybe with a draw, he can also be clinching the title here, but he's looking forward to play the candidates. He wants to play the World Championship match. He wants to win it. Like, he needs to practice those difficult situations and not just settle with someone who is even lower rated than he is.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
absolutely.
Levon Aronian, also very similar philosophical approach that you want to be forged in, battle. And the more difficult battles you're facing and playing, the better you are when the candidates and the World Championships come around.
Right,
Because
you will
need
play
that
well in
ambition.
those critical moments.
Exactly. A great move by c5. By the way, what should Mishra play? Because the variations that you were showing.
Knight f6 is the best move. Knight f6 is the best move.
Get rid of that knight on d5.
But this is not a move you make.
It's
Almost
not
never.
an easy.
No, you almost never make this move because you see
Takes.
this
What
rook
do you want?
d1.
You kind of stop.
That's it, right? You stop. I mean,
Right.
do you really want to play with this pawn on d6?
Not especially.
I don't think so. No. First of all, I don't see him touching this knight and going to f6.
Right.
Like, from a practical perspective, this is not the move that anybody does. Just for the simple fact that you allow that pawn on d6, that's a thorn in your position for the remainder of the game. Not looking good. Yeah, so objectively, white is better. But even from a practical perspective, the position becomes extremely difficult to play with black. There's just simply too many things hanging in the air. And from my own experience, when I see this type of positions, I usually see them collapse for black within 5 to 10 moves.
Exactly.
So the next sequence of moves is going to be extremely important, whether Mishra is going to be able to calm the position down, maybe at the expense of some material disadvantage, but at least not get checkmated, not allow Fabiano to break through.
To his great credit, Mishra did not collapse against Shankland, and he had every right to collapse. In fact, he fought his way back and won the game. We're going to take a quick break. Why? Because we have a special guest in studio. We want to get set up for that special guest. We'll see you on the other side very shortly.
It's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. Well, as promised, we do have a very special guest in studio, the founder of the St. Louis Chess Club, Rex Sinkfield. Rex, they just allow everybody in studio.
Hello, Katerina.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Well, you were trying to get a special person. You couldn't find him, so you got me.
I know. We did our best. Rex, seriously, as we were coming into the show, we started talking, well, what do we want to discuss about? And I said, well, just, the list of things that you've done from the St. Louis Chess Club, the World Chess Hall of Fame, the St. Louis University, your trustee there. Then it started to become like, Rex, what aren't you affiliated with here in St. Louis? And you found one thing.
Well, I said Washington U, but there are a lot of them that I'm not affiliated with. A lot of hospitals, a lot of colleges.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of them. None of them want me, so.
Rex, I just got to say, the studio that was built here, it's just fantastic.
It is beautiful.
I know this is your first experience. What do you think with the new cameras,
I think it's great. What's really special about it, those who got the world's 3 greatest commentators.
I was fishing for that compliment.
I saw the hook. I grabbed it.
Very, very. Rex, another national championships. They're brilliant.
Yeah,
they just get better every year. The players came out.
Yep.
They're fighting so hard. What's your...
Looks like we're going to have a repeat national champion.
Right. With
possibly in the open section.
Right.
Yeah, the way Fabi's doing, a point ahead.
Exactly.
And I think he's doing well today in the game, you were saying.
Exactly,
and
against
who was
Mishra.
your pick at the beginning, Rex?
Am I not supposed to be? Notice I said... We're not picking any favorites. Notice that I said, am I not? I didn't say, aren't I? People say that to sound intelligent, but it actually makes them sound stupid. Okay, I vented on that.
But you've dodged the question.
Am I not supposed to be officially neutral?
I don't know. I didn't want to put you on the spot, so let's scratch that question.
All right.
Okay.
One of the things that you are on is the U.S. Chess Trust.
Right.
One of the things that the U.S. Chess Trust does is administer the Sanford Fellowship. One of the things about the Sanford Fellowship is over the years, they've given away so many of the scholarships for the Trust. Then the Trust has supported, check this out,
wow,
of all the women's champions,
Holy
of the
smokes.
U.S. champions, these are winners of the Sanford Chess Trust. They get a special amount of money, a large amount of money to do training. And you can see, you've just...
And we have all the players, Irina, Krush, Carissa, Alice Lee, Jennifer Yu, they're currently playing in this tournament.
Yes.
Exactly. Alice Lee and Mishra, 14
Look
years
at the
old.
Men. Every one of them's
I know. I mean, it's almost like a crystal ball. If you want to know who the future champions of American chess are, just look at who won the Sanford Fund.
We're like a training tournament here, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. So congratulations on that performance. Now let's talk about the St. Louis Chess Club for just a moment. I mean, COVID ruined everybody, ruined everything. We're coming out of that.
Right.
We caught up last year. We had the 14-player fields. We've got the Grand Chess Tour finishing. The Sinkfield Cup, I know that's something that you really enjoy.
I do enjoy it, right.
And tell us about what's coming for the club. in the
Well,
months
we
and
have
years
St.
ahead.
Louis Rapid and Blitz coming up.
Exactly.
And then the Sinkfield Cup. I think that's the biggie tournaments for the year then,
Yeah,
right?
that's the finish.
We get to hear Cristian Chirila, one of the world's greatest commentators.
Well, thank you.
Tell him that. I
Well,
mean,
thank you, Rex.
we already had Wesley So yesterday doing him a solid. I mean, you know.
Wesley loves me. I mean, thank you, Rex, for these compliments. I really appreciate that for sure.
Right? Okay. So you got the Grand Chess Tour. That's completed, but that will be continuing next year.
Yes.
I know that one of your great ambitions is, you know, a repeat of 1886 in
That's
St.
right.
Louis hosting the
That's
World
right.
Championship. So that's still on your...
That's still on my wish list.
Okay.
But I think we have to get a St. Louisan to be in it.
Okay. Might be...
And I think we have a good possibility of that. With
Exactly.
2 or 3.
So
Kate,
by the way,
jump
yeah,
in.
so we have candidates coming up. We will have Fabiano Caruana there who already qualified. We may have Hikaru Nakamura there who may qualify by rating, I believe. How amazing is that for, I mean, American chess and the possibility for having a world champion?
I think it's just wonderful. The only thing that would be more wonderful is if I qualify. But that won't. We don't have to worry about that.
Just a second.
right.
Let me call up Vegas and the
Yeah.
betting line.
Yeah. No, but if we have 2 candidates there, that's wonderful. Yeah. And it'd be the second time for Fabi.
Exactly.
It could be the first for Ricardo, wouldn't it?
He's qualified for the
Second
candidates
time.
before, and
Okay.
we're still not sure whether Hikaru will make it.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
We've got the Isle of Man.
Isle of Man is a big one that's coming up. Hikaru
Right.
and Fabiano actually are
Will
vying
both
for position
participate, yeah.
in that one as well. But yes, Fabiano guaranteed. He qualified through all the means necessary.
Yeah.
The World Cup, a rating, probably he's going to qualify through that as well. And he's playing the Isle of Man as well.
Right.
So he's trying to qualify through every single means possible.
Exactly.
Good for him.
Quick question for you. Now we're going to get some controversy. We're going to
Okay.
poke you a little bit. Bad boy of chess, Hans Niemann.
Oh.
He's in the tournament. You love it? You love it? You think it's great to have him in the competing?
I think it's great to have him. He's gotten a lot of bad, undeserved press. He's been unfairly criticized from many news vehicles around the world. I think it's just ridiculous.
Right.
And we have no experience with him cheating. There's no one here that I've ever heard say he's a problem that way, because he's demonstrably not a problem that way.
Exactly. That is absolutely true. I'm so happy you said that. That was just...
Thank you. I was hoping I got that right.
You did it really good. Kate,
Thank
you
you.
have more questions for
mean-
our founder.
Yes, I mean, one thing is really the U.S. championships. For me, you know, I transferred federation. I started to play for the United States, and playing those championships and growing through the chess of playing against strong players. I'm just very grateful for everything you do
Oh, thank
for
you.
us and for women's chess also, because I know you are supporting the women's Olympic team, national
Right.
team. Actually, I think the next year we are planning some camps to have together.
Right.
So I just want to say that we really directly benefit,
Thank
and
you. We're trying
very
to do
grateful.
a lot more
Exactly.
for women. They deserve it. And
Well-
chess needs it.
Well, one of the things that you've done is you've opened up your own home. I mean, Fabi had a training camp there, and I think the ladies
Right.
jealously said, "Okay, we'll have a training camp at your house too."
That's fine
So
there,
you're,
too.
you're going to be hosting
Yeah.
the U.S. women's team
And
before you know
was,
it.
Wesley was there for a month. Some years ago, my
Right.
grandson, who's now 10, was 5 at the time, and Wesley played him, of course, and
Right.
toyed around with him. And so I asked him later, I said, so what do you think about Wesley? And he says, oh, he's good, but I beated him.
Boy.
And you know, the club also organizes a lot of like summer classics, spring classics, a lot of other tournaments
right.
to grow new talents, new generations of chess players. So what do you say about Alice Lee and Abhimanyu and Mishra? I mean,
my
such
goodness.
superstars.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about new talent. We've got some incredible new talent right here, and if they keep coming along at that rate, it's just hard to imagine
Exactly.
what's going to be there and how good they're going to be.
Rex, I just want to say thank you so much for everything
you, sir.
do.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
absolutely
you.
Thank you.
wonderful, and keep it up. Just keep it up.
You're both very kind. You still don't know what the hell you're talking about.
We got that. Here are our current standings as we're in round 10 of these national championships. The ladies have just been incredible, Kate.
Absolutely. Begim Tokhirjonova storming through that tournament, 5 consecutive wins, 8 out of 9. I mean, this is a dream tournament for her. And for Carissa, who however made a draw yesterday, so now she's 7.5 points out of 9. And then there's a two-way tie for the third place. Irina Krush and Alice Lee with 5.5 points.
And in the open section, Kate, Fabi.
The boss, Fabiano Caruana, 6.5 points, and now having a really pleasant position. So he may be going to 7.5 points. But then there is a three-way tie for the second place. Wesley, Leinier, Dominguez, and Abhimanyu Mishra with 5.5 points.
Absolutely. And that game, Fabi and Mishra, so crucial as you see our tournament standings. Mishra with the black pieces, a point behind, but at the moment suffering because of this move F2, F4, Cristian.
Mishra is in trouble,
hitting
guys.
that knight.
Yes.
And we've seen the reflective powers of the knight on D5 versus the knight on E5, and it's a one-way ticket.
Absolutely, you put it brilliantly, and that's the key difference in the position. That knight on D5 compared to the knight that's being chased down the board, this knight on E5. And while you start moving your knight away and try to escape, I'm going to continue my attack. And that's exactly what Fabiano is doing. F4, beautiful move by Fabiano, very natural move at the same time.
Well, yeah.
But I have to say, these positions, these attacks are not easy. You miss one beat, you miss one tempo, and then everything goes to waste. That's not the case up to this point. So his timing as well in this game, Fabiano's timing, I mean, it's impeccable. And take a look at this, knight to D7. Immediately, by the way, he took on D6. He hasn't even thought. He probably already calculated while Mishra was thinking about the position. Take, and now we expect F5. Black's idea is, as you were mentioning, exchange the
knights. If
How
I
do
could
I stop
trade
it?
them.
F5. You cannot go knight to F6 because I
dream.
take on F7, intermezzo
Intermezzo.
with the check. I pick up the knight after that, and this is game over. All she wrote.
Clear.
There's absolutely no coming back from this. So it all makes sense. I expect F5. I don't think we're going to see anything else. What Fabiano is looking at right now is ideas for black to try to cement the position as is and get an active knight on E5 as well. It's a beautiful knight, but unfortunately you don't have that many targets. It's a very defensive piece for the moment. It's a good defensive piece, but that's all it is. And my knight on D5, on the other hand, it's an offensive piece. It controls the position very well, but it also has the potential of jumping to E7, maybe jumping to F6, getting involved into the attack against the black king. And that's critical for this position. Something like Queen E3, we were discussing it. We were actually in this position a few moves ago when we were analyzing. The queen is coming to H6. Might keep this option in my pocket. Do I want to take on G6 and jump with the knight to F6 to give a check and maybe do the checkmate via H7? Or do I go F6, support this attack with a queen coming to H6, and then also have ideas of knight to E7? It looks like a dominant situation right now for Fabiano. And by the way, guys, if he wins this one, and Leinier and Wesley with the black pieces don't win their games, we have a champion.
Cristian, I have a question, because I feel F5, of course, it's a very direct move, but it is like a move that gives that E5 square. Can I wait and start with Queen E3, or is it really necessary to play so quickly that move F5?
Well,
because it is committing in one way.
I just don't want to allow the trade of the knights. That's why I play F5. F5, look, it's an attacking move, but it also is very much against that move knight to F6.
But if I play Queen E3, knight F6, and I go knight B6?
Right, you can go knight to B6, but again, rook to C5, and we see the difference. The knight on B6 is beautiful, but it doesn't have target. It was much better on D5.
So if I go rook FD1, now reshuffle to kind of target the D6?
Right, Queen E7 maybe.
Oh, E4, no, it's a problem.
It feels like you're getting something as black, right?
Well, again, if you just compare the knights, black just achieved something remarkable. The knight on D5 got chased away, and the knight on F6 is now a great defender and actually an attacker of the E4 pawn.
Again,
if you go back to the original position and you see that the pawn goes to F5 and you don't get to play knight B6, strangely enough, the rook on B1 happens to be perfectly placed, and you don't get to play knight F6, the knight on D5 lives. And once again, after knight E5, that's the crazy point, is that you could easily just compare the knights and say that they're equal until you realize that knight F6 check is so powerful, and there's no knight f3 check, that in fact, the knight on d5 is much superior.
Yeah.
Is a much superior knight. And I love this idea of queen e3 and queen h6. And I also love the idea, frankly, of f6 and knight e7 check and queen h6 as well.
G7 check.
Oh, it feels like Mishra's in bad
in
shape.
a world of hurt. But again, it's all about that timing. You miss one bit, you miss one tempo, you allow me to exchange the knights, and I'm back in the game, right?
Exactly.
My structure is fine for the moment. Your structure is a bit in shambles as white, but you have the dynamic play. And whenever you have the dynamic play, you have to play active moves. You have to play moves that create tension in the position, that create threats in the position, and that force black to defend. And that's what Fabiano is going to try to do.
It's funny, attacking moves cover up weaknesses, right? Like when you're giving your opponent checkmate, it doesn't matter that you're rook down, you've got double pawns, triple pawns, doesn't matter. You're on the attack. And f4, knight d7, takes, f5, white's going places. Let's check out the other two games because again, Leinier giving chase and Wesley giving chase. What's happening in those games, Cristian?
They look very, very compact, this one.
Dry.
Very balanced.
Yeah.
This one, dry, to my eyes. I mean, I understand. White has a slight edge because the bishops are better, right? Once again, we compare the quality of the pieces. This bishop is a defensive bishop, but it's a very good defensive piece, right?
True.
It covers the d file, it covers the e5 square. So I don't have any weaknesses. I didn't create any weaknesses as black, so I'm not expecting much more for white. I think we're going to see some trades via the A file. That's going to be an easy draw, in my opinion. For Dominguez, definitely, he doesn't have chances. I don't feel he has any chances to win this game.
The action seems to be in the Wesley Hans Niemann game.
Hans versus Wesley. Okay, this is a little bit different because at least Wesley has something to work with. Again, we see a battle between the weaknesses, right? The e5 and e6, the double pawns, are somewhat of a weakness, but white in return has a lot of weaknesses as well. d3, which is a backwards pawn. The pawn on a2 is a weakness as well, and I can transfer my pieces on the a file, try to create more tension on it. It's still not enough. The material is still quite limited. The structure is still quite compact for both sides. That is not enough for a big advantage for black. At the same time, it's all about the tension. Build the tension up to the point where your opponent has just a few minutes on his clock, still has a lot of things to cover and solve, and then, create more problems for your opponent. That's the ticket to success for Wesley. And he will try, because I think he's looking at Fabiano's position. He sees how dominant the situation is. He needs to win. He needs to follow through. If he doesn't win, then that's it. Again, Bobby is the champion. So he needs to stay close within striking distance. And let's not forget, Wesley is the one that has his fate in his own hands if he wins this one.
He'll play Fabi
with the last
tomorrow.
round match with the white pieces against Fabi. We know he can beat him. Wesley has defeated Fabiano at the Sinquefield Cup last year with the white pieces. So he can do that. He can definitely do that. As you can see, he looks a bit distracted. He's looking around. He was looking around just a second ago, perhaps looking at Fabiano's position. I think he will try to pile on the pressure on Hans in this one.
Well, the script writers of Hollywood may be on strike, but I tell you, somebody wrote the script brilliantly for round 11 tomorrow when Wesley will cross swords with Fabi. Hopefully it will be a game where the championship hasn't already been decided. But I must say that I like Wesley's position. To my eyes, it's kind of easier to imagine. C6, b5, you're kind of creeping.
Also playing with that idea, knight c5 to put pressure on that d3 pawn.
Yeah, knight c5. Also this rook on c3, even though it doesn't look like it's doing too much. In truth, you can imagine the rook swinging to b3, and that rook on a3 will be hitting both of the weaknesses on d3 and a2. I feel it's much easier to to play Wesley's position.
I
Kate.
agree. And, talking about good scripts for tomorrow, I think there are very good scripts written for round 10 in the women's section.
As well.
So what if we look at the game between Irina Krush and Begim Tokhirjonova, which is really important for the standings.
No question about it. When we left it, we really thought that the combination of a few moves by Begim, H6, kind of question, Queen E2, a little bit, Queen E7, pardon me, a little bit questionable there. And we thought Knight E5 and Irina was for choice. Takes, F4. This is very famous. Harry Nelson Pillsbury from the turn of the century, 19th century. And we had a lady who came to the World Chess Hall of Fame and says, I understand my great-grandfather has an attack named after him. I said, wow.
What's the name?
Well, my name is Pillsbury. Well, yes, he does. This was really cool. F2, F4. Well, we don't have to look too deeply into the position to understand what Irina is looking at. Knight E4, Knight D6. That's like a magnet. F4, F5. That, too, is like a magnet, with or without E4, E5. I think you also even mentioned that you found yourself attracted to rovers and Queen G4, Queen H5. In short, Irina is for choice, and that's also
captures
different.
that knight because she doesn't want to allow exactly what you said, the knight E4, but she is giving up a pair of bishops.
Yes, she is. And Irina said, I don't really have to go all in on the king side. I don't have to go E4, F5. In fact, I've got a beautiful outpost. Yeah, sure, maybe I'd rather have a knight on D6, but the rook looks pretty compelling.
Yeah, and the rook just easily slided to D1, D6. Now we double the rooks on the D file. And I think white is enjoying some very nice advantage because now we can even kind of push the bishop to B1 or immediately go as you are drawing, Queen D3 and go for that checkmate because the knight moved from F8 to B8, so it's no longer guarding that H7 square.
And again, just to remind our viewers who are joining us late, shame on you, but as we started our show, we did point out that Irina is kind of like not the best opponent for Begim, our tournament leader, as they have played 4 times in their head-to-head matchups, and Irina scored 3 out of 4. This position, look, I'm sorry to say, again, as you see...
Yeah, look at that, head-to-head. 2 wins, 0 losses, and 2 draws for Irina Krush.
They're having different paths in this particular tournament, but it sure feels to me like Irina's the one in the driver's seat. She gets to play Queen D3, provokes weaknesses around Begim's king. I really, really don't like it. Coach, how bad is it?
Oh, it's really bad.
It's really bad.
It's really, really bad.
I didn't think 3.
This is +3 advantage
wow.
right now. Bishop to C6. Again, white is doing whatever they want in this position. Yeah,
right.
Queen to D3, that idea that you mentioned. I can even start with ideas of B4 myself, right? And just solidify the position as is on that side. B4. Bishop to E1 is an interesting idea that the engine is recommending. It's all about improving the pieces, right? This bishop on C3 right now facing the pawn on E5,
it's not the best.
You can improve it.
Right.
How do you improve it? That's the diagonal to do so. Through bishop to E1, queen to G4, bishop to H4 seems to be the idea. And to be honest, once you see a queen landing on G4, let's make some moves, right?
A5.
A5, sure, why not? I cannot take that pawn. Let's assume I cannot take that pawn. Queen to G4, A4, right?
Right.
Bishop to H4.
Row.
It's game over. It's game over, guys. I mean, queen to F8, I go F5, I open you up like this just to give you an idea. Rook takes G6 might be an idea, but
you don't have to be overzealous about it.
I don't need to be overzealous. Of course, why not? Queen to G4, E6 is coming. Bishop takes G6 is a big problem again.
Bishop G6. Oh,
I've increased the quality of all of my pieces. That is something that I always tell my students. Try to look for those type of ideas whenever you're playing your own game. Which piece can be improved? Oh, the bishop on C3, okay. How do I improve it? Oh, via H4. Okay, let's go there. So that's an interesting move that Irina has at her disposal. Again, it's a position in which Begim doesn't seem to have an active plan. And that might be very problematic because, okay, I understand. You put the rook on D8.
Yeah, let's try to trade the rooks for black.
But you cannot.
You cannot.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
Queen H3 threatens mate.
That's a problem. Yes.
It threatens mate. That's your rook.
That's
Check.
a-
Mate.
so it's a double attack.
Exactly.
Very extreme.
You don't have rook d8. I mean, you will have rook d8 if you play g6, but that weakens your position even further. So, yeah, I don't see the plan for Begim. This is all Irina in this particular matchup. And guess what? That opens the door for Carissa. Hey, I can jump over Begim with a victory. So I might as well try to do that. And guess what? She's winning right now.
Really?
What happened in the
Carissa
position? It was
is
such
winning.
a calm position.
Exactly. How did the pawn get to h4? Oh.
So she played h4.
And
right now, I mean, don't touch that.
No, you play
never touch that
g4. In the worst case, you would play g3, g4.
She took it.
I would not.
I would never take that pawn.
I'm a pawn grabber, and I wouldn't like to take that pawn.
Sorry, but bishop to b5,
Right.
rook h8. That's
Which
a
is
better
where
square.
the rook is going anyway.
Bishop to c4, queen to f6. That's
Which
where
is
my
a
queen
better
was going
square.
also.
Knight f4 is on her agenda.
She's helping right now Carissa achieve
Enormously.
the maximum out of her pieces. Once again, there is only one, the rook on a8 that's not playing an active role for the moment. Everything else, even the bishop on c8,
Bishop h3
is ready to go to h3.
You take the knight.
This is really bad for Anna Zatonskih right now, and Carissa with a victory and a potential loss by Begim. She will surpass her in points. And if we look at the head-to-head for the last round as well, that's going to be an intriguing one because Carissa will be facing Ruiyang, but guess who Begim is going to be facing? Jeffery Yu, the defending champion.
Right.
So she has a very difficult finish ahead of herself right now. Difficult position against Irina Krush. Tomorrow, another difficult test against Jeffery Yu. Carissa is looking to take full advantage of that difficult finish line.
Wow, and if I'm Jeffery Yu, I'm just relishing the chance to upset the tournament leaders. I'm looking at Irina's position. I just have to say, by the way, I love the idea of queen g4, bishop e1, and bishop h4. It forcibly reminds me of this marvelous book, My 60 Memorable Games by Bobby Fischer. He's playing against Igor Petrosian. Fischer's suffering. He's going, this is terrible. I hate my position. I want to do this. I want to do that. Petrosian's pieces are so good. Suddenly, Petrosian stirs a pot, and a good piece became better. It's like Bobby says, "What's up with that?" Then Petrosian stirs the pot, and also a very good piece is improved. And Bobby is like, what the hell? But, like all the guy does is keep improving his pieces. And if you look at the bishop on c3, we understand exactly what Cristian meant. The bishop's view is blocked.
And I really like that we start with bishop e1, because if we start with queen g4, we kind of allow maybe that rook d8.
Right.
Right, so with bishop e1, I'm not allowing to rook d8, so I'm waiting then to immediately play queen g4 and bishop h4.
Exactly. I've made an illegal drawing of my arrow. I'm saying the bishop on c3 stands behind the pawn on e5. But if I could leap over the pawn and just put my bishop on f6, it's like splat, it's game over. So the idea of bishop e1 and, to go queen to g4 and bishop h4 and then put the bishop on f6 is so compelling. And then to the point that you're making, you do it in an exacting way. You play the move bishop e1, just as you were saying, so that the move rook d8 is met by queen d3. And we've already seen the double attack of mate on 2, mate in 2.
And Black is really suffering for not having that dark square bishop.
Oh, big time.
To really control the d6 square.
Exactly. And I think Irina is fully aware, as I do think Begim is also fully aware, things have really gone off the rails. One of the things that I find a little bit awkward for myself, if I was in white shoes, I just can't help but make the move queen d3 immediately. Kate, it's one of those things, when I get you to play g7, g6, I just look across the board and I go, ha, 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 ha. Wait till my dark square bishop lands on the f6 square.
I don't want to hear that ever again. Please,
you got
don't do that
again. The evil cackle, my bishop is coming to f6,
I'm scared. I'm very scared right now. All right, so that's how you were in your times while you were playing and getting those nice advantages.
I can't do it as a...
By the way, we spoke about Jeffery.
Yes.
What if we look at her game? Because we
Sure.
talked about her having a
Wesley.
really strong finish, and now she started to attack on that king side as we were expecting.
Knight
By the way,
H4.
Queen D3 in that Begim game was played.
Also,
Yes, yes.
for Irina, I just don't know how you avoid playing that move. It's just so compelling. Jumping back to Jennifer Yu versus Alice Lee, very much, I love what Jennifer did there. Somehow she finagled and waited for the rook on A8 to move away from the A file. Only then did Jennifer open up the A file. So her rook was improved. We were talking about trying to get the knight to F5 and D6. No, Alice isn't going to allow that. But the second idea that we talked about was running the F pawn up the board. And we have caught up with the players right now. Your take, who improved their position of their pieces? Kate?
So I'm worried about the queen being trapped on G4, but
Trapped?
well, if I can get H3, maybe King G2 and H3.
Hold on, big
Problem with the bishop, right? The queen is attacking the bishop, so.
For me, this is a very perplexing move by Jennifer because I kind of thought that her intention was to take on E6. If you take with the knight,
Then we have the F5 square,
which
right?
is what we
and
all-
the D6 square,
and-
similar to Irina Krush game.
and then if you take with the pawn, well, maybe I'll trade. But
And
wait
a lot
minute.
of light squares are weak there.
But to my mind, you know, this is a double attack, and it's very, very serious. Like, I don't think Jennifer started this whole kingside operation with the ambition of just simply trading. No, that's not what
Yeah,
you
no, I
want
don't
to do.
think so.
You're not happy here. But on the other hand, if you defend,
But it's not easy because exactly now the
I'm
pawn
taking the
captures on
pawn.
F5.
I'm not going to discuss knight f4 as a way of maybe tripping you up as well, but tell me how Jennifer doesn't lose material after this move, queen g4. Was it a blind spot?
I mean, it feels like it. I'm looking, can I capture on E6 first?
Okay, now the big difference is a moment ago the knight was ready to go
Exactly,
there.
I was much happier to capture when the knight was on H4.
Exactly. Now you've allowed knight takes e6, and with the knight no longer defensive but offensive role.
And if I go even like Queen E2, you jump with that knight immediately to F4.
Alice looks.
Maybe that was just a blunder?
This looks dangerous for Jennifer. I don't know if we can get a bird's eye view of the players there. I see Jennifer is like over her pieces and looking like a hawk. Coach, I think there was a blunder. There was a miss here for Jennifer and allowing Queen G4.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, Alice looks pretty good in this position after Queen to G4. I don't really see what you're going to do as black.
Exactly.
As white, excuse me.
Things looking good. But you had
I'm looking
Fabi Mishra.
Yes, the marquee matchup in the open section.
He did play F5.
He did play,
as
follow
expected.
it through with the attack. Queen to G5.
I think that's a good move.
It looks good. Yes,
Right?
it definitely looks like a good practical move. And now Rook to F4 came on the board. And Fabi is essaying what is called caveman chess. What you want to do is basically triple down on the F file.
Right.
Take on G6 and take on F7. And you're saying that your opponent doesn't really have a lot of ways to stop you from doing that. So for example, knight E5 looks
Very
nice,
reasonable
right?
move.
Probably we're going to see this move.
Right.
Actually, we just saw this move being played.
Right.
We expected it. Take on G6, take on G6. Rook to F1, I'm going to double up.
B5.
B5, sure, why not? Queen to F2, or perhaps right now that you play this move, B5, maybe Queen to E3 is an idea as well.
I was seeking to defend with the move Rook B7.
Yes, that's a very good defense. So now maybe I can redirect my attention to the H file.
Whoa, that's not fair.
Knight F6,
That wasn't
Queen
said
H3,
before.
Rook
Well,
to
I was going to go
H4.
Rook B7, but he's going to go Queen H3, Rook H4, and he's
By the
going
way,
to
if
crash.
you do this, for example, try to defend against checks,
No.
that's a problem.
That's
Rook
a
takes
problem.
F7, right? Take,
Right.
take, you can try to hide, but you're not really hiding. So this one, and it seems like Fabi is on the right track because he signaled his intention with this move, rook to f4. He understands that knight to e5 is coming on the board, but it seems that his plan is well put together already. In his mind, in his brain, he knows what he wants to do. And the engine is saying he's completely winning at this point. So with good moves, with precision, which he hasn't lacked in this tournament, I have to say. His precision has been off the charts.
It really is. His accuracy has not only been extraordinary, but one of the things that we understand about chess, if your opponent doesn't make any mistakes, you can't win.
Right.
And the number of mistakes that Fabi has made in the previous 9 games, in my opinion, you can't count them on 2 hands. I mean, maybe on one hand, his accuracy, his form, has been stellar.
But then he always finds the critical moves in those difficult positions, right? Like with Ray Robson, he found that, I think it was like knight d4, knight f4 in the end game, like the just best continuation just to close it and make a draw.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, he made
He
very
made,
few
against
mistakes.
Sam Shankland,
Sam
he
Shankland
had
was one of
winning
them.
position, but he had played so incredibly well up to that moment. I think he just thought,
Relaxed.
oh, I can
He
win
relaxed,
in this
yeah.
way, I can win in that way, and he didn't realize that he actually was still on a narrow path.
And
of
if you
winning.
think about it, even in that one, at some point it felt like it's getting dangerous for him.
And then he shut
pulled
it
the
down and
brakes.
make a perpetual
Immediately.
check.
Right.
Immediately pulled the brakes.
Sacrificed a rook.
That was a very practical decision as
Exactly.
well. So, except that one, maybe you could argue that the game against Sam Sevian, he had one moment that we didn't spot it. With the engines, with every help that you can have, we didn't spot that moment. He had one d4 at some point that was giving him a very significant advantage. But those are the only 2 that I can think of.
Right.
Outside of that, he maximized the potential of every single result that he had up to this point. By the way, guys,
It's
this
all
game,
going well for Carissa. It's just
Anna versus Carissa seems to be going downhill very quickly.
It soon looks like a forced checkmate.
yeah,
So many pieces around that
wait
king.
a minute, yeah.
Yes, this bishop, we were anticipating.
Queen takes.
Bishop f1,
Can I play just bishop f4?
Bishop f4,
Bishop f4,
knight
yes.
takes.
Okay, let's try it out. Let's try it out.
Knight
Knight
takes.
takes. Knight takes.
Now you can recapture my
But do
bishop.
you have
That's
a
checkmate.
checkmate?
Well,
I
bishop
have knight
takes
e2.
f1.
I have knight
That's
e2
knight
and
e2.
queen g2.
Okay, so that's the checkmate.
Get him, Kate.
All right, let's try to defend like this somehow.
But now I capture on f1 and I have knight h3.
Ooh, yes, you do. That's a checkmate.
That's my co-commentator, everybody.
It's not fun.
No, Christian will argue that he has a weak chess engine. I'm not going to make such arguments.
Okay, let me try this one.
I mean, we are doing
We are a great team.
You're doing great. You're doing great. It's, terrific.
terrific.
What do you do after this move?
We have to stop queen takes f7, so we got to go rook f8 on this one.
King
H or the other one?
Rook A. We think the H rook might bring
do
us
something in the
Serve
future.
you well. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Again, do you have any threats?
That's the thing. I don't know if we do. Bishop h2 check.
Maybe let's try to
Okay.
defend like this.
Yeah, bishop h2 check is just not there.
Okay, actually, Christian, instead of rook a f8,
Okay, shoot.
if I move back and if I
Yes.
play bishop e3 check, are you going to capture that guy or not?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting.
I don't think I want to capture. I don't know why, but in general, I want to keep my knight around. I feel it's a good defensive
Okay,
piece.
just a second. Knight f4,
No, but
queen
then
f7,
queen f7.
king h6. What's he going to do about the g2? He's got rook b2, but d1 is hanging, I thought. How does he defend g2? All of Carissa's pieces, it's like...
This is the perfect position, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Bees to honey. I mean,
Yeah.
they're just swarming the white king.
Not looking good. A
Not
lot of
looking
things seem to
good.
be working her way right now.
Carissa.
We're going to expect, well, let's see. By the way, rook d8 seems to be a winning move.
That is a very natural move, right? You bring another rook to the...
Bishop f4 is a very good move.
Play.
There is this move rook to d3, though.
Oh, wow.
Which, by the way, is not an easy move to see.
Wow.
And then it seems like this is forced right now. Take on h3 and get to this position, which
but
is still
that's
better
not-
for black.
Right.
But not enough.
Yeah,
Right,
no, developing that rook
Makes a lot-
seems
lot-
natural.
We
Very,
want
This
very
rook
much
d3
more.
is a
sensible.
really strong move, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's just go rook d8, eliminate that, get another attacker into the game. how do you improve your defense? You cannot.
No.
It's over. This is over.
Yeah, so Carissa still needs to be kind of patient here, right? Maybe not go immediately for checkmate like I did, but just say like, okay, let's develop the rook first. That's one of the strategies you do.
All the time in the world, though. 36 minutes against 12 minutes with a decisive advantage. She knows it. She feels this type of positions. She's actually won quite a number of games in this style.
He's attacking.
So she's seen this type of situations before. I don't think she's going to miss this one.
Absolutely. I completely agree as well. I just wanted to check in on Irina, because what Irina did do, by the way, is she did play the move Queen D3. And I mean, I just find that move so compelling because it does force you to play G7, G6, and all the dark squares around your king are compromised. With the move E2, E4, E3, E4, what's the idea behind that? Well, now the queen is ready to come over, tackle the H6 pawn, and we're back to our beautiful plan.
You know, I was just thinking when you were saying that you really enjoy that black is going to play that G6 and like suffer forever because of the dark squares. I was just briefly watching yesterday Trevor Noah's show, and he was talking about the Germans have this word Schadenfreude, which are people that you enjoy that other people are suffering.
Exactly.
So I was like, okay, now is
yes, yeah,
illustration.
and this is really, I mean, because I think you play enough chess games, you get into those positions where you look at a position and you go, oh my goodness, my opponent is going to plant a knight on f6 or a bishop on f6, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. And it's just like this realization that, you know, you're almost helpless. And it's extraordinary because up to this exact moment in this tournament, everything has been going Begim's way. Everything has been going Carissa's way. This is the first time she's been wrong-footed, Begim has, and it's terrible, actually. I don't think she's recovering.
It's really difficult even for black to find good moves here.
Exactly.
You can't play even rook knight d7.
No,
right?
I just rip it right off, right?
So you can't place anything on the d file, so maybe bishop b5, but that's really helping me move the queen somewhere where I want it to go anyway.
Which was something Anna just did, by the way, which I found terrible for Anna. She made this move bishop b5. She forced Carissa's rook to move to a better square. She made another
Bishop
move
c4,
forcing the queen
f6.
to a better square, and so forth and so on. So bishop b5, okay, I get it. You want to play knight c6 and knight d4, but I am, unfortunately for Begim's fans, I am moving with a tempo. Bishop h4 is coming with a tempo.
F5 is really coming at any moment.
It's all terrible. So it goes back to Carissa for a moment as we pick up on this game from Carissa. One of the annotations I made for Inside Chess. Remember, when you're attacking, think of your attack as a party, okay? Just make sure you invite everybody to the party. So I really do like this move, rook a8 to d8 a lot, because you're getting everybody into the party. And in this case...
And the rook on d1 is also one of the few pieces in white's camp that is actually really active and can become active on d7 in the future.
Yeah, and we also see rook d3 as a very important defensive. By the way, we did see a move Carissa played the move knight h5 to f4. She did not play rook over...
I think we see rook d2 right now.
Rook d2 on the board.
Yes.
Okay. So...
But wait, that bishop on h6 can be looking at that rook.
Greedily. I don't think I can I don't think I can exploit it. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean,
you can take on g2 with the knight if you really want to.
But can I have knight h3?
That's at least going to give you an exchange, right?
But king h1?
It's still not clear that I win in an exchange. I'm not greedy. If I do play rook d...
Wait.
Sorry?
When did you decide not to be greedy?
I wanted to play rook to d2.
When did that happen?
And then the re-education happened.
Just yesterday.
When
it
did
was
that
late
happen?
at night.
Oh my goodness.
I said to myself...
That's a lie if I've
Hold on, bishop
ever
takes
heard
g2,
one.
bishop takes g2. Where were you guys going? Take it away.
h1.
h1, king h1. I didn't see the... When did you?
No, I didn't.
Oh, good.
That's why I agreed with you. Rook AD8 looks very nice.
There you go. Christian, where's the, you dragged this back to this position.
Well, first of all,
No,
let's
I wanna
go
look-
back for just a second.
Okay.
Can we take on G2 if you really want to be greedy in the position?
With the knight?
With the knight, yeah.
And then the idea is to make a check and
Check
take the rook.
You still have Rook F2, right?
Rook F2 is a defensive move. Yeah. True.
So, do I have a way to get that exchange? If I really want to, I don't think it's enough, to be honest. I don't think that's enough.
Right.
For the position
I'm
that
just
I have.
saying that I wouldn't want to cash the chips in too soon after rook to d2.
I agree.
I just
Bishop takes
By the
G2
way-
is on the board.
which is on the
Bishop-
board?
Bishop takes G2. So
I
we're
mean, I'm a
missing
little
something.
surprised that Carissa is playing so fast.
Like she sees something in the position that she
She's
really
definitely seeing
likes.
something, yes.
So let's see what it is that we're missing. Bishop takes g2. What are we missing? Kate?
Well, you can go Queen E3
Oh,
now.
maybe she can also just capture on G2. Knight takes G2.
Oh my goodness. What are
no,
we
queen
talking
e3
about,
check
guys?
is very good, guys.
Yes.
This
Exactly.
one,
That's it.
this one I can see.
Oh,
Okay.
that's it. That's it.
Wow.
Game over.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
really
beautiful.
very direct.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Yeah. It's over.
Wow.
I think you have to play with.
We are looking for checkmates. It's just great material.
Hey, look, I can do that.
You have to
very,
play with
very
the rook
well.
on G2.
So unfortunately for Anna, but that's now I'm not even sure I need the. Yeah,
Now I can
I'm
actually
gonna-
go Knight H3.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking too, like how bad. No, this is terrible
Rook
for
takes
Anna.
G2 was played.
Rook takes G2 is played, but
Knight H3.
I'm thinking
Let's finish this one off. Knight F2 and then Bishop,
Bishop
E3.
E3.
and now we're threatening a discovered check against the queen.
Oh, this is so sad.
This is terrible.
But we are also threatening Knight D1
That's right.
because then I block the rook defending the
right.
bishop on F1.
So you're threatening Knight D1 check.
So King H1 and I grab the bishop on F1.
Oh,
That's super nasty. Oh, my
Thank
goodness.
you.
I guess that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
I guess that's a good thing in this context.
Oh my goodness! So Carissa,
And she did give check Knight H3.
dinner for Irina is on Carissa. Should Irina win what we think is a winning position, and it sure looks like Carissa's winning this one as well. Bishop takes d2, rook takes g2 on the board.
By the way, she played Bishop
Knight
E3
h3 check, king h1, bishop e3 immediately.
first. Yeah.
With this idea of knight check and queen takes f1.
You just put your
Looks
pressure on opponent. Like
great.
Anna knows that Knight F2 is coming and
This
you
is
don't have
over.
even Rook B2 or something to prevent it
'Cause of
because
the
the
F1?
bishop on F1 is hanging.
You're
Absolutely over.
right.
Yeah, no. This is a dominating performance from Carissa, but I have to say she was aided by
Yeah.
Anna's performance. This was
True.
not great. I mean, she.
I just think
got a
that one
decent
move,
position.
pawn takes H4, that is the cause of all the troubles
It
that
fell apart.
Anna had in her game.
In 5 moves. From an equal, maybe slightly better position for white, completely in shambles in 5 moves.
Christian, I see that you have a game behind you. Levon, Aronian, Sam Shankland. Levon was
Well, at some
winning out of
point-
the opening.
You were mentioning, we have to invite people.
Everybody to the party?
Everybody to the party. He's inviting all his buddies.
He's got 3 buddies.
A lot of them on this side. Look at it. Completely dominating, of
Right.
course. Rook to d7, I think the game is pretty much over. I'm
Right.
trying to understand. King g8 is queen to a7, doubling up on the 7th. If you do take a pawn, unfortunately, that's too late.
mate.
That's a checkmate by force. And there's actually no way to defend against it. The best thing you can do is to exchange the queens. But then my friends are really coming,
Yeah.
right? C5, C6, B6, A5. This is pretty much over. Rook to E4. We're expecting rook to D7. I guess rook to F7 is the question. But then, again, you can take, queen to A7. What do you do next? Okay, I'll go back. Maybe I'll go to D4 as well. Protecting everything, attacking the pawn on F6. If you do try to defend, again, any sort of queen trades favor me. I'm pushing my pawns, promoting.
Wow.
And I still push my pawns, promote in the next few moves.
I'm
This one is
surprised
over.
to see that Levon is only 1 pawn up. It feels like he's 2 or 3 pawns
Yeah,
up.
just complete, absolute control
over.
going on here.
And he took
As-
on F7, by the way. In fact, this might be done very quickly. So perhaps we can see the bird's eye view just to see the shake of hands. I think we're going to see a shake of hands. Yeah.
For Sam Shankland, boy, don't we know this so well of our own tournament experiences, Kate, when, you just had this dreadful loss against Mishra from the previous round. You spiral. You just go on tilt. And by the way, Carissa is currently our new tournament leader.
Yes.
8.5 points out of 10.
Right. And by the way, Irina played that move, Queen H3. She followed it up with Queen takes H6. And she's currently just cruising as well. So
we may see a change of leaders in the women's section.
I think it's an absolute, actually, is what I'm expecting at this moment, as Irina looks like she's dominating the position. Back to the game of Fabi for a moment. We saw Ruka. Oh, sorry,
again,
this is Sam Shankland.
I do feel like we have to stay with this one just because it's going to be over, and this is the first victory of Levon Aronian in this tournament. So, again, yes, Queen to F2. And Sam is not a player that usually plays all the way until checkmate. Like,
right.
If he knows the game is over, he's going to shake hands. He's a fighter, but in this position, there's simply no chances.
But you really see him resigning right now, not even...
In a few minutes. I think we should stay with this one. I think he's the closest one to finish.
Okay. And Queen back to E5. Defending F6, that's the best he can do. But like you say, I mean, it's all about the three passed pawns.
C5.
Starting with C4, C5.
The thing is, at some point, once I get my pawn to C6, I can even take on F6.
Yes, exactly.
That's it.
Just to indicate. Ooh, even A5.
A5, A6 is coming.
I was thinking about playing A5 instead of C5, just to push the pawn that's kind of farthest away from the king.
Invite everybody to the party.
Exactly. To buttress the point that you were just mentioning, Cristian, A5. So from Black's point of view, his best chance of counterplay would lie in playing H5, H4, and exposing White's king. And just to play it as crudely as I possibly can, A6, H3, Queen takes F6. And this is more or less what you were indicating. Two passers that are just ready for promotion will overwhelm a rook.
I'm getting a queen.
Yes, exactly. So A6, A5, by the way,
F5 being played.
Okay, that releases the queen from its
There's no more queen
defensive
takes F6 ideas.
So we can expect A6.
Yep. Stops queen takes F6 too. Levon doesn't have to be asked twice.
Yeah, and he's not spending too much time on his moves either.
I once took liberties with Anatoly Karpov. Anatoly Karpov had sent me an annotated game where he had such a position, and I wrote on his behalf, "Let's get those doggies moving." And a lot of our readers for Inside Chess wondered what westerns Karpov had been seeing as a young boy.
By the way,
let's get those doggies moving.
Queen C7, we will see C5.
Is it time to maintain all friends on the board, or do we go B6?
No, let's go C5. Let's keep our friends.
We keep our
Let's keep everybody on the board, right?
No B6, no B6, A7. No, you like the friends.
I like friends.
And the thing is, C5 also opens up the idea of queen to A2 check.
Queen A2 check.
And look at
Sam is just disgusted.
Is disgusted, miserable right now.
Right.
I mean, look, it's been a tough event for him.
Sure.
It truly has been a tough event for him.
Right. I think he's left a lot of points on the board as well.
It started off with that game against Andrew Tang.
Yeah. Where he missed 94.
Missed 94. By the way, he
B6.
does not want to keep all the friends on
he
the
gave
board.
up. One was his friend.
A bit disappointing. I didn't want to see that C friend being chopped off the board. No.
You don't want to lose your friends. For Levon Aronian, let's be fair. I mean, he comes in as a huge rating favorite in the top four, most certainly. And this event I could say is a great disappointment, as if he wins today, and obviously he's a very big favorite to do precisely that, it'll be his first and only win of the tournament, and there it is, B7. And our congratulations to Levon as he climbs to 50%, but he's losing a lot of rating points here, Leinier, and you know, he's a great player. He feels something is missing in his play.
Right. No, but this is a good way to bounce back, to finish the tournament
finish
in style.
strong. Yeah.
In his usual style. I mean, we've seen this type of performances, like in this game from Levon, so many times, right? In our commentating career, he's been around the block a long time, right?
Yes, he has.
He's such an amazing player whenever he's in good shape. He hasn't shown it up to today's game, but I have to say, very confident finish in today's game. Definitely a point to be proud about for Levon in this one.
And we have a tournament leader in studio with you, Cristian, as Carissa joins us.
Carissa, congratulations. A big victory for you. Definitely a difficult one yesterday. You had a good position yesterday, but unfortunately you weren't able to convert that one. But finally, you got the full point home, and the way the other important game looks, it seems like you might be the clear leader going into the final round. Your thoughts and your emotions right now?
Honestly, I didn't take too close of a look at Begim's game, but it did look like Irina was doing pretty well. So, I mean, I'll just let that play out, and mostly I just want to focus on playing good chess. Yesterday I was like really disappointed for like not being able to convert that position, but I figured there's 2 rounds left, the tournament's not over yet, and today I just had to bring some good chess, which I think went okay.
Oh, you definitely did bring that. Did she surprise you with her opening choice, playing this peaceful setup with c3 and then immediately take on e5, or were you happy to see this?
Yeah, so I was expecting, I was totally surprised by knight bd2 first of all, and then there's like this moment where I was considering whether or not I should play d5 to stop e4 completely, or just go into some sort of modern. But I figured that, you know, d6 is sort of like the positions that I know best, and I'd probably be able to sort of find a way through it. Yeah, I don't really love this for black, honestly. Like d takes e5, these lines, they sort of feel like white's always slightly better with little to no risk. And it did feel that way up until she played g takes h4.
Exactly, yes.
Later on in the game, yeah. So I was trying to like put some pressure on her king side. And yeah, I felt g takes h4 was just weakening the dark squares too much. And it really let me sort of coordinate my pieces more, I feel.
And it feels
So,
like
yeah,
she was making moves that was attacking your pieces, but it was also helping you set up your pieces on the best squares in the position.
Yeah, I felt like bishop b5, bishop c4, that sort of sequence of moves. She was running super low on time already. And yeah, I just think queen c5 just doesn't really work, because after bishop h3, queen e7, queen takes f3, white's kind of finished over on the king side.
Yeah. Yeah, and you finished in style after that with knight to f4. You never gave her any chance to get back into the game. Tomorrow you will be facing Ruiyang with everything on the line. The championship is on the line. Your strategy tomorrow?
You know, I can't say too much, because who knows, Ruiyang might be watching this later. But again, hopefully I just want to, you know, give it my best chess. And if it goes well, it'll go well. And if it doesn't, then that's just the best I could do.
Guys, join the conversation.
What to say, Carissa? Seriously, congratulations. Your games with Anna in the past, no draws. You guys have been all decisive games thus far, and what can I say? Just really impressive chess. Kate?
I do have one question, Carissa. We were talking about maybe Anna trying to play kind of like a mind game with you, trying to play something very equal, knowing that you're going to push, you're going to risk, you're going to really try to win that game. Would that be your strategy, where you're going to really risk everything to win this game, or would draw be okay for you?
Yeah, that was definitely something I was worried about, and I wasn't going to I was going to try my best to sort of keep a complicated position with lots of pieces on the board, but if she kind of insisted on, going to like an equal endgame or something, then I'll just take the draw.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
Well, it went your way.
Yes, and a big game tomorrow, Carissa. Good luck, and we'll be watching.
Thank you.
Absolutely. As a huge game there, Carissa takes the lead in the tournament. Let's just jump into the game.
In style with black pieces, Irina. We talked about her being really dangerous in King's Indian defense, and now again she started that attack on the King side.
Yeah, exactly. And here's our new standings with that victory by Carissa. Carissa enjoying a half-point lead with Begim still playing.
Yeah, change of leaders here. So Carissa 8.5 points, 1.5 point above leading the tournament next to Begim Tokhirjonova.
Well said. And in the open section, Kate, can you do it again?
So here we have still the leader, Fabiano Caruana, with
Nice.
6.5 points.
Exactly, and that chasing pack. But it's all about Fabi versus Mishra, because Mishra is in that chasing pack of wolves, this 14-year-old phenom. What's going on, Cristian?
It's not looking good for Mishra in this one, and it hasn't been looking good for a long time. I think we left it somewhere around after rook to f4, and we were saying he's looking for a caveman chess approach. He's trying to double up, or maybe even triple up on the f-file, use ideas of queen to e3, and then discovery attacks as well against the queen on g5, and that's exactly what he did. Rook to c5, queen to e3, rook to f8, queen to h3. As you can see, he's shifting his focus on the other side. Rook h4 is coming. Rook h4 is coming, you're in trouble.
I'm afraid of takes and
Take
knight
and
f6.
knight f6 is coming. For example, if you make a normal
b5.
move, let's say b5, why not? Take, of course, you cannot take back with the f-pawn, you lose, but taking leads to a checkmate as well. So this is problematic, you have to sacrifice the exchange. Which
is what it did.
The problem is, this doesn't solve your situation at all. There's absolutely no compensation. I'm still checkmating you. Again, I'm going to take on g6, and then I'm going to go rook to h4. For example, let's play a stupid move, right? b5. I take, you cannot take with the f-pawn, and now rook to h4 comes, you're still getting checkmated. And in fact, how do you defend against this? Exactly. You can start with king to g7. By the way, rook to e8 was played. We're expecting this move to come along on the board. I'm starting to see some ideas. Okay, he probably wants to take with the f-pawn just to keep the h-file closed.
Okay.
That's why he moved the rook off the f-file. So he wants to take like this. I was looking at queen e6.
e6 check, I know.
Yeah.
Do you have a beautiful photo finish
There's no checkmate,
no,
right?
There's no photo finish.
The knight on e5 protects against that.
Right.
So what can you do? How do you increase the pressure? First of all, okay, what if I go this, threatening rook to f8?
Yeah, and come back with queen even to f2. Looks good.
If you go queen to e7, I invade.
Yeah.
Then I go queen h6.
This looks good.
Then I go rook e6. It's over.
I'm going to interrupt you to say we have a always fashionable guest in studio, Levon Aronian. Over to you, Cristian.
Levon, welcome back to the show. The last time we had you, made a draw.
last year.
Okay, that's mean, Yasser. That is very mean of you. But you said that you're looking to learn in these very tense situations. And today, I have to say, it feels like we've seen the old Levon back in the game. Just an impressive victory from you. How are you feeling right now?
Very good. Because I was not so optimistic with my tournament because I've been just not getting a play. And today as well, I think he kind of tricked me with the move order, so I had to settle for this bishop e3. Very obviously, I mean, it's not not a very manly way to play, but I thought, I mean, if I allow him to play knight d to g5, you know, I didn't remember what I really intended there. But then I got lucky because my opponent blundered the knight takes on e5, and then in this complication it seems that white should be better, and somehow I managed to convert that advantage.
So you mean at this point, obviously, it was a big blunder with the move bishop to e6. And we could see it. Was this a shocking moment for you? Because we know Sam for so many years. He's not a player that generally blunders in this fashion.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's very surprising because he's a very knowledgeable, very consistent, and a very good player.
Absolutely, but it still required some precision for you to convert, because he was trying to make it difficult, this move knight to g4, trying to change the dynamic of the position, but you did find this idea of f3, queen to e1. I think this was a very powerful move. Give us your thoughts about this position and this particular sequence.
Yeah, I couldn't really figure out if I should settle for d and take on f7, or should I settle for this position. It's very difficult to understand which one is actually
you mean this one and take on f7?
Yeah, because this is also kind of interesting.
It's a great advantage.
And takes, and knight c4, knight e5. I saw this stuff. But I told to myself, you know, I don't know. What if it's nothing and I'll regret it? So I thought not to spend too much time thinking, and I saw this 3 queen e1 c4 should be slightly better for me because I play knight e4, and queen d4 came as a surprise actually, the move that he played, because I thought instead he should play knight h5, and the position is far from clear. Of course, you know, I mean it's better for me, but after queen d4. It's already that I have no chance to go wrong, you know? I'm more or less playing in a safe and joyful mood here.
No, absolutely. And you show that with your last few moves to finish off the tournament. Still one round to go, still plenty of chances coming your way for sure. But we were talking about this position, and Yasser was telling us this story about inviting all of your friends to the party. You are definitely inviting all of your friends on this side to the party. And you did all the way until there was a coronation. Congratulations, Levon. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, folks.
Yeah, our congratulations to Levon. I'm going to jump quickly to the game of Hans Niemann and Wesley So, because again, Wesley is one of those players trailing by a point, and if Mishra could do some upsets, you know, he could be in there with a shout. When we left it, we're more or less here. No, I think the queen just came back to d6, and we thought that Wesley was for choice. We just didn't know exactly how much. So I'm toing and froing back and forth, and then came this big moment with d3, d4, and Wesley spotted what he thought was an opportunity to sacrifice an exchange, and I must say, it's very easy to lose your nerve. You see knight e5, you see knight takes f3.
Scary.
Absolutely scary. And, whoa, that...
Wait, is that a forced checkmate or just going for a draw?
I was about to say, I thought knight e5 was his intention. He went queen takes f3, and he just went for a perpetual. Wow.
Wait a second.
That kind of threw me off.
Can we go again? Queen e2?
Yes. So you think, okay, so this is the check, queen e2.
Yes, and now can I go rook f2? What are we missing?
Stop. Let's stop and think about this.
I think check and e5.
Check.
That might be a problem, yeah.
How are we? We don't want to play g7, g6. We know that. But then we've got another check.
So do you think that is what Wesley missed?
Yeah. No, I think he just wanted to make a draw.
You think so? But
like it's not better there?
I think he was ready to make a draw.
But for
surprisingly
us,
not, no.
For us, Christian, the exchange sacrifice looks very compelling. And after the move rook takes d4, and it looks like the players are claiming a 3-move repetition. And Wesley is certainly ready to accept it. We thought that Wesley sacrificed the exchange with the intention of knight e5. Why didn't he follow it up with knight e5?
Yes, knight to e5 is an option. The problem is I'm going to go rook to d8.
And
that's
I get
going
my
to
knight
exchange
to
the rooks, right? You go knight takes f3, I would say.
Right.
Or do you want queen takes f3?
No, knight takes f3 check.
Okay, let's go king h1.
And let's say...
You do have to be careful. I mean, queen b3 is coming, and that actually protects a lot.
Yeah, I was going to say knight g5, rook f8, queen f8.
Yes, but I think I can start like this. That's the problem.
And there is a draw is agreed.
Yeah.
I've won, what, only one pawn for the exchange?
Yeah, it's not that much. It's not that much, and the problem is that if your attack on the king side doesn't succeed, then you're in trouble.
That
for
was
the simple fact that the material is very limited.
I thought Wesley had an advantage, and then he just forces the perpetual. Quite the surprise for me. Let's jump to the game of Fabi for a moment. Again, Fabi is enjoying the proceedings. He's a full exchange up. That move, queen e3, that was proposed by Christians on the board. He's looking to make a discovered attack against the queen. Mishra's queen dropped back to d8, h3, like that. Just making
Yeah, sir, I think... I hate to interrupt you, but
Please.
I think we have really cool game now with Nazi Paikidze and Talia Cervantes. Can we just take a look here?
Absolutely. Again, these two players have not had a successful tournament, but boy, they're trying to create a brilliancy, aren't
Look
they?
at that. We were talking about that brilliancy. Oh, and Black just lost the queen.
So essentially, Nasi was throwing the kitchen sink.
Like the rooks are attacking, ready to somewhere sacrifice on h5, sometimes even playing e6 to kind of weaken the g6 pawn, maybe sacrifice rook on g4 for the knight.
Queen d3? Not a fan.
But then
Why do I play queen d3? I'm just walking into a discovery.
Just game over?
Yeah, I mean, the big question had to be queen takes e5, doesn't it? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand.
Okay, queen takes e5.
Okay.
Then we have knight takes h5.
Okay.
Pawn takes.
Yeah.
Rook takes.
And now you're threatening rook.
And
you're
knight
threatening
e6
knight
maybe.
e6 check.
Queen h6 there. I mean,
okay. Do I want to bite with f5? You probably still play rook takes g4 as well. Okay, but this looks terrible because she did play queen d3, knight h5, and whoop, there goes the black queen. And, well, queen takes d3, or is eyeballing h7. It looks like white's
because black has maybe check on
through.
c8, but the king is kind of very safe on b1.
Just a second. Can I even play for a forcing mate? What do I do? Check. You got to take, right?
Mm-hmm.
Check.
Yeah, this looks good.
If I go to f7, you also capture the pawn on h5.
But that opens
over.
up.
That's a checkmate.
That opens the rook, and that's all she wrote. So maybe it's just. I mean.
Maybe it's just game over.
Yeah, Nasi threw the kitchen sink.
And it worked.
And it worked. Doesn't always work, Christian. Doesn't always work.
On the board. But guys, Begim might actually be back in the game.
No way.
Yes.
We thought she was all but
This is the position that we have right now. Look at this pawn on c3. Where's your checkmate, right? We've simplified the position a little bit. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see exactly how these ladies are experiencing this moment right now, because this one is not clear at all anymore. And take a look at the time. 4 minutes for Irina, 16 minutes for Begim. Still a few moves to go. 6 for Irina, 7 for Begim. But this one is no longer easy.
Because we used to see the the black queens somewhere passive, and now it's pretty active on h5. And I mean, that pawn on c3 with the supporter on b4, those pawns are very dangerous.
So what if I go c2 and a rook to c3?
Okay, so who's on turn?
Black.
Black to make.
Knight to a3, queen to d3 were just played. c2, rook to c1. Let's go rook to c3, right?
Right.
Okay, you go queen to d2, but your rook right now is completely stuck, right?
So what's your next move? No,
let's say I go a5.
Right.
By the way, a5, a4, and then if I manage to go knight to c4, you might be in trouble.
I'm sorry, but this bishop was supposed to be on f6 from. And by the way, I
believe Nazi Paikidze won her game
from the positioning
against
of the white
Talia Cervantes.
The white king. It looks like a victory for Nazi.
I mean, in this game, we were cherishing that Irina has a really nice position.
Put
All
the
Begim's
bishop on
pieces are
f6.
restricted, cannot do anything.
Put the
And
bishop-
suddenly this rook on c-file.
Well, it's not only that, but this black queen, as you were mentioning, was active. Why isn't our bishop on f6? Why aren't we simply checkmating Begim? I'm telling you, Begim's got more lives than a cat. This is round 10, and she's used 9. Maybe she's using a 10th life.
We did not expect this to be
Not
her
at
game,
all.
but right now things are turning. Definitely
And
in
with
this
the
one.
clock.
It's all
as
about the
well?
clock, yes. And we've seen Irina have some difficulties with the clock in this particular game, in this particular tournament as well. Remember that game against Ashrita? She was winning, but again, in time trouble situation, she completely messed it up in that one. And this one looks very close to that scenario right now.
Right.
I have to say, against Jennifer Yu, also,
Yeah,
in the heat of the
H4.
battle, allowing that move, rook to b2, that was just incredible. By the way, c2 is on the board.
Right.
She's throwing the gauntlet right now. And
The
again,
challenge is there, yeah.
maybe the engine is saying that white is still slightly
But
better.
the trend...
Who do you prefer in this position to play
No,
with?
for black, of course.
Black with that pawn on c2, right?
Well, and again, from the position, we thought, you know, it was close to +3.
Right.
So Irina, somehow she's like, she's not in the best of form. And as you were just describing, her game with Jennifer Yu especially, I thought that was remarkable. A3, A4, A5, A6, A takes B7, opening up the queen side,
And then
H4. Move that has nothing, no linkage with your previous moves.
And here we
No.
were saying how she easily can attack on the king side, right? But now there's no attack.
So one Carissa Yip is definitely back in her hotel room saying, whoa, 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 whoa,
What do I have to
whoa,
do?
whoa, 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 whoa. What
do I
happened to
have
my
to do?
lead in the tournament? I mean, I was supposed to, whoa, 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 whoa.
Still, this one is
C3?
not over. Very, very
No.
complex. I mean, the position is very, very
Absolutely.
interesting.
With
Still a lot to play for.
With Wesley so drawing, if Leinier were to draw his game, because we think Fabi is winning 100%, like it's just, then he's got the tournament
I don't see
clinched.
what else. I don't see what else is happening in the Leinier game right
Ray
now.
Robson is just is dry.
We were expecting this trade on the A file,
Mm-hmm.
and now, sure, you're trying to keep the queens on the board, but I'm chasing you around.
Exactly.
Queen D1, queen to C2.
I think a draw is inevitable in this
inevitable in this one, and that leaves us with the Fabi versus Mishra game, which is close to being over, because I'm ready to go to F8. And in fact, what if I go to F8 right now? What do you do? Crickets.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. Don't ask me, boss. I mean that.
Okay, queen e7.
What else? I've got
Queen
to.
E7.
I've got to at least stop queen f6 check.
If I want to. I don't think I want to.
You don't want to play queen f6?
And by the way, rook to e6 seems to be very strong as well. In fact, why don't I keep the rook on the 6th rank? That might be much more active.
Oh, hold on. Sorry. I think he did already play rook f8.
No, just rook c7.
No.
Rook c7 is the move.
And
Sorry.
perhaps we can see it on your board so that we see the cameras
As
above
well?
the players as well. I mean, this is about to be potentially the championship game.
Is
right
it?
here.
Right here.
If he wins this one and he seems primed to do it,
It's
over.
True.
Fabiano defends his title. When have we seen the last title defense in the US Championships? Because it always changes, you know?
Yeah. Whether it was Gada or Hikaru traded some titles.
Trading
and
blows
Leinier-
here and there.
Yeah.
By the way, we're hearing that
And-
Leinier
and-
and Robson are repeating the position, so we're probably going to see a draw in that one.
And
We
then
did not.
Fabli and Wesley kind of traded a few
It's also what
titles
Irina Krush. She probably won a few times in a
back
row.
to back.
Yes,
Yes.
She was dominant for a very long
for
time.
sure. But by the way, Ray Robson, Leinier, some repetitions.
There's a
By the
repetition
way,
we've seen.
in the Ray Robson. We didn't resolve the question of the round. Who was going to get into time trouble between Ray and Leinier?
Neither of them, because the
How is that possible?
was-
Two-time trouble addicts?
The position
Neither
was
one of
too
them?
simple. The position was too simple, and I have a feeling none of the players really wanted to destabilize it too much.
Right.
I think Ray is not happy with his result up to this point, and he's not willing to take any more chances, especially against such a solid situation, right? And Leinier are pretty much the same.
But then again, for
see
Ray,
handshake.
as we see the handshake, Ray reveals some very key novelty at
A4
A4,
and
A5.
Yeah.
Now the theoreticians around the world will all be busy trying to analyze what Ray crafted. Back to the game of Fabi, because I wanted to ask in this position, yourself, Kate, what would your approach be? Would you trade him off, rook f8, queen e7, queen f6
Not
check?
really. I was thinking about a similar plan to what Carissa did. I would just go h4, h5, h6, if possible. And I force you to weaken the pawn, or if you're going to capture on h5,
Hey,
then
queen
the
g5
is
check,
open.
and then life is good. I like your h4, h5 idea a lot. Queen b4, by the way, immediately pressuring the pawn was Fabi's choice. I think he has his. I mean, it's a
Also,
question
he's
of style.
defending the pawn on c3, right? So
Yeah.
maybe if Mishra plays rook d7, Fabiano can go h4.
Yeah, as well. We have special guest in studio, Cristian, as one of our commentators joins you, Nazi Piketsi.
Nazi, welcome to the show. We haven't seen you in a while. It was a tough event up to this point, but today you threw caution to the wind. You just wanted to have fun, it felt like. Was that the case?
Yes. Hi, guys. I've missed you so much. It's been a really long time.
True.
Yeah, I guess today I felt like playing very aggressively and figured neither of us have anything to lose, and let's just play some crazy game. And it worked out pretty well for me, yes.
Absolutely. And in fact, take us through your preparation. Was this h5 and a couple of pawn sacrifices part of your preparation? Was this over the board? How was it?
It's all over the board. I didn't know what to do after b5.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I did prepare h4 line, but I was just not expecting her to go into this Benko kind of line. So in the variations I prepared, I was ready to sacrifice pawn on h5. So here I figured, since I already wasn't up an extra pawn, it wouldn't hurt to sacrifice my own.
Why not? Why not? And that opens the lines towards her king. And how are you feeling about your chances right now? Especially after a long castle. I mean, making the move long castle, that must have felt quite good.
Yeah, I was very optimistic. I'm shocked to see that it says double zeros. I thought I was much better.
It's the usual. Yes, and where did you feel like you're finally taking over the initiative? It seems like your play is much easier. She was searching for her counter chances on the queen side, but they just weren't really happening. And finally you broke through, and it's still triple zeros, by the way. It seems with this move c3, which is unbelievable and very difficult to think that this is possible. Yeah. But she did not find that. She played the move queen to f5, and finally you broke through, and this knight e6 to finish off things was a very nice touch. Tell us a bit about this tournament. What went wrong? What are you going to do to adjust? What is your attitude going into the final round?
So I started pretty well, and then after the rest day, I felt like I forgot I was playing a tournament. I completely got out of the zone, I guess, and I lost 3 in a row, which against Begim, yes, she played a really good game, and I deserved to lose, but the other 2 games I definitely should have not lost. So that was hard to recover from, but I'm planning to finish strong.
Well, you're a fighter and you showed it so many times. Guys, any questions for Nazi?
No, just a congratulations on a very, very entertaining game, Nazi, and good luck.
We really enjoyed you pushing the pawns and just trying to attack, and Talia on the other side. These games are fun to commentate on.
Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Absolutely. As we prepare for our time pressure, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we're going to see you on the other side. Don't leave for more action of round 10 of these national championships.
Hi, Fabi. Thank you so much for joining me today. Can you tell me a little bit about your chess upbringing?
Yeah, it started when I was pretty young. I was around 5 years old, and I was living in New York at the time. So it started after school with other kids from the chess club. It was a very small club, very few players, very few kids were interested in chess, but we had good coaches. And my first two coaches, I remember from those early days as well, Bruce Pandolfini and Miran Sher, who sadly passed away a few years ago, but they were like very instrumental in my early coaching and very prominent in the New York circles. So a lot of the kids I grew up with also became very strong players. Like Robert Hess is of course a household name. He was one of my competitors when I was a kid and also one of my friends. And Mark Arnold and other players from the New York area became either very strong players or grandmasters. So it was a really good chess scene to grow up in. And of course, the Marshall Chess Club is famous as like one of the oldest chess clubs in the world and dedicated to Frank Marshall in New York. So it was really good to like grow up in that atmosphere and being able to play strong players even as a kid, to play international masters or FIDE masters or players of quite a strong level in my kind of early formative years as a chess player. So that was my upbringing. And after that, of course, I had to, at some point, make a branch between school and chess. I had to make that decision, so I made that decision pretty young. And from there, I became, maybe not professional, but started my path towards becoming a professional chess player.
How many hours would you say you were spending on chess, studying various things?
Early on, it was probably, I didn't have much incentive on my own. I liked to play, but I didn't like to study. So if we count pure study, then it was probably like 2 hours a week, just working with my coaches. I'm talking about like when I was still in school. And playing, I did play pretty much every day. Every evening after school, my dad would drive me to the Marshall Chess Club and we would play there. And then when I stopped going to school, then I was working on my own quite significantly. Those were still in the days where computers weren't too strong, so I think that was very important as well, that I got that experience of working over the board on my own. And I was very interested in it. I think if I hadn't had the interest that I developed, let's say when I was 12 until my late teenage years, then I probably wouldn't have gotten quite so strong. I don't think I would have improved so easily, but I had an interest that was very strong during those years, and that really helped me a lot because I could apply myself for hours and hours every day. So from like 12 till, let's say until I became like a strong grandmaster, like 16, 17, I was working a few hours every day.
And when you say working, you mentioned that you had a few hours with your coaches and then you worked on your own. Was there a specific book that you remember now that has had an impact on your chess career?
Yeah, I remember a lot of books. I'm not sure which one I would say has like a very strong impact, but all of them like gave me something, and I do remember like I worked a lot with John Watson's books when I was in like those early teenage years. And I would like go through the examples. Of course, it's hard to say now like how much of that knowledge would hold up to engine analysis, but I think just the process of working on your own is already very beneficial. Even if, let's say, all the stuff that you look at isn't correct, that's not the main part. The main part is just that you're applying yourself and you're thinking critically about chess, and that's going to lead to improvement. So definitely the material I looked at, a lot of John Watson's books, a lot of Jonathan Rowson's books, of course, Kasparov's books, and there were some old classics that I also worked with quite a lot, and with coaches, a lot of like studies. I remember when I was working with Chernin for about 2 years, he would give me like entire Palbenko studies, which would take sometimes 2 hours to fully go through and just sit there and calculate things from beginning to end. So I do remember sitting and looking at like one position for, let's say, 2 hours straight. Yeah, of course, a lot of that is like very rote work, but it really can make a difference when you're improving, especially when you're young, a lot of those ideas sink in. A lot of the thought process that you work on sinks in during your games.
I love how you said that even if specific books don't hold up maybe to the engines these days, they still have a big impact in the development of a person. People sometimes forget about that, and it's very important to have a strong player like yourself mention those things, because working on your own, it's really something that's building up a strong understanding.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, because sometimes we focus on, like, you work half an hour on a position and you find out that the book was wrong, because let's say it was written before computer times and they're going to make mistakes, and then you think this whole process was worthless. But in fact, I think that just because you were sitting there calculating is more worthwhile than whatever, like, let's say, objective value of the position was.
Of course. And you're coming in this year as the champion. Do you feel any pressure getting into this competition, considering that you have to switch from classical chess to rapid, 9LX? Do you feel any pressure for this particular event to bring back the championship?
I think normal amounts of pressure, because every year it's pretty much a toss-up, like anyone could potentially win. So I don't feel like let's say, all the pressure is on me. I think the pressure is kind of evenly split among players who all have their hopes of winning. And yeah, very often it comes down to who's just on the best form during the tournament. So, I mean, we have guys like Levon and Wesley and Leinier, and also the younger players are very promising, very dangerous. Now they're growing up a bit, so they're kind of maturing more in their chess approach. We saw like Sevian was very impressive in 9LX, but also Jeffery and Ray and all these players are very capable. So I don't feel like I have so much pressure on me compared to other players. I think everyone will be dealing with this a bit. And also the last very serious tournament I played, the World Cup, I don't think that the pressure is going to compare to that. That's a bit more, because it's like a knockout and more riding on a single game or a single move, that this pressure is probably going to be a bit more pleasant compared to that.
Well, thank you, Fabiano. Thank you very much. I wish you good luck and looking forward to seeing your games.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general, because, I mean, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Karen Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. As expected, a very eventful round 10 is underway, and let's remind everybody about the standings coming into the day's event, as well as the updated as well. We have a few results in the open section, Kate.
Yeah, let's start with the open section. We still have Fabiano Caruana, who is leading with 6.5 and a very good position on the board. But then he is closely followed by Wesley and Leinier Dominguez, who both drew and have 6 points.
Exactly, but keep in mind, Fabi is playing against Mishra, and that game is so very vitally important. I think also we were going to go through the ladies' standings if those were ready. Guess not.
Now we see that the pawn on c3 disappeared.
Well, the whole Mishra game, Cristian, I'm going to turn it over to you because we had just praised Fabi to the skies as a player who had, well, unblemished. He was playing incredibly accurate chess. He's a full exchange ahead. There was absolutely no compensation at this position. Just a few moves ago, Kate spotted an absolute killer idea, h4, h5. He played queen b4 and he got his pieces a little discombobulated, and now suddenly Mishra has clipped a pawn.
No, absolutely. It
And
just seems
things
like
are
maybe he
not-
missed that move h4. But let's see what happens in the next couple of moves, because this is move 39. Mishra has 15 seconds on his clock
15
right now. 15
seconds.
seconds, yes. So queen to e2
By the way, rook d1 on my board
was my guess. He goes for queen to c2.
with
okay?
15 seconds on his clock.
Right now he's on for 42.
Okay. So
I mean, that knight on e5 is really strong.
It's a good night.
brilliant
Attacking the
night.
rook. I mean, the knight is still pinned, but the position is excellent.
Oh, this,
No,
this is
seriously.
not that easy anymore. And the problem is, okay, maybe it's still winning, but the trend obviously favors Mishra.
For sure. But
Fabi knew that he's a couple of moves away from clinching the title. And I would
Exactly.
assume nerves played a part in that decision to go queen to b4.
You know, what
Yeah.
if I go rook e1 now with the idea to just take that knight on e5?
You want to take that knight, yeah,
Yes.
but the problem is queen c5, queen takes d5. Is that not another pawn?
that is a
Oh,
check.
that's a problem.
For sure. And that was what the move rook d1 was designed for. I think what you're going to have to do is just chase the queen away. If the queen does go to c5, queen will go to d4. You're in a better ending. No means is it winning or anything like that. And he has played rook f2.
Which means he made a 40th move and he just left the board. He
I
needs a
know.
break.
I think.
He's upset.
I would say he's furious with himself, like is furious in the sense of what am I doing? He was already ready to give us victory speech. He had this game in the hand.
Oh, yes.
And oh boy, it's really, really, I mean, we've all been there. We've all experienced what it's like
And Mishra, 5 seconds.
let a win slip away. Rook F2, Queen E4. We were kind of looking at Queen C5. I don't think it makes a big difference. It's just that these pieces are too active.
Right.
My queen on A1 is on a good diagonal, but, no, I'm playing the move Queen D4, and I'm seeking to trade queens, and seeking to trade a pair of rooks and leave you with a knight and a
But how easy is that endgame? To be honest, I'm not 100% sure I like that.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm winning or something. I'm just saying that I need to. These pieces are too well coordinated. If I let Black play B5 and H5, why am I so happy?
Again, I guess one of the questions is, can I go?
He's done it. He's played A4. I was thinking that, if I allow B5, H5, if I put my pawn on A5, yeah, I'm more pleased with myself. But this is strange. I mean, I must say, Fabi's play here.
But did you see his body language? He was not happy, furious.
No.
He played this move A4, and this is very atypical of him. He almost always thinks after he makes the time control.
Exactly.
He stops things for a while, tries to understand the new position,
right,
and then go from there. He played this move A4, and by the way, he has options. I mean, A4 is not the only move
I
in
mean,
the position.
he could have challenged for the C5.
I was even thinking, instead of A4 to play Queen B2, to go for that idea Rook E2 and maybe grab the knight, or just force the queen to go away.
You have options, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. I mean, he didn't almost think at all for this move A4. I understand it's probably a good move, probably continues maintaining the advantage, but it's just very atypical to see this body language from him. He's not happy with what transpired in the last few moves.
No.
Really not happy.
He should not be. He should actually be miffed at himself. Just to remind everybody where we currently stand, we've got Andrew Tang and Dariusz are also in the open section, still at work here.
And they just reached 40th move, so both got extra time.
First impression is I love this rook on G6, just eyeballing both the E6 and G7 pawns. Looks to me like if Andrew can play a move like Queen E5, isn't he just
I think that's what he's looking at, because Queen E5, you cannot really sacrifice the queen for 2 rooks.
No.
Because there's Queen takes E6 coming. And
exactly.
I mean, there's extra pressure on G7. And if I can capture on E6 with a queen, then
it's great.
It's game over.
Right. So Andrew looking very, very good there. In the ladies section, I wanted to jump into the game of Jennifer and Alice Lee, because we liked what Jennifer was doing earlier, but the current position is 2 knights for a rook, and well, I have to say, I like Alice.
That's over.
I mean, 2 knights? Who doesn't like 2 knights?
2 knights and you're getting mated. I mean, come on.
And, no, I didn't see this part. I was looking, I mean, no, now
this game is actually just over. I think she's about to resign.
Is Jennifer.
Jennifer, yes.
Yes.
Wait,
wow.
So King G1?
She played King G1.
You probably bring the next...
Can I get the other knight in?
Like knight G6 and...
Just don't go knight E6.
Yeah, just don't blunder the rook. That's right. But knight G6, yeah, you're right. It's just, it's completely winning. Material and compensation. The compensation lies with Alice as well as the extra material.
And that's a very important win for Alice, because she's so far tied with Irina Krush, but if Irina Krush is not going to manage to win her game, then she's going to be in clear third.
Well, let's check it out. We go to the game between Irina and Begim. We left it, and we were thinking, for some reason, I'm not exactly sure, but we were looking at a position, Kate, where the rook was coming down to C3. Instead, the move Queen G4 was essayed, and now, well, has the momentum shifted back to Irina. because for the moment, this pawn is now well and truly stopped, blockaded. Bishop takes b4, as well as rook d4 is on Irina's agenda.
And by the way, on the king side, I have 5 against 3.
I was about to say, that's a massive majority for Irina as well. So,
but are you in time to recapture that pawn? So what if I go rook ab8?
I think the rook just came from b8, actually, interestingly enough. So rook b4, I'm ready to gift
Okay,
me
so
the
rook
pawn.
ec8.
Rook ec8. Shall we trade a pair of rooks?
I don't have a way to like jump around with the knight.
Well, I was once told, went ahead material. Somebody whispered that into my mind.
Yeah, no. White is on time.
Exactly. It's
Even
so,
though, wait a minute. I really don't like this rook takes b4. Can I take knight b5?
No, there's king e3.
Takes knight b5. Let me show Cristian what he might have.
That's fine. King e3, knight c3.
King e3, knight c3.
Right.
So hold on. He's got some devilish.
I have some ideas.
Okay, so I go bishop e6.
Bishop d6.
Bishop
well,
d6.
hold on. Whoa. Knight
a2 is coming.
He's got devil's evil intentions. This Christian fellow.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, it's not completely dead.
But I think you can take with the bishop, right? I mean, why
in
would
this
you take
exact
with the, yeah, just take with the bishop.
It was funny.
Well, the thing is, you're covering the c file, I think.
Yeah, I was blinded by the knight coming to b file. In this case, I can just play rook c4. For some reason, I thought I was hanging the bishop.
But can you go knight b1? I thought that's...
Well, that's nice. Now I am dominating the knight, right? The bishop, all of the squares are good. Now I kind of like your king e3 and...
Maybe.
But I have again knight c3.
Oh, no. Did I just walk into an uppercut? Gosh darn it. Yes.
No. Wait.
Apologies.
Don't give up yet.
Well,
I
no,
got inspired by Christian.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, in that case, let me at least, if you're going to play knight c3, let me not do it with check.
But that's not a good end game.
5 versus 3? What?
Actually,
Just
that's
a
a lot
second.
of pawns. No, that, that is a lot of pawns. But how do you get 5?
Well, I've got...
you go b4. Yeah.
I've got 5.
Yeah, this is good. This is probably good. Should be good enough.
Okay.
According to Sam Shankland's rook endings, 5
you've
versus
studied.
3.
You've studied. Okay.
5 versus 3 is a nice majority.
Actually, I'm kind of curious. Do you think that position is as easily winning as you think it is?
No.
5 versus 3 on only
It's
one
not.
side?
Because 2 sets of double pawns make things a little bit more tricky.
It's a bit tricky.
How is our French defense doing? Tatev.
Stop it. No, first of all, let's just discuss to show you how she should have played Begim. That is because she was completely out of danger, in fact.
Really?
She missed the move, yes. She played the move a4.
Okay.
This is move 39, and this was the big mistake in the position. What you have to do is, and this is the move that she missed, bishop to c5 to attack that pawn on b4. First, just take away that weapon from your opponent. And you want to put the rook behind the pawn anyway.
Right.
So rook e8 was
Preparing
the way to go.
a4.
King to e2, and then you go a4. That's a completely different story. It's very difficult to corral this pawn on c2 or the pawn on b4 as well. This would have given Begim, I have to say, equal chances objectively, but from a practical perspective, I'm starting to like black, right? Specifically because of this pawn on c2. She did not play that. She played the move a4 and allowed this bishop c5. It's a big problem because you're losing the b4 pawn. And once you lose the b4 pawn, the problem is I'm getting to your knight. And that knight protects the MVP in your position, the pawn on c2, right? A takes b3, A takes b3. That's what we have right now, rook to c8 and bishop to b4. And we think that Irina has really good chances to win this one. So this is quite an important one for Irina as well, because you guys were mentioning she's equal with Alice Lee. That's the fight for third. And guess what? Tatev is in the fight for the podium as well. And she needs to maintain the pace, and she does. In this position, I mean, she's a pawn up. She has a beautiful structure. I never thought I would say that coming from a French.
Continue, yeah.
But the French is looking good.
Yeah,
and this one, the French is looking great.
Blockading knight.
Yes, beautiful knight. You cannot get to my pawns. I'm going to just simply start pushing mine on the king side at the right moment. H5, G5, King G7, things of that nature. And it's looking good. It's really looking good for Tatev, and that's a good sign for Carissa as well. Ruiyang has had a good event up to a couple of rounds ago. Yesterday against Begim, bishop takes b4. That was crazy, absolutely. Big miss in that one. Understandably so. People are getting tired in this one. But if you are Carissa and you see her losing game after game, you know that, okay, that's momentum right there. That's negative momentum if you think about it. Okay, let's try to take advantage of that. And by the way, if Begim loses in this one and Carissa goes into the final one with a half a point lead, well, that's going to be a pretty good spot. Sweet spot for Carissa.
Absolutely. H5. I've always felt like the French defense, like the Sicilian defense, you take a lot of strategic risk. But if you ever get the advantage in the Sicilian, it's sort of like an avalanche. It just kind of propels forward. Same thing with the French. You take some strategic risk. But if you do get in control, it's sort of like...
But the question is, are you going to get into control? If you're French, you just suffer, and then you suffer.
It's miserable, and then you die. H7, H5. I like this by Tatev, and she's putting her majority to work. It looks very, very, very good. Fabi, let's just jump to the game of Fabi, because, again, I mean, he could clinch with a victory today. He just played the move A to A4. For those of you who are joining us late, we're just kind of mystified. We had just praised Fabi to the skies for his extraordinarily accurate play.
He created a double pawn, he attacked Mishra,
everything
he played
beautiful.
Most accurate moves, like 10 in a row.
Indeed, and he achieved this position, a full exchange. There's just like no compensation, just no compensation. And the most direct and powerful was H4, H5, H6. When the pawn gets to H5, if you take, the queen takes. So H4, and the engine was going berserk, +6 and worse. He played this move, Queen B4, which, okay.
Attacks the pawn on D6.
But after the move Knight C4, the queen and the rooks aren't really in harmony. Like you would like to immediately take your move back and triple, if you will, on the F file so you could invade with Rook F8 and Rook F7. And then things just kind of went backwards. And as things were going backwards for White...
For me, by the way, the surprising moment is here. Queen D1 just giving up that pawn on C3.
What did you expect?
I don't know, Queen C2 or...
Queen C2.
Just defend that guy.
Not bad. It makes a lot of sense. Players were in time trouble. Probably I'm going to have to go back with my knight.
You're going to lose it anyway.
Maybe you are. But a lot of slippage occurred, and as you said, there goes the pawn. And it wasn't even that, because now it's sort of like Black is coordinating. The rook suddenly is on the open file. The queen is being annoying, at the very least. And suddenly...
Black is back.
Black is back.
Yeah. But objectively, it's still White that is doing quite well. In fact, completely winning. But again, it's all about the trend, right?
Right?
It's all about the psychology of the players. There's so much tension, so much pressure on Fabiano to finish the job.
Right.
Win the game, win the championship. That can play with your mind quite severely. And that's what's happening. H5, Queen to A3 seems to be the right approach in the position. Maybe Fabiano had this idea in mind when he played the move A4, right?
Tickling the D6 pawn.
It's important, right? Because you have to create some active ideas in the position. You don't have those around this knight. I mean, this knight on E5 was a beautiful piece for a very long time. The problem is it didn't have a lot of things to do. And in fact, you're just getting massacred on the king side. That H4, H5 that Katerina showed us, that was very beautiful. He should have done it. He knows that he should have done it.
Something.
Queen to A3 is important. Get back into the game. That's important for Fabiano right now. Just go to the bathroom, wash your face with some cold water, and just try to restart the process. And that's the difficult part. And that's why he hates the position that he's in right now, because he knows he had it in the back.
And
right now he has to restart the process and take it from the start.
By the way, how do you continue if black goes rook c5? Let's say I simply want to defend that pawn.
Yes. So what's the problem with rook c5? You're letting the 7th rank empty. So now I can start focusing on the attack against the b7 pawn. Maybe I can start with a5 just to cement the weakness as is.
So you don't mind giving up that pawn on d5?
No.
Okay, I'll grab it.
You will take it.
I will take it.
The training is working. I'm proud of you.
All right.
Kate.
So let's try rook to c1. Maybe not the best. Rook f1, that's not a... Okay, you know what? I'll give it to you. He's not going to play moves such as rook f1.
Because if you go like rook c1, I will probably go rook d3.
a5, by the way, has been played.
I like, if we go back for a moment, queen a3, rook c5. I like this for white, but play queen b2.
Okay.
Like, if you want to play b5 and open up the board, that's fine.
I probably
just want
will have to do it. Right.
Open up some files. Takes and rook e2. Can I just disturb the coordination?
Yeah. You can play this. I'll go queen h4. I don't think rook takes e5 actually works.
Yeah, I know. I was ready to go rook takes e5 and d6.
Whoops.
No, I meant d6 immediately.
No, but
yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening yet.
He played a5.
He played a5. Yeah, we have this position on the board, and to be honest, I sort of like this move, a5. Kind of with the same idea that we were looking at.
Yeah,
it's not allowing b5, right?
Now rook c5, I go queen b2.
And you probably have to go back in that case.
You have to go back. That's his plan. I sort of like it again. Still very much Fabiano's game to win in this one. The trend favors Abhimanyu, but we know Fabiano has been in this position, has destroyed advantages in the past. It's not pleasant. It's one of the more painful aspects of chess, but as a professional, he knows that he needs to pull himself back up and get the victory.
Returning to our all-important clash in the ladies section, Irina Krush up against Begim. They've gotten a position kind of like what we were looking at. Bishop takes b5, knight came to b1. We're not blundering stuff
like
here.
Us, knight c3.
But one of the things I really like about this bishop is its domination over the knight. And I do like this move very much, rook d3. So long as this pawn is firmly blockaded, then I've got nothing to worry about, and maybe only after further, I put my king on e3, I'll put my bishop on d6, and I don't know, maybe even on a good day I'll get to play h4.
That's what I'm thinking. Am I focused now on capturing the pawn on c2, or maybe I'm going to be improving on the king side?
It's wonderful that you should say that, because when you have an advantage, you just want to increase your advantage. And in this case, increasing your advantage on the king side by playing h4, h5, by playing f4, f5, by just improving your pieces, whether it be your king, your rook, put your bishop on d6. Always look for those improving moves. And yeah, I would definitely be going in that direction. h4, h5, h4, f5, those types of things. This looks like Irina is doing great here. Ruiyang versus Tatev. Again, this is, extra pawn for Tatev. Seems to be in cruise control. Alice Lee. Whoa.
We thought there is some checkmate coming up.
Yes, we did. Normally speaking, whenever you're playing with the two knights versus a rook, the two knights really like company. They want to have queens. They want to have other pieces. Normally speaking, when it's just knights versus the rooks can actually be very strong. And sometimes when the knights are not well placed, they can outplay the knight. Having said that, this is one of those cases where black has two knights and a pawn, which means that, Alice is in control.
So Alice is nicely waiting with capturing that pawn on b2, making sure the other knight is there to support the pawn once Jennifer starts to attack the knight.
Exactly. And here I see that from Alice's point of view, she's ready to play knight to d4, e4, e3, and the knights beautifully escort the pawn home.
She may even start with e3. Because after e3, you cannot really play king e2.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. e3.
So I have to start with rook a8 and king e2.
Yeah.
Oh, you have rook a8 check.
Fortunately, otherwise it would be resigns, right? Because yeah, I was about to say if the knight jumps to d4, I could go rook check and put the rook to stop the knight. But this should be Alice's. This should be a technical win for Alice.
And she has 40 minutes to calculate. Do I want to capture on b2? Do I want to try to promote the e-pawn? I mean, nice plans.
Absolutely. Shritha versus Atusa. What does
this looks like
Sam
a theoretical endgame.
Yes. What does Sam Shankland's Magnus Opus have to say about this one,
Because
Christian?
if you look a little bit back, you see that the white king kind of traveled already to the center, but the rook was always giving it a check.
Oh, that's not a difficult one. That's just simply a very easy draw.
Because easy draw.
Easy draw, yeah.
Because this pawn looks so menacing.
But that's about it. Like, I go king e4, I go king e3, I go king f3, king e4.
Ah.
That's it.
And you're always threatening to play king f5.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's an
and
easy
you're cut.
draw.
Your own king is cut. You have to go all the way to b7 to uncut yourself.
Right.
If that's a word. Uncut yourself? I guess in chess context. I guess you can uncut yourself. Oh.
Uncut yourself.
Yeah, king e3. This is shake hands very soon.
Okay, drawing that one. Again, we are expecting Alice Lee to win her game. We do think that Irina is, well,
it's not easy.
That,
it's not easy. No.
Really?
No. Really not easy.
Because, okay, let's say, why not? Why isn't it not easy? Rook to d3.
Rook to d3 already.
I just
rook
want
to a2.
Rook to a2, okay.
Yes.
So I've got my king.
I'm asking you, what's your plan?
I don't know. Seriously, I don't know. I'm just improving my pieces. I'm putting my king on e3 so that in the near future I could play f4, f5, and maybe bishop to d6 and b4.
I'll wait, I guess.
Okay.
King g7, something like that.
Okay, so I'll bishop. Okay, let's have some fun. Let's go f5.
Now you go f5.
And see if I can't open you.
Okay, captures.
Captures twice.
Twice, why not?
I can never allow you to go f6, so I have to capture.
Exactly. So king f4.
Okay, now the king is kind of far away. That's a good thing for me.
It's actually really funny because I was going to play rook g1 check and rook h3 mate, except that's illegal. So that's why when so I'm playing king f3 to, pardon me, king to f4 so that I can take on f5, play f4, and then I announce mate.
That's looking good, yes. Okay, let's try to go back a little bit. Rook to a2 maybe doesn't actually do much. Let's stay on the b file.
Okay.
Let's go. So you go rook d3, I go rook b8.
So, sorry,
I think you started with rook d3, right?
I did.
So let's go rook b8.
On the a file, rook a b8?
a8, yes.
Okay,
Okay.
bishop d6, right?
That's a tempo.
Let's go.
Nice tempo.
b6.
And it's funny, I just feel like my king should be closed, or what do you think,
right.
Kate? Should I be playing for
I don't want
f5?
it to on e3, so there are no discovered.
I know.
After
It's
knight
like
c3, knight d1. We
I
know
always
that joke.
I always manage to put my king on the wrong square so that I walk into a tempo.
So what if I go like, oh, I can go even king
She has, by
g3.
the way, played king e3.
Okay.
She didn't. Irina did not play the move rook d3, but king e3. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
So she doesn't mind knight c3.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, why? What's rook d8?
Rook d4. She wants to go rook d4.
Rook to d4.
Yeah.
But a knight c3?
Weren't we here before?
I think we were, yes. And maybe I think she probably wants to take on c2 now.
And allow a check?
d5?
I think you have to go to d5 just because knight d1 and king d2 might be enough. And now perhaps d6. Maybe this is what she calculated.
I mean, I agree. There's a lot of pawns for an exchange, and likely white is winning.
Really?
D7.
Yeah, rook b2.
D7.
Captures on b3.
King f2.
This is very strong, I must say.
It's going, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's well calculated if it works.
So let's go back.
Okay.
Let's try to dissect this position to the maximum. King to e3. Can we start with knight c3?
Knight c3.
Yes.
Well, here I think I'm ready to embrace the rook ending with open arms.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I think so.
Perhaps you're right, yes.
Because my king is so close to rounding up this peshki.
Okay, I agree here.
Just a second. Okay, let's keep it going for one more move.
Sure.
Rook c8.
Rook c8, king d2.
And now I go rook c7, let's say.
Rook c7, okay.
How do you make
big progress? Okay, well, they say that rooks belong behind past pawns.
Push them, of course.
And
so let's give you rook c4.
And we continue.
Push him, baby.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were gonna just go b5.
Let's give you a check now, just to.
Which
I'm not
one?
sure. I'm not sure which one. Let's go rook d8.
Rook d8.
Yes.
Okay, you got me. I think I'm rounding this guy up, and I'm threatening this guy. So we're going to get in that 5 versus 3,
5 versus
right?
3, yeah. That's
You're going to
that's
go
the one.
here. I'm going to go here. You're going to go here. We're going to trade, and we get to this position where I once saw Magnus Carlsen win rook and 4 versus rook and 4 on the same side.
I saw that too.
That wasn't easy. For Magnus, this would be a walk in the park. He's got 5 pawns.
It should be.
So
but it shouldn't be that difficult, no? If I go just king f2, g3,
king f2, king g3,
g4, and push f5.
Exactly. Although, again, you're going to have to do some preps. By the way, we do have rook b8 on the board.
And we're going to see rook d4. I don't think there's anything else.
Yes, rook b8, rook d4. She's played it as you've predicted. But then I think Begim needs to avoid this knight c3, knight d5, though, right? Because we are thinking that this is actually really good for white.
Let's make sure of it. Do we
Please.
have anything as black right now to try to defend somehow?
I mean, d7,
That's
bishop
just coming
e7
so fast, right?
is incredibly fast.
Yeah, I don't see it. I mean, if rook b2 doesn't work, and it doesn't work, it seems like it doesn't work at least.
Exactly. So how does Begim put up resistance then? Because this is the current position. So I went for this rook ending.
Yeah.
But that was when you played knight c3 at the start without the inclusion of rook b8. Okay.
So let's say I go rook b7 or b6.
Okay.
Let's go b7. Let's try
Fair.
that.
Fair. Okay, now the knight's trapped. King to d3, so the knight cannot escape.
I can go to a3. I can still go to a3.
That's a nice trick.
I don't want to go to a3. I really don't want to go to a3 because I'm not going anywhere else after that.
Exactly. You're not okay. You go to a3, but you're not threatening necessarily to go to b5 because I have rook
that's the
c4.
problem.
And we do believe that this game is a draw.
Yeah, that's a draw.
That is a draw, as
Players already signing the score sheet.
the players are indeed. Okay, this looks again like Irina Krush should be having a technical victory. Let me just jump to the game of Alice Lee for a second. Okay, Alice did the sensible thing. She took another pawn. I mean, we're talking about increase your advantages, whatever advantages you have in a position.
So now she has
increase them.
2 pawns, but she needs to make sure the knights are supporting at least one of the pawns so the pawn can go forward.
Right? But on the other hand,
That's not that easy to
Well,
do.
well, wait a minute. Well, what's better? What did you ask? Just support the pawn?
Yeah, so I go rook c8.
Well, it's funny. If you go king here, I was going to go here. And I thought that was a nice geometry. This knight is supporting the squares, right? And if you went king here to e3, I was going to go c3. And again, if your rook goes behind, I was still going to go c2.
The knight's already there supporting.
Right. So how are you going to meet knight d4?
I'll start with rook c8.
Perfect. Rook to c8, knight f3 check.
King e3.
King e3. Now, let me munch a pawn.
Okay, I capture on e4, yes.
On e4, so I want to munch this one too. How to best do that? Not so simple. Not coordinating. I apologize, I'm not coordinating. Somehow I thought I was doing more than just that. Okay, apologies. Okay, in that case, I have to involve my king, no? King.
Okay, I still go rook c8.
And I don't want to lose this one, so I'll go knight here. So if your king goes here, I wanted to push this pawn.
This is a very good idea. Okay.
It's rare, but sometimes.
All right, I have a different idea. No, I think this is good for black, so I'm going to play something different.
Okay.
Instead of rook c8,
okay.
I will go, so you go king f6.
Okay.
And I go rook a4.
That is nice. So that really puts the kibosh on my previous idea.
We'll probably play something like knight e5 to defend that pawn.
Yes. I think it's, I'm not sure.
This is like very, very winning.
Very, very winning?
Is it that easy?
It's so easy.
Seriously?
There's no way. I can give you the c4 pawn and that should still be
And
over.
then you just waltz in with the e pawn? Yeah, that makes
You
sense.
might save this position if I don't have the e and c pawn, though even that is probably very difficult to do so as white. But with the e and c pawn, there's no way you can survive that. Guys,
Here, please.
This is a funny situation.
What's going on?
I just checked it with the engine. In fact, this was the wrong way of doing things as white.
For white?
Guess why? So after rook to d4,
Yeah.
rook to b7 or b6, let's say b7, right?
Right.
You go king d3.
Yeah. And
Now I go this knight a3. We got to this position.
Yes.
Or we're like, okay, we don't like the knight on a3. The thing is, it's a Zuzwang. It's a mutual Zuzwang. Like, how do you improve your position?
h4?
That's fine. King g7.
f5, let's just say.
Okay, once you go f5, I'll pick that one up. How do you improve your... You cannot move the rook because c1. You cannot move the king. I mean, you can, but then I give you a check.
Right.
And then we go to the same position.
Okay, so what if I go king e3?
Then I go back to b1. How do you improve
King
your
f4?
position? You can go to f4, but now knight c3 is coming, right?
Yeah,
Oh, because I
Now this
don't
is
have
already
the
a
rook takes
completely
c2.
different situation.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is getting a little bit
Yeah.
out of hand, maybe.
So this is a critical situation if she understands, but this is the difficult part.
Knight a3, it looks like it's
And that's
doing
it. You just
nothing.
wait. You just wait after knight a3.
That's peculiar.
You go knight a3 and then you just wait. And it seems like the way to try to get something out of the position just simply falls for knight b1 and then we repeat the position. And I just stay like this. I wait. You go h4, that's fine. I wait. I keep on waiting. And how do you make any progress? Because you set up this position with the rook on d4 and the bishop on b4.
Purposefully, yeah.
This is cemented as is because you cannot move the bishop. I take on b3.
That's a check.
With dire consequences. So you cannot do that. So what do you do? I just don't see it, guys. I understand white still should have some sort of an advantage. I just don't see it after this idea of knight a3 and knight b1. And to my eyes, you're kind of forced to go into it. Because you have to wait right now. King d3 comes, that attacks your pawn. And then if you don't defend that pawn, well, you're losing it. And then you're losing the knight as well.
Okay.
You're forced to find knight a3. And then you're like, okay, something is going to have to give and I'm going to lose. But then you realize it's some sort of...
Okay, I think I realize that that what you're saying. So from the current position,
yes.
After
So let's say rook b7 or rook b6.
Rook b7, king d3, knight a3, right?
Yes.
I'm going to end up having to play for f4,
f5,
but, f5, but my king has to be on f4. So I'll go back, king e3, or knight b1.
You also have to be careful at rook knight b5 at some
Okay,
point.
from the current position.
So where do you go?
No, just the current position.
This, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
So rook b7. So I have to play f5.
Does rook b8? Is rook b8 a threat?
I don't know. I'm just, and I'll move my bishop. Bishop
and then you
d6,
hide,
Bishop
right?
d6 and king
I take,
f4.
but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Okay. And also you have rook b3.
Right.
So I have to wait. That's the difficult part about this position. You just simply have to wait. f5 I will take.
Take. And
Maybe
then
knight to c3 now.
Right. And I was wondering, my king always somehow magically my king's in the wrong position no matter what I seem to be doing.
So the idea is that once the pawn leaves the e4 square and there's no more e takes d5 when knight d5 comes, then you can go knight c3.
That's the point that then I don't have.
I cannot take it with a pawn and push my pawn.
Play d6.
Right. That's not easy to understand.
Right.
That is truly not easy to understand.
Tricky.
But again, rook to d4. And by the way,
Knight a3.
we're going to have to keep a close eye on the clocks.
But Christian, can I play just, let's say, king g7? Right now, just like do nothing?
King g7, king d3.
And now, knight a3?
Yes, knight a3, king e2, knight b1.
No, bishop d6.
Where's my improvement? Where's my improvement?
Well, what we're going to do...
Okay, let's do the same thing, and then I go to e3, and then what do you do now?
King g8.
Then you go king g.
It's almost a Zooks one. We are going to be taking a break, and we're going to come back, and when we come back, we'll see if we have the conclusion of this penultimate round 10. We'll see you on the other side of our break.
Carissa, thank you so much for joining me here today. I want to ask you a little bit about your chess upbringing.
So I started when I was in elementary school. So I was 7 when I first started playing tournament chess, but I first was interested in it when I was 6. There's like a flyer for the school chess club, and it met like before school in the mornings, and I really wanted to go and play. But the problem was like they didn't have any instructors there. It was just like to go and play chess with each other. And I had no idea how the pieces moved, nothing. And so my parents were just like, it's okay, don't join the club. And I was like, okay. And like the year after, I was like, Mom, Dad, can I join chess club? And then they were like, oh, this is something that, maybe she's like really interested in. And so my dad first taught himself how to play and like how pieces move and stuff, and then taught me. And we used to play all the time when I was a kid, just like on the floor in the living room. And I was always trying super hard to beat him. Never really could until one day, a few months later. But yeah, and since we played so much, eventually he got like really tired of it. And he was like, one night he's just like, I'm just gonna take you to like an actual chess club, and that was where I played my first tournament.
Was there something specific or a specific person that influenced you most, or you looked up to the most as you're growing up?
Yeah, so definitely my dad was up there. We spent so many hours just like playing chess together. I was always like really fighting and struggling to beat him, which I think is probably where like that spirit comes from for me. Another big influence was when I was starting out, I played in one club, Wachusett Chess Club, and I remember, so it met like every Wednesday night, and it would be like one game a night. It would be like one of those month-long tournaments sort of situations, and everyone there was super nice. I was the only kid there, but after all my games, that always offered to like analyze it with me. We would go over all the moves, and like all the club members would be there and like offering suggestions and helping me improve my chess. And they've also been like a great source of support.
Nice. Was there something specific that attracted you to the game?
I think the first time I was like really into chess was when I was at my school chess club, and I was playing a friend, and this friend was like probably the smartest person I knew at the time. She still is like super smart, maybe still the smartest person I know. And we were playing chess, and I beat her like 3 times in a row. To be fair, we weren't really playing with actual chess rules. It was like this idea that if you put the king in check and the other person didn't notice, then you just take the king and win.
Nice.
So it doesn't really count, but I beat her 3 times in a row, and I was like, whoa, maybe this is something that I'm like kind of good at.
I see. And since then you went to college, you're combining chess and college, and recently you became world junior vice champion for girls. How were you able to balance your schoolwork and chess and coming back to chess? I know you had this short period of time where you didn't play as much.
Yeah, so my school is actually on the quarter system, which is super convenient because it doesn't start until really late September, almost October really. And so I wasn't missing too much of my academic work when sort of playing these tournaments, but this is actually the first tournament where I'll be like missing full weeks of school along with playing chess. So we'll see how that goes.
So this is the first time, so I can't ask you how you're balancing everything, but hopefully you did a good job in planning everything so that you don't have exams during the event.
Yeah, no exams during, just homework and stuff like that.
And last question for you, Carissa. I was wondering if you are doing any other extracurricular activities in your university besides, working on chess and going to school?
Nope.
Nothing?
Nothing interesting, no. Yeah.
Well, I'm really looking forward to seeing you back on the over the board. I know you haven't played last year, so I can't wait to see how you're gonna do.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing what the club has done for chess in general because, it's already been 15 years and they've done countless national championships, tournaments for juniors, helping around schools, and they've just grown the game so much across the United States.
I think if I look at my own career and I look at American chess in general, we're in a much better place than we were 15 years ago. And so the contributions have been immense. And of course, it's all thanks to Dr. Gina Singfield and Rex Singfield.
I would say that St. Louis Chess Club is like a rock in the ocean of chess. And we know that it's there. It is there, it will be there. I think it sends a hope that the game of chess will always stay afloat. By the mere fact of its existence, I think it sends positive waves across the globe.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autographed collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns-Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2023 National Championships. Well, we think Fabi has righted the ship, and what an important result that would be if Fabi were to win his game. He'd clinch the title, and he would be successful in terms of defending his title back-to-back.
Back-to-back champion.
And Cristian, well, it wasn't easy.
No.
Mishra really put up some great defense. Tell us, because Mishra just captured the pawn on d5, tell us why this position is so decisive
no easy.
for Fabiano.
Not easy at all. Let's take a look at what happened in the last few moves. It was at this point, I have to say, Mishra was really getting primed for a nice attack on the king side.
G4, G3.
Now I was looking at the lines offered by the engine. They did not look convincing at all. Rook to f1, g4, and now you have to go king h1, allow g takes h3. You don't do this. with a title on the line, you almost never go for this type of lines. He played the very practical queen to b6. Chop the queens off. Let's get an endgame. Let's make the position a bit more simple. Queen takes b6, a takes b6, rook to c5, and now I understand the fact that I'm going to lose one of these pawns. You're going to have 2 pawns for the exchange, but in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up some checkmating ideas, and that's exactly what's happening. King to g6, rook to f1, rook takes d5, rook f8, and now we have a g4 on the board. Do I want to allow your king to get in?
No,
Absolutely
no.
not.
Check.
Let's go with h4 or the move.
I like
rook
that
to
one.
g8. You like this one?
I like that one. Because if you go back to h7, then I'm going to go after the b7 pawn.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's very nice.
That's probably the key and the way to continue this one. H4 is also a move in the position, but I have to say, rook to g8 looks clean, right?
Clean, yeah.
King to h6, how bad is this? Probably even worse, because now I'm looking at some checkmates on the 8th rank as well.
Checkmating pattern.
Question is, who's giving the checkmate first? Right? King to g7, probably I don't want to go
Well, I
here.
can go all the way back to f1.
And in fact, yeah, you're hunting my queen a little bit.
Yeah.
My rook, excuse me. So yes, I will go rook to f1.
Right, exactly. Picking up the pawn with check. But we have a very young lady in studio. Christian, over to you and Alice Lee.
We do. We have Alice Lee. Alice, first of all, congratulations. A difficult game against the defending champion, Jeffery Yu, but with the black pieces, you did not slow down. Once again, pile on the pressure, and it finally paid off. You're fighting for the podium right now. Tell us a bit about today's game.
Yeah, so I played the QG, which I don't think that she expected because I played like the Slav up to now it's in this tournament. So I think like my position out of the opening was pretty good. And I think I was like kind of slowly able to play her until this like around before time control there was this like move 38 where I just completely blundered. I'm completely winning here, and then here she has rook takes g7, and I was like, oh, I'm like, there's no way I can win this. The most I have is a perpetual.
So this
like,
is a perpetual,
basically. Yeah, and I don't have anything.
How much time did she have?
Yeah, but
this particular
she only had a
moment?
minute, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, she only had a minute here, so of course it was hard, but it was like, yeah, I mean, I was completely winning before that, so I definitely shouldn't have blundered that. But of course, I think it's hard for her to play, especially in time trouble. So I think after this, I was able to win pretty nicely.
Absolutely, and you've done so in a remarkable fashion. You never let go of the advantage after this particular moment. Congratulations, Alice, I have to say. That's a good performance in the second half of the event. Guys, join the conversation.
Well, you had a bad start, Alice, and you had this very, very, very nice comeback. But two ladies have just been doing extraordinarily well. From your perspective, what is it like watching Begim and Carissa win game after game?
Yeah, I mean, so after my start, of course, I had really no chance. But to see Begim and Carissa doing so well, I mean, they're obviously both in really great shape. They're playing really great chess. And I think the fight for first place will certainly be very interesting to watch.
Absolutely. Exciting finish, round 11. We'll be forging a new champion. Alice, we'll see you tomorrow, and congratulations for your win today over the defending champion.
Thank you.
Excellent.
She went past. I was waiting for the thank you. It wasn't
you
there.
heard it.
Yeah, I heard it.
You did hear it.
It wasn't there.
Now, let's go back to the Fabi game, just
absolutely.
because
Please do.
I think this is so consequential for the championship.
Absolutely.
This is the championship game, and it does feel like he's putting the finishing touches. So perhaps we can analyze it on your board while we watch these two gladiators battle it all out.
So we did see that important kind of rook g8 check. The idea behind this move by Fabi is to try to get the king to step back to the 7th rank so that we will be able to pick up this pawn with check. And I think
where do you go?
Yeah, okay. Well, we tried as you just did king h6. I don't think it really matters because the rook would go check and then the rook would come back to f1. King h7 immediately,
Fabi
Mishra,
immediately responding with rook b8.
yes. And is time a factor? They've made time control, obviously, but
Definitely a
So
factor.
Fabiano has 11 minutes while Abhimanyu 5 minutes.
It's not a lot with
Not
this
a lot.
position.
But okay, let's just see. What do you think, Kate?
Looking for trying to set up some
I'm just
checkmates
trying to,
there, right?
yeah. Try to make some trouble.
Okay, let's go with g3. We need that pawn there.
That's the question. Do we, for example, check
King h6 or g6.
G6 maybe. I'm thinking about the move rook b1. As we know, rook belongs behind pass pawns with the idea of rook c7 and b7.
I think you will have to give me that knight for the pawn at some point.
Exactly.
So for example, actually,
maybe
okay,
the move
wait.
g4 just you don't have time for.
But
we
just
have
one
to
second.
start. Oh, sorry.
Let's keep going in that position. I don't think it's
G3
completely
takes.
over.
No, you don't.
Knight c4.
Knight c4.
You go rook c7,
Okay.
I take on b6.
That's fair.
So you have to go rook b8.
Once again, I'm eyeballing rook g8 and b7.
And now, do I have something in the nick of time to save me?
I mean, if you could go.
The problem is I'm also losing the g3 pawn.
Yeah,
right?
I've got this rook g8 check
yeah,
business
no,
again.
Nothing.
Nothing. So I think g3 we don't have the time for for g3. We have to get the rook behind, which is what Mishra did. Takes
King g6.
King g6, and we'll probably be up to date with the players right here.
Should we take on g4 just in case?
Normally speaking, I'm trying to keep as many pawns on the board as possible with the two rooks. So normally speaking, I do want to play the move h3, h4, so I can go like rook g5 check ideas.
By the way, does Irina have 30 seconds on her clock?
Say what? Say what? Just a second. Let me stop whatever I was about to, because in the ladies' championship, 30 seconds? Did
Wow,
you
yeah,
say?
she's less than a minute, while Begim has 10 minutes. That's a giant time advantage.
It certainly is. And whenever you're down to 30 or less seconds, I mean, it plays strange games with your mind. You start seeing a ghost. And I love the triple twist that Niemann had, right? Like just the last second, he just saw that sacrifice on g6.
They've
Knight
went
a3.
through this variation quite a few times. This knight b1, knight a3. They've already repeated the position.
I see that. Knight a3,
So
knight
it looks
b1,
like
knight a3.
Begim understands that she just needs to hold the position with this knight b1, knight a3, and there is no way for Krush to get more out of this position.
I find that extraordinary. I just think, how is that even humanly possible? I mean,
So
it's sort of
knight
like,
b1.
again, just Begim, very, very, very lucky to be in a situation where she's several pawns down, but somehow tricky situation.
Again, knight b1 is going to come on the board. We know that.
Right.
There's no other alternative.
Actually, there is no other alternative.
I am actually threatening to take that knight.
And that would be a piece. Knight to b1.
And then what do you do?
Well,
Do you push right now? Do you push for a win? Because you have 1 minute on the clock.
Right.
If you go king d3, I think that's a threefold repetition.
Already.
Yes.
Well, strangely enough, this wasn't the setup I wanted for Irina. Somehow I was getting the rook on d3, maybe the bishop to d6. So if I'm playing for the win, it has to be based upon the move f5, right?
Right. And this is the key right now. Take, and knight to c3.
Were you waiting for me to play king f4, right?
I don't think I was, no. I think I was just waiting for you to get that pawn off the e4 square.
Okay, so takes, and you were ready to go knight c3
already,
in this
yes.
in this position. And again, if I take
Knight d5.
Knight d5, take, and this guy is hanging. I do understand that. For some strange reason, I'm attracted to.
Or first check on d8, forcing
Okay.
the king to go to h7.
You don't want to go to g7 and allow me bishop f8.
I capture on g6.
I'll take with the king. I'm happy now. My king is out. Not getting mated. I'm happy.
I've got.
You have a lot, but you're also losing some.
By the way,
King D3.
King D3, she had only 5 seconds on the clock.
That's a
Irina.
threefold repetition.
Right there. So with the move,
Knight
with the
A3,
move
it's
Knight
a
A3,
threefold repetition.
Begim can claim a draw, which means she will be tied with Carissa going into tomorrow's round. And she didn't claim the draw.
No, I'm not sure why, but she decided not to. I guess she's hoping
I think
that
she's
maybe...
confident that Krush just needs to repeat. Because she spent so much time looking at this position for like 20 minutes, found nothing, and always let her clock go to 5-3 seconds and then just move back and forth. Oh, wow.
But Krush is saying no.
So she could have played. Hold on.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me get this straight again. So Begim could have played to the arbiter.
Correct.
I will play Knight A3 and
Right.
make a draw.
That's it. Yes.
And then everything to
it is.
play for tomorrow, the title is on the line. Instead, she played Knight A3, and Irina said, screw it. I'm going to play for the win.
But
This
really,
is
she
very
doesn't
silly.
feel like she's risking even allowing Irina Krush to play F5.
Very silly behavior. No. She should have not done this. This is not very professional of her. But that was her decision. That was Begim's decision, right? Because she must have known that Knight A3 is a threefold repetition.
Right.
Perhaps she, got a bit overly confident in the fact that maybe your opponent having such a low time situation, she will blunder and I get more than just a draw. Maybe I win this game.
Well, that's the kind of attitude you need to have at times, this crazy ambition of, even when you're worse,
And
looking
so far
for
it's
opportunity.
working for her in the
It
tournament.
has worked for Carissa as well. Now, the question is, after the move F5, who stands better and why? Christian, explain the situation.
Well, the problem is you cannot take on F5.
Why not?
If you take
Because you open
get
up.
mated.
So if you take on F5 twice in the worst possible way, this is where bad things happen.
It was the scenario you wanted,
Oh,
right?
I was desperate to have it. Yes, Rook G1. You can't go to F8 because that bishop does patrol that square. So after the move F5, you can't capture, which is a big deal from White's point of view. White, whether she's going to take or play the move F6. I would think F6 would set up checkmating potentials.
Right, so if
there.
she goes back with the knight B1.
Well, that's Rook takes C2.
Rook takes C2, you can't do that.
Right, that was the whole point, that the knight on A3 defends the pawn on C2. In the past, we were making these waiting moves, right? Remember those moves, king, G8, G7, G7, G8. So what happens if black just waits, Christian, in this game between Irina and Begim?
Well,
after F5,
let's move
king
for
G8.
just a second to the Andrew Tang versus
Okay.
Dariusz Swiercz, because Andrew has found an absolutely marvelous way to finish this game.
Oh wow, rook sacrifice.
There is a rook sacrifice, and there is a checkmate coming. King to F4, queen
have
to
it.
E5 now.
On the board, yeah.
Oh, this is so nice.
Queen to E5, king to G5.
And
no
now
choice.
H4.
H4.
I don't want to play king F5 and lose that one, so give me that one.
Okay, so king.
Now queen
F4.
F4.
Sigh.
Captures. And then queen H3. Oh wow, this is taking a long time, but I will checkmate that king.
Well, I can also just take the queen if I really want to. Rook
Right.
takes
Oh,
H6.
that's true.
You take the queen because you don't know if it's checkmate, but you know that the queen. Okay,
So let's go
so
back to the game position. We saw queen to E5, king G5, and H4.
on the board.
Now, I think the nice part comes after king to G4.
Okay.
Then you go queen G3, king H5, queen G5, checkmate.
Ah.
That's pretty.
That's
Finally, the rook on H8 is doing something.
Why
useful.
did you put your rook on H8?
That's nice.
And if
That
I go
is-
back to G6,
You go back to G6, then you go queen to E8. And that's a checkmate like that. Or you lose the queen.
Yeah.
Also king f6 and rook f8.
This is some really nice geometry.
Nice.
Yes.
It
Very
looks
nice
beauty.
geometry. And this is the first win for Andrew Tang.
So can you move it back just to see where he sacrificed the rook?
At that point, after queen to d6, rook to c6, really nice calculated. Very nicely calculated.
Pretty.
Wow. That's a brilliant surprise.
Right?
There you go. Yeah, that's it.
That's a beautiful finish, all right. And we do have on the board king g5. The player we've caught up with the players. h4. Oof. Nice finish for Andrew and for Dariusz. He also is without a win. He's drawn a lot of games. Some games he's lost that he was that close to making a draw. But for Andrew, he will really be, this is his debut. This is an amazing event for him. To get a win at the U.S. Championships will really give him a very, very nice feeling.
By the way, guys,
It's always nice to finish a game with a really nice tactic.
Absolutely, it's the best. By the way, what?
Huge blunder by Begim.
No.
In her game. Yes, take a look at this. After f5, I mean, how she didn't claim that draw is beyond me, right? That's
remarkable.
Remarkable indeed. And she played the move knight to b5, which loses
What?
on the spot right now. Because now I have rook takes c2. And you cannot take on c2 because of rook to d8.
Right.
And that's it.
That's check.
Then I pick up the rook on c2. I'm a lot of pawns up. And you're in trouble. Not only that, but the mate is coming via f6 as well. They're not looking good right now. And rook takes c2 came on the board. Rook to e8 played by Begim. But
It's a
is
disaster.
all Irina Krush right now. Back in the mix, back in this game. She's winning once again. And to be honest,
Shocking.
the position is not that difficult anymore.
Yeah, no.
You
I'm
got
many
rid of
pawns
the
up.
biggest weapon in
Of
black's
course.
position, the pawn on c2, and right now all you have to do is convert an easy.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
And there was the draw. It
That
was
is-
possible to just finish that game,
You could
claim
claim
the draw.
the
Knight
draw.
a3, just claim the draw. Absolutely. We're looking at this position. So this is the first time. Move 45, move 47. Once again, the same position. Nothing is changing. Move 49, knight to a3. So after king to d3, you stop the clock.
You
You
write
go-
down on your score sheet that you are playing knight
You
a3.
go to the arbiter, you write down move knight to a3, you showed it to the arbiter, hey, with this move, 3-4 repetition, and that's it.
Right.
You go back and you enter the final championship round on equal terms with Carissa.
Of course.
Back on equal terms with Carissa. And then you have a game with the white pieces against a struggling Jennifer Yu. She did not do that, and right now she's in a dire position, unfortunately for her. And Carissa, I mean, back at the hotel right now, she's looking at this game. She's
and
happy.
she's done it. She's
Yes.
done it. She's taken on c2. She's played rook to c8, has Irina Krush, and completely winning. Oh my gosh, what a turnaround. This
Those
is
are
really
2 extra pawns.
Incredible twist in this one. Absolutely incredible twists.
rook takes c4, pardon me, rook e8, rook c4, takes on f5. So the idea for Begim is she's looking to play rook takes e5. Pause. Let me offer a trade of rooks.
If I have
you
more
want-
pawns, I want to trade pieces, go to that
Exactly.
endgame as fast as possible.
Exactly.
And what do we
and,
think of the Fabi game, guys? Fabi
rook c8 on the
versus
board,
Mishra.
and we think,
Yeah,
well,
this one is
Irina
not
is just in
looking good.
cruise control now.
Yeah.
It's just too many extra pawns
Also,
for
when you
Irina.
look at the knight, it doesn't have too many squares to go to. The bishop is really nice placed, kind of not allowing the knight to be active anywhere.
Exactly. All of the key squares are covered. Let's jump to the Fabi game because, again, it's so eventful that the 2 games that could decide the outcome of the championship are some of the longest lasting games. Of course, I refer to Fabi versus Mishra. When we left it, we saw the move rook b5. I was saying it's suggestible for white that he would like to keep the pawns. He decided, that is to say, Fabi decided to trade, play king h2. That's a nice move, king
I
h2.
like it because
Just-
you don't want to allow the g3 to kind
Exactly.
of stop that king,
Right.
block it on the back rank, and potentially have some checkmates there.
And anytime you play g3 check, I get to go king h3, and the pawn on g3, instead of being an asset, becomes a liability. Rook to c1, okay, that's a pretty straightforward idea. Just check, and I want to put my pawn on b7 and then move my rook with a gain of tempo. And I think this is basically all she wrote, right? You just go rook to
Rook c7.
rook c7 with the idea of rook here and
That seems to
b7.
be it, yeah. Unless you get checkmated, which you're not getting checkmated. G3, king h3.
Yeah, g3, king h3 is the key.
Yeah.
And that's it. So rook c7. Time factor, Kate? I don't see my clock.
5 minutes and 20 seconds for Fabiano and 1 minute and 57 seconds for Abhimanyu. So definitely starting to become a factor.
Okay.
Let's try to find something. Maybe there is something. Rook c7, king e6.
Rook c7, he has done it. King e6, you say. b7.
King d5.
King d5.
Now rook c8 is over. Yeah.
Rook.
I was trying to go knight c6, but yeah.
Yes.
Rook c8 just finishes the game. Yeah, I cannot create that mating threat, that mating net on the king side.
No. The moment white played king h2, like all of those threats to his king just disappeared.
So instead of king d5, can I go king g5?
Okay.
I want to go king g5, knight g6, and then g3.
Okay.
But that
is it
takes
a
long.
time?
Knight g6,
Rook g8,
g3.
king h2.
Oh, I don't have that checkmate on f4.
This is what I might call, you've got a 66% chance of winning with black, because I've got 3 moves. 2 lose, but behind curtain number 1, king.
Wait, do I have? No, rook b4
Hey,
just
knight
capture.
g6.
He's going for it, but
Rook c7.
I think after b7, this might be just
So he starts
simply
with
over.
knight g6 instead of king g5.
Right, he does. Knight g6. So some ideas of knight f4 and
That's
g3.
the only thing that he can try for.
Okay. So last cheapos. b7, if knight f4, rook f8.
That's right.
The problem is, like, just imagine that I queen, yeah? And you go g3 check. The checkmate that you want to deliver is actually protected by the queen.
It's not available even now.
Oh.
I tried so hard.
I know. And we do have a result in the Andrew Tang game. Did he allow queen h5 mate?
No.
No.
No, it was rook h6.
Rook h6
and
finished the game
winning
after
the
rook
queen.
h6,
A
yes.
really beautiful sacrifice, rook c6. That's going to be in some books as well.
Exactly. I mean, I'm with you, Kate. You finish a tournament in style. You win a nice game. You forget about the first 9 rounds. You know, it would never happen. Let me show you the win.
And you published that article. This is my game
Exactly.
from U.S. Championships.
Exactly. All I remember about the U.S. Championship is my penultimate round game. Knight g6 on the board. Do we have b7?
We do. A minute, less than a minute for Abhimanyu right now, but the time is not the problem. It's the position that just simply collapses. There's a coronation coming.
Yep.
For the queen on b8, there's also a coronation coming for Fabiano Caruana, who will be winning his 3rd national championship right here, right now, with a round to spare.
g3 check on the board, king h3, not falling for the 66%. And again, any knight checks, the king absolutely takes a walk. King to g5, hoping for knight f4 mate, the last cheapo that you can...
Maybe king h5 is the last cheapo.
The last cheapo. I like
Knight
that.
f4, okay.
Okay, you went for knight f4. I think king h5 was the last cheapo there.
And then rook h7.
Yeah, let me just refresh my board.
That was a nice
Sorry.
one, yeah.
As last cheapo,
one
no
way.
king g5, but knight f4, king g4. What does he want to do, Kate?
Knight takes g2?
Knight takes g2.
Yeah, maybe knight e6.
Knight e6.
Try and say that, okay, I'm at least
I
avoiding
was
rook
looking
f8.
for cheap. Well, first of all, we don't have, and very importantly, that we don't have the move rook f8 check.
Okay.
So we go
I think
rook
this is the best
d7,
way
right?
to fight, yes.
You're right, rook d7.
I think we're going to see some knight c5, maybe.
But then d6, you give up?
Yeah, I think I have to at this point. King e5 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we can lose that pawn.
It should still be very much winning even after rook to c6.
Yeah, just because the knight is in some
Then I
terribly nasty pins, right?
Rook c7 is probably just fine.
Yes.
Even going into this endgame, knight a5, we exchange the rooks, and then king takes g3. That should be an easy win.
Yes, I agree with that. That is nice. I suspect I have something a little bit even more convincing, but we do. I'm just going to refresh my board. Apologies for this. Yeah. Knight e6. Mm-hmm. We expect rook d7. Kate, you were about to say something.
No, I was thinking just at the end that we can grab, instead of rook c7, we can grab that pawn on a6.
So we like the move rook d7, we like the move knight c5, we like check, and we like this move?
Yes, and after this, just rook takes a6.
Absolutely, yes.
I like it.
Rook d7 is on the board.
So despite his little bit of a wobble there when he played the move queen b4,
I mean, it was a straightforward game.
Yeah, it really was.
Very strategically illustrative of like the open file, the pair development, the Maruti bind structure.
Yeah, all of the marvelous positives.
The b takes c3 kind of unexpected.
And I like that b takes c3, very nice. By the way, knight c5, we're expecting rook takes d6 check.
Mm-hmm. Rook takes d6.
And again, it's so easy for us. We're sitting here in studio, we take our breaks,
right.
We have our nice coffee.
We blunder here and there.
We blunder here and there. These guys have been playing 5 hours straight. And
for the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, very, very intense games, stressful games. And wow, they play so well. So we do expect rook c6.
Yes.
Although it wouldn't surprise me if there were other
You
nice
feel like
ways.
you have something else, but
yeah.
rook c6 is so obvious.
So convincing, right?
But I actually don't see, I mean, probably you can go like rook h6, and still
Right.
allow the capture, but I can start running a5.
I like rook c6. Yeah. That goes very, very nicely because it threatens check. Rook takes c5 check, even if you defend the knight.
Right, let's try to be resilient.
Okay.
Rook, knight d7.
Knight d7. Okay, I will fall for
king d5.
King d5.
Rook c7.
Knight f6.
Knight
yes.
f6.
Yes.
I managed to lose this. Wow.
It wasn't easy, Kate.
Yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. That was my
rook takes c6 on the knight d7's coming. You know he's got to try it. Why not?
Okay, he went knight d7.
You got to try. Come on.
Oh wow.
Okay, where's the win? Let's find the win.
You know, I'm really happy I'm doing the commentary and not playing in this tournament.
Exactly.
Let's not play around anymore. Okay, where's the win? How do you finish the game?
I'm still thinking of the Dariusz game at the very end where Fabi allowed a stalemating idea. Mm-hmm. And he was saying afterwards, like, okay, I've got to stop looking at chess.
I guess you actually don't have more than rook e8 and rook
takes
a6,
a6.
And then king takes g3 and play that position.
Well, I mean, it is winning.
It is completely winning, yes.
But it is a bit of a surprise that you don't have a forcible trade of the rook.
And he's playing a rook e8 check.
Yes.
A forcible win of the knight.
And now if rook c7 comes on the board, I mean, this would be the
Kate
Kate
will have jinxed the play. Kate will have jinxed the players, and rook takes a6.
No,
I'm sure is his plan. He just done it, by the way. Rook takes a6 on the board.
But that's the crazy part. You have to be accurate until really you shake hands.
Oh, exactly.
Not that you are just winning. You have a winning position and you can play whatever you want.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah. No, these are very strong grandmasters that are going to be resilient all the way until the last moment.
I mean, if there's a resource in the position, I must say that the 2,800 players, And look at Fabi. Yeah, give me that last pawn too. King takes G3.
Now, even if you take one of my rooks, at least I have to draw him.
Exactly.
In the back pocket.
I'm not losing this.
And we see the sip of water.
Right.
Yes.
Right. I'm not losing this one.
No, really, winning positions is just very difficult. It's not as easy as one may think.
Not at all. Not at all.
But right now, you just have to move the pawn, move the king to H pile, and just run with the pawn.
Yeah.
So, do we have any other games in the women's section? Oh, we can look at. Okay. And still stay with this game.
By the way, rook
Just to
E3
give you an
check on
update, Irina is putting the finishing touches on that one, and she doesn't seem to have any technical difficulties. Tatev as well.
Tatev as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So king H4, and it's all about the G pawn. By the way, there should be mating nets. You know, the black king stuck in the middle of the board.
And you can see it. Fabi is still, you know, there's that tension still in him. You can see him not being completely sure, perhaps. Knight to C5. By the way, rook to A5 and rook takes C5.
That looks pretty decent.
That's the technical win.
Because the black king will be so far away from the G pawn.
You know, I felt like he wants to play G4, but once you said it, he was like, maybe I have something different to play here.
Rook A5, king D6, and again, rook takes, followed by G4, and the black king is just so far away that G4, G5, G6, and the white king will just escort the pawn up the board. Now, having said that, G4?
No, I think he's going to grab the knight and play rook D8.
Because where can the knight really move?
G4,
the problem is...
Oh, I can
the
always
knight actually
take
doesn't
the knight.
move anywhere.
Yeah, the knight really can't move to a square.
Because if you go to E6, I'm going to give a check on A6 and grab a free knight.
That's right, exactly. You're going to grab a free knight. If you go to the D3 square, I can always, once again, give up one of my rooks and escort the pawn home. But yeah, this is the problem. I don't have to give back the exchange. In G4, ask the salient question, what are you doing about the G pawn?
Yeah. There's no answer to that.
Yeah. Crickets.
Crickets.
And by the way, Tatev won her game.
King
Well,
D7.
those French defense players.
Stop. Stop it.
When you want to win with the black pieces, you know what I mean.
You don't play the French.
By the way, I like just keeping my rook out of harm's way. Rook E2. It's just so that you can't move your knight again.
I like it.
Rook E2, and if you move your knight to D3, I can always give up the exchange that way.
No, at least
as
you're
well.
one square more forward. Yeah, you're already on G4.
Exactly.
More advanced.
That's exactly what I was thinking as well, that you smuggle a tempo,
Yes.
maybe even two in that case. But rook E2, whoa, rook E1,
That's
you know,
good.
you
That's good
kind of give...
Well, the problem is knight
I can
D3,
still
rook
play
D5.
rook D5.
I can still play rook D5
Yes.
and then give the rook, and then play G5. Got
I
it.
am finally giving that rook up.
Yes.
No reason to
Not
allow
to.
the knight to survive on the board.
Right. Mishra, no,
Yeah,
understanding
he feels like
that
he doesn't want to play there because he sees that the rook can go to D5 and capture
the problem is the knight just has no squares.
Yeah.
Knight E6, check, or even this check. And then,
I have to say, guys, convincing performance by
Truly.
Fabiano to
Truly.
close the show with one round to spare at the U.S. Championship. That's
Not
not an
easy,
easy task.
no.
No, that is truly not an easy task.
Knight B7, and again, where is that knight actually ending up?
We can play again, rook D5
Or rook A7.
or rook A7.
I think rook D5 he's going to go for probably.
Right.
Just because somewhat it feels cleaner. Okay. I guess I don't know. I don't know my boy.
Commentator's curse. It was like a 50-50 shot. You were really close on this one,
I was
too,
really
Cristian.
close, yes.
But the next one, it's easy, just G5, King H5, G6, King H6.
By the way, we might see a handshake in Irina versus Begim as well, if you guys want to check that one out.
Well, we're vultures.
Just to see the handshake, basically.
Exactly. Well, we think the handshake may be coming here, too. That's the problem. And, well, yeah, Begim's kind of filling out the score sheet, so that is a pretty strong indication that...
Yeah, right now, just Rook C5 to keep that pawn on the board.
She's done it. And Begim, just a small grimace there as, wow. Something very bizarre just happened here with Begim's and Irina's game, because
maybe she
that
didn't
is just
realize knight a3 was a three-fold
how do you
repetition.
not realize it? You're in a threefold
And
repetition.
you have 10 minutes, right? It wasn't
right. You can claim it, and if you're wrong, your arbiter's going to award your opponent an extra 2 minutes.
But you have a lot of time to check your score sheet.
Exactly.
I feel like she was just trusting her position that Irina is going to repeat again, or maybe she wanted her to risk.
She got greedy, yes. I think that was just her getting greedy, thinking that maybe she will be able to win that.
So at last,
Fabi
Fabi
is
has
taking
given
that
up
knight.
his exchange, and he is about to play g6 and escort his pawn up the board with the king. And Mishra still playing.
Fighting.
I'm a little surprised there.
Fighting on. G7.
Fabi just checking if he can move that pawn.
King g5. Nope.
H5.
Couldn't guess. King g5 centralization.
And a handshake.
And there we have it, handshake.
Wow.
Our congratulations to the defending champion, Fabiano.
Back-to-back champion, incredible performance.
Very impressive.
And the winner of the open section.
Very, very, very
And
impressive.
here we go. The 2023 US chess champion, Fabiano Caruana.
$60,000 richer.
Whoa, that's...
Dinner's on you tonight, Fabian.
All right, we're going to the Fabian dinner tonight. Okay, got it.
And in studio, we have an anxiously awaiting Andrew Tang to share his victory with you, Cristian.
Andrew, sorry for making you wait in the studio, but I'm sure you were watching that game as well. First of all, congratulations. This is your first victory at the US Chess Championships. And it couldn't come in a sweeter way. Just an incredible final finishing touches with that brilliant attack. Tell us a bit about that. Your emotions right now.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, going into the tournament, my goal was to get at least one win, so I'm just relieved that I managed to near the end of the tournament. And I mean, yeah, as you said, it was just such a sweet way to do it. That's probably like the nicest combination I've ever gotten to play over the board, so just really, really happy about it.
Absolutely, and let's review that because it was so beautiful. It was at this point, all the way towards the end, where you finally realized that, and this was, by the way, not an easy game. It was back and forth. Sure, you had a better position, but he was making things very difficult for you. And finally, you found these beautiful ideas after Rook to c3, setting up this checkmate, and then he thought that he's going to trade the queens off and go into a rook endgame, which is probably going to be a draw. At this, first of all, when did you spot this idea with rook to c6 that came after rook to h8 and rook to c6? How many moves ago?
Yeah, I saw after, well, when I was playing rook c8, I had to make sure that it was working, but I actually saw the idea by then, so I was just like really, really having to check like 5 times because there are so many things that can go wrong. But yeah, after, I mean, rook c8, I have to be 100% sure, otherwise he's just trading the queens.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. Every single piece on the board is used in this mating attack.
Absolutely. The geometry is so beautiful because he cannot cover. He would love to cover with the rook on f7. He loses the queen.
Yeah.
Everything works in your favor, and you did finally get it on the board, get the win on the board. Congratulations. Andrew. Tell us about your assessment of this championship. With one round to go, this is the first time you're participating at the US Chess Championships. Tell us a bit about your experience.
Yeah, I'd say it's been a success. Definitely started a bit slowly because I haven't been playing or working much on chess these days, so I needed a warm-up for sure, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way I've played. It's just that my openings are really not up to par with the rest of the field, as I'm not a professional and everybody else has just really solid openings, so yeah, I've been just trying to get games, and this game I managed to outplay him.
And after
I've been playing
such
pretty
a
well.
sweet victory, I'm sure you want to give some shout-outs to the people that have been supporting you throughout the event. Would you like to do that?
Sure. Yeah, I'd like to thank my coach, Nikola Mitkov, for helping me throughout the tournament, even though I haven't had much time to work on chess. I'd like to thank everybody watching, the people in my Discord as well for playing video games with me after each round, and yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew. Now I want to ask Yasser a question. Yasser, do you know what the Discord is?
Yeah, I have some knowledge, but I'm not a Discord fan
Maybe
myself.
you should get on Andrew's Discord.
Andrew, if you want to invite me to your group, you know, I'm terrible video games, but congratulations, Andrew. Seriously, we like the geometry, and we saw one checkmate where your rook was actually on h8, where you had a queen g5 checkmate, which we thought was really sweet right here. You know, if your coach asked you, if your coach asked you, why did you put your rook on h8, you could show him this variation. Congratulations. A very, very nice, very, very picturesque finish.
Yeah, we were talking about brilliant surprises for games. This will be definitely one of the candidates.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Andrew.
Thanks.
Absolutely. And where do we stand? It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
I'm still.
The 10th round is over. We're setting up for some interviews. Maybe we can look at the standings. Once again, give the flowers to our champion because he did win with a round spare. We have one champion. Right now, we're still waiting to determine who's going to be the champion in the ladies section.
Absolutely.
But a lot of things have changed in this round.
It is Carissa now, who is leading the tournament. She won today's game and switched with Begim.
Flipped the script over Begim. Begim came in today's round with a half a point lead over Carissa. Carissa won, Begim loses. And that sets up for a very eventful penultimate round.
And
round
there is
11
this
tomorrow.
1.5 point difference between the third place, who is tied for Irina, Krush and Alice Lee. So really it's about the championship between these two ladies who are going to fight it off tomorrow.
Fight for the bronze. Look at that bronze fight. I mean, Irina and Alice.
And it's still Tatev there with 6 points.
Oh, she's there,
Yeah.
And I think she won the last 3 games? Tatev potentially or 2?
Yes, I think so. Definitely the last 2. But I think you might be on something with the last 3 for sure.
And here we go, Fabiano Caruana with 7.5 out of 10, winning the championship with 1 round to spare, and then 2 players tied for second, Wesley and Leinier Dominguez.
We know that Wesley was going to play against Fabi tomorrow. Wesley will have the white pieces. We don't know who Leinier is going to play tomorrow.
And big congratulations to Fabiano Caruana, the 2023 US Chess Champion.
Impressive, Fabi. Back-to-back champion.
Fantastic
it's not
right
easy.
through the tournament.
Exactly. Kept his mistakes to a minimum. It's sort of like he wobbled a bit today. But I have to say, he played such a very good game overall. I mean, he was the one pushing the action throughout, Cristian.
No, absolutely. But we do have, and we will speak with Fabiano in just a few minutes as well, we do have Irina with us. Irina, welcome back to the show. Yesterday when you came here and you said you're fighting for the podium, but more importantly, you're just feeling good about yourself, your friendships that you have been developing, and it definitely showed in this game. This was not an easy task. With the white pieces, sure, it's a player that you have been enjoying success against, but she was on a tear and you stopped her. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, I felt like this game was really quite good from the beginning. Like there were a few things that I did that I was quite happy with in the opening when I played this knight e5 move, stopping her e5 plans. And then I played bishop b3, and neither of those moves were obvious at all.
Yeah.
Like they kind of took me a lot of time. And I mean, certainly knight e5, like you can try to play that position in a much more standard way. But knight e5, I was like, I can actually fight against the e5 idea. And bishop b3 also, like very, prophylactic, because the idea is every time she takes on e5, she's not going to get b5 with tempo. I'm going to threaten knight e4. So I was really quite happy with this. Oh, and the other point of bishop b3 is that if she takes on d4 and I take on d4, she doesn't have knight b6, right? And sort of like, this type of idea, so she's not going to hit the bishop and the pawn at the same time. So those things were actually really important to me building up this game. And obviously, at some point I had just a most wonderful position. I also think the plan of doubling on the d file, while of course everyone knows rooks should come to the open file. It wasn't completely obvious to me in the game just because there are so many other opportunities to play on the king side. But yeah, once I got to this position, I knew I was doing well. And of course I had, very, very poor technique in winning this position. So, what you saw was not very clean at all. Because once I took the pawn on h6, it must have been completely winning.
And unfortunately, we have some problems with the board. We will rectify that in just a second. Maybe you can take it from here, Yasser.
Yeah, just go through where you felt it was great. Queen takes h6, you're a happy camper.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
Yeah, I mean, well, okay, maybe starting from here, I kind of wonder, right? Because queen h3 seems so obvious, but then she got her queen out because I couldn't take with the rook because of knight e2. And once the queen came out, I actually realized it was not easy. So it was really just in some very short amount of time. I wonder if maybe even queen h3 was a mistake. Maybe I should have played queen h4. That way I can take with the rook on d3. Actually, yeah, queen h4. Yeah, why not? I mean, it makes a big difference, yeah.
Right.
And then she can never really trade because the rook's coming to h3, which is kind of unpleasant. So, I mean, something like this should have been convincing, right? But I just thought my position was so winning, I kind of didn't feel that she could come back into the game. But once queen h6 happened, I knew she was back in. And I saw this knight b5, c4 idea. So, really kind of losing control, but not completely at this stage, as we're getting into the first time trouble. Obviously, I thought this position was stable for me after b3. It seems very unfortunate to let the black pawn get to c3, but, I'm kind of holding everything with my control of the d file. And okay, here feeling sort of okay about how things were going, so I had to make the time control. Queen f3, I don't know if that was a good decision or not. It seemed okay to go for this end game. And basically here I was at least feeling pretty safe about my position. I knew this pawn was not going to promote, and I thought there were decent chances to win this end game. And of course the really interesting moment happened, a few moves later. And here I feel like maybe I messed up, right? So I was looking at, knight c3 was sort of my main calculation after rook b8, rook d4. I can show you, rook d4. If knight c3, then I was going to take on c2 and allow knight d5 and play e takes d5, rook takes c2 and d6, and I thought that this should be a winning position for me.
It is. It is. Rook to b2, d7, and you get the win. But she found this move.
I kind of missed. Yeah.
Knight to a3, and that shocked us as well because it doesn't seem like you have a way to make any progress in the position. And in fact, this was the critical moment because you allowed the threefold repetition. And in fact,
I know.
She did not stop the clock. And she played this move knight to a3. This would have been the third time. And at this point, with only a few seconds on the clock, you made that decision to continue the game. You could have played king e3. That's going to be a draw. You made the decision to continue the game with f5. What was going through your mind at that point?
I had finally seen this idea of f5, right? Because my whole attention had been on the queen side when I realized I just couldn't win the game on the queen side, despite the fact that all my pieces were there. All the action would seem to be on the queen side, and I couldn't win. So that was really quite disappointing for me that this king d3 idea just doesn't work. And then finally, and I'm running down on the clock. I kind of saw F5. I was like, oh, actually, I'm not just giving away a pawn because she gets mated if she takes it. So this is like some sort of possibility for me to, play, maybe get rid of one of the double pawns. So I had seen this idea, but I needed the king, I guess. I needed the king on, like in this position. This is where I wanted to do it. And, when you're down to 5 seconds, like I knew I was allowing the repetition, but at the same time, I already had seen this idea. And I was like, once she didn't take it, I was like, okay, now I'm going for it. And I was really happy that I found this because obviously I didn't really want the draw.
Yeah.
It was more a situation of just like running down on the clock and, making sure you don't lose on time, which I could easily do, as I'm sure you guys, know. So, F5 was, probably my best moments of the game because, you're already sort of supposed to be acquiescing to the 3-move repetition. You got no time as compared to your opponent. But, you pull out that little bit inside of you to play for the win. And, that's kind of, in my opinion, the best moment of the game for me.
Absolutely, and it definitely paid off. Congratulations, Irina. Big victory for you. And you're throwing the gauntlet in this tournament because the standings once again changed. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian.
Absolutely, our congratulations as well. And I think she's right, that move F5. But on the other hand, what the heck, Begim?
Yeah.
Why aren't you?
I still don't understand what happened there.
You're several pawns down. Why not just claim the draw? Your last moves have been knight A3, knight B1. Clearly, you're reaching for a draw. You have it.
But
again,
we talk about it, right? Long tournament, there are some just glitches.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's a blunder, and sometimes maybe you really forget or you get too greedy.
Exactly. Let's peek ahead and take a look at tomorrow's pairings. And here they are.
So
in
let's
the
start
ladies.
the women's section. Lee playing Aswaran, Tokhirjonova is going to play Jennifer Yu.
Yeah, exactly.
Very important match for the
Jennifer,
first place.
spoil the party as well.
Abrahamyan playing Krush. Both players winning today, by the way.
Exactly.
Then we have Carissa, the leader, playing Ruiyang. Cervantes
nice.
playing Zatonskih and Purkashian playing Paikite.
Now, we know that Fabi has already won the Open tournament, but nonetheless, we've got very important games to go.
Right. Wesley is going to challenge Fabiano Caruana tomorrow, but again, for Fabi, the result is not going to matter that much for this tournament.
Big fight for second
Absolutely.
between Dominguez.
Dominguez against Niemann. Then we have Swiercz against Robson, Sevian playing Tang, Shankland playing Xiong, and Mishra playing Aronian.
Also becoming a big fight for the 4th place there too. Levon, thanks to his victory today, his first victory, getting back in. And Cristian, you have a special guest in studio, Tatev.
Tatev, a lot of things went well for you today. One thing that I'm a little bit suspicious about, you once again played the French. You shouldn't do that.
You're my hero, Tatev. Well done.
Yasser loves it.
It's the last time in this tournament. I don't have to see a French or a Catalan for at least a month.
Well, you can play the Catalan tomorrow, perhaps. Anyway, tell us about today's game. Where did you feel like you're finally taking over the initiative? And tell us the critical moments.
The opening I thought went well for me with all these pieces coming off. I thought I was comfortable. I was happy to see that she went F5 and for a fighting position. I was a little worried she might play knight D3 and try to play an endgame and try to be more solid because I wasn't sure if I could try to push that position. Because, okay, I can go knight E4, but maybe she can go knight F2. I'm not sure, can I press here?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to do this, of course. So I was very happy that she wanted to fight and, she created a double-edged position, which felt scary for me. I think objectively, even during the game, I had a feeling it should be okay for me. But, it's a French, so you always have to think about, am I getting checkmated?
Very good point. Very good point,
But once my rook got to G6, I was safe. I just saw that I missed a nice tactic. It didn't occur to me that I had this moment where I could have trapped her knight, which is...
At what point?
Really... I think here, H5? Queen H5, F5 at some point.
H5.
If we go back one.
H5, F5. The problem is the rook on G6, right?
No, they're okay. But there was a moment where I could have done this. I just checked on my phone. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing.
Okay. Perhaps. I don't see it.
Yeah, but once we got to the end game, then I was quite happy. And the whole time, again, I was telling myself, you're up a pawn, don't lose control. Somehow you'll convert. And I think that today I didn't really give her any chances.
Absolutely, and you did convert quite successfully after that. You're still in the fight for the podium, and that's a big fight because both Alice Lee and Irina Krush have won their respective games today. What do you have to do tomorrow to finish on the podium?
Well, I'm playing Irina, so I have my chances there. I'm playing with the white pieces. I mean, historically, she's been a very difficult opponent for me. Well, she's been a difficult opponent for everyone here. But I do have the white pieces. And she's also fighting for third place, so she will definitely try to beat me. But Alice is, I don't know who she's playing, but okay, that one is out of my control. But I think I have my 5th place guaranteed, so I don't really have much to lose money-wise. But I can try to fight for a higher place, of course.
But Tatev, didn't you play Irina Krush a few years back in the US Championships, also in the last round, also with white pieces, and then managing to win?
I think I won last year against her, if I'm not mistaken. In the last round with the white pieces, I don't remember.
Too many games.
Then maybe.
Still a big game. That's going to be a big game. Tatev, go get your rest, get your preparation in. Big game tomorrow, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations to you as well, Tatev. By the way, today's game, I mean, we've denigrated the French, but it felt like Tatev didn't have any trouble. She got through the opening pretty okay. She traded off the light squared bishop and kind of cruised to victory. By the way, I mean, we have chess in St. Louis, and boy, do we have a lot of events still to go. The Grand Chess Tour, the finales, Kate.
So St. Louis Rapid and Blitz coming on November 12 to 19, then the Syncworld Cup, the giant event of the year, November 19 to December 3rd.
The granddaddy of them all will decide the outcome of the Grand Chess Tour. I must say, I'm looking ahead, reading the tea leaves. Will Ding Liren, the world champion, join us? Of course, he's in the Grand Chess Tour, but he hasn't played in quite some months. So
we'll have to wait for that.
Yeah, you got to tune in and wait for the Grand Chess Tour, as we're waiting for one very special guest to come up.
That's the one.
This is the one.
That's the one right there. You see, the director listens to you.
Yes, exactly.
He guides you.
Big congratulations to the 2023 US champion, Fabiano Caruana.
Yes, $60,000 richer as he's in studio. Cristian.
Well, Fabi, first of all, big congratulations from the studio here. You are the 2023 US Chess Champion. How are you feeling right now? This was not an easy task from the beginning to defend the title. In fact, we don't remember the last time somebody defended the title in the open section. How are you feeling right now? Sum it up for us.
Yeah, overall, it's a great feeling. I am very tired at the moment. And today I really didn't play a good game, but the result is great. I couldn't be happier about repeating the win from last year. Yeah.
Tell us about today's game, because it was a nerve-wracking affair. It felt like you had everything under control, under wraps. You were ready to put the finishing touches, and then something went wrong at some point with that move, queen to b4. Tell us about that move.
Well, I think I have some sort of disease, because whenever I play with my queen, I usually put it in a place where it's completely trapped. I did this against Sam. I've done this many times in the past. I self-trap my queen, and I did it again today. Queen b4, and then suddenly I realized, like, knight c4, my queen it can't move, it can't go to b1. I complicated my life so much, and then probably I even spoiled the majority of the advantage at some moment. But I mean, any move besides queen b4, I win the game. It's just like anything. It's this game should be over in 5 minutes instead of whatever it was, like 2 hours. And
and how do you come back from that? Because we saw your body language. We understood that you were quite disappointed when you made the time control. At the same time, you must have known that you still have great chances and maybe even concretely decisive advantage. How did you recover from that? How did you put yourself back into the mindset that you have to finish the job?
Actually, I was not too upset after the time control. I felt like he maybe missed chances to make it even, to get even more compensation. Like after the time control, I lost a pawn, but I got my coordination. So I did feel like I had a big advantage. But somewhere when we were both low on time, I really wasn't sure if I had almost completely spoiled it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And okay, I did keep an advantage the entirety of the game, but yeah, I was very unsure because my queen was going to some weird places and he was very active. And yeah, after the time control, I had already seen this a4 idea. I was actually surprised he went queen e4 because I thought other moves the queen is better placed. And yeah, after a4, I thought I have a very good chance to win anyway. Still, it wasn't easy because I wasn't.
I think the position, you never let go of the advantage fully by any means.
Yeah, this number is really not indicative of what I was feeling at the moment, but I'm glad to see that it was +3. Like over the board, it really felt like, of course, I'm pressing with no risk, but still anything could happen in terms of if I'm actually going to win this game. And only after he played g5, I was pretty confident. Like this g5 felt very wrong. I don't think that he's attacking in this position. And yeah, I felt like there should be several ways to refute this move. But queen b6 I thought was just a forced win. Like I didn't see any chance for him after that.
Yep.
Just had to see that after rook f8, basically, he can take on d5, but then he can't play rook b5 because there's rook f6. It even felt like there's like a margin, other rook and king g7, rook d6. It even felt like maybe there's some other ways to win as well. But okay, this was clean enough. And otherwise, yeah, my rooks become active. That's really the question is not the material in this position. The question is how active my rooks are. And once rook f8 comes, they're very active.
Well, I have to ask you, Fabi, everything has been going swimmingly for you this year. You qualified for the candidates you got. Once again, back to that 2,800 level. It feels like you're fully back in this one, and also you defend the national championship. Who do you have to blame for this success?
Well, I think I have myself to blame for some of my failures in the past few years. Especially the candidates. Last candidates was of course a huge failure. It was a rough period for some time. I mean, things seem to be a bit better now. I seem to be playing better, or at least maybe the quality isn't always there, but definitely taking some chances in tournaments when I can, and usually fighting for first place in most of my tournaments that I've played. And also I've been working very hard in general, like not just in between tournaments, but during tournaments, I've been fighting very hard, which is usually better than the alternative, which is like, let's say, some players, they lose motivation, and I was also in that position where I was at some point losing motivation a bit. So definitely, it's very important to keep that. Like I don't know what the word exactly for it is, but let's say to keep that gumption that you're always fighting. As much as you can in a tournament. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Like I had some very disappointing results this year as well, but in this tournament, it did work out pretty well.
Guys, any questions for our champion?
Yes, indeed. Fabi, first of all, our congratulations. Absolutely. Back-to-back stellar performance. Well done. Today was an absolutely huge game. You're playing against Mishra, this 14-year-old phenom. It's scary, right? Whenever you play a prodigy who's capable of taking down anybody. I don't know if you were satisfied with your position at move 13. You just played this move queen e2, and again, you won a very smooth game thereafter. Queen e2, rook fc8, and basically you kept the advantage throughout. Now again, just thinking about your mindset, going back at the start of the position, you're playing against Mishra. He had this opportunity to play the move f7, f5. At first glance, maybe it wasn't something that you feared, but on the other hand, you're playing the guy who's in second place, who needs to beat you. And if he had played the move f5, did you consider f5 seriously? Did you have an intention if he had played, which is a pretty aggressive approach by black?
Well, to be honest, I didn't like my position in general. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So basically, I was already unsatisfied on the third move because he usually plays knight d7. I had something in mind there, and then he plays bishop d7 for the first time. And
you had prepared against knight d7, not against bishop to d7 is choice. So you were dissatisfied right here.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy, and then I remembered. Okay, first I remembered there was some game where Richie played c4, I think against Maxime, and it was like c4, e5, knight c3, knight e7, and I was thinking, okay, against him maybe it's fun to play a closed position, which is very tense, and in general I have a lot of experience in these types of structures, so then he quickly played, I was hoping c4 takes him by surprise, and he quickly plays this, and then I remembered that there was some game of Nepo against Giri, and it was like, it wasn't with queen d4, but at some point he played knight d4, then he played knight f3, and then he played queen e2, bishop d2, and rook b1 in some sort of order. It was like knight c6, knight f3, castle, bishop d2, something like a6, queen e2, rook b8, rook b1, and the point is black shouldn't play b5 because white gets like rook ab8, rook ab1, b5, take everything, knight e4, queen e4, yeah, knight b5, knight e4, queen e4, rook b5, and white's pawns start to move. This is sort of what I remembered, but I couldn't remember what the move order is. And then I thought, why don't I play queen d4? And basically it seems to win a tempo. And then I confused myself entirely because on the one hand I thought like maybe h3 is more natural here to prepare bishop e3. But then I was like, okay, I'll play bishop d2. After a6, I'll play rook b1. And after rook b8, I was thinking, okay, maybe I'll play queen e2. And we get that game. And then he played knight g4. I'm like, what's the point of my play? I don't understand it. So my thoughts were all over the place. At some point, I was just like, okay, just make a move. I mean, I don't understand this position clearly. So yeah, I was a bit worried about f5. And if ef5, gf5, I guess, is the only logical way to kind of continue it. And then to put the knight on e5 and take back with the pawn and try to get those like... I mean, I didn't think I was worse, but I certainly wasn't happy with the result of the opening because, I mean, clearly he got an interesting position and I got under a little bit of pressure. I thought that, yeah, his rook fc8 was a bizarre move. I didn't understand it. Like, I kind of understood it, but I thought, why is he doing this? And then bishop c3, I also didn't understand why he took on c3. I thought, like, maybe knight g5 is normal. Like bishop c3, bc3, suddenly I'm in safety. First of all, I have a drawing mechanism if I ever want it.
You have a repetition, which we've seen. Yeah.
Yeah, which is nice, just psychologically. And then very quickly I saw c5 is a very dangerous idea.
Right.
Because if he takes the pawn, I put knight on b6, rook c7. I wasn't sure which rook to go to d1, but let's say rook fd1. He has to go to e8 with the queen, and then e5. And okay, I don't know, maybe black is not losing here, but it certainly looks very dangerous.
It seemed that, in fact, black was losing here. Yeah, it was a really, really bad position for black. So your judgment was spot on.
So I thought what he should have done was knight g5 after c5. I wasn't sure how big my advantage is here. No, after c5 already. Right. I mean, clearly I'm better after c5, but knight g5, and then he takes with the pawn. And it looks very weird. No, not CD. I think knight e5 is necessary.
Knight takes e5.
Because CD I don't want to play, of course. Okay. And now d5. So knight e5 would be the game, but d5 is... And then he tries to get queen e8, knight d8, knight e6, and I didn't see exactly how I continue. I mean, certainly I'm, again, very safe position, but do I have a big advantage? I wasn't 100% sure, although it does feel like black is in danger here.
Well, once again, Fabi, our congratulations, Kate, for our champion.
No, just congratulations. Really amazing tournament. And I like this game. I know you probably don't have great feelings about the game, but I feel like b takes a3 and then just pushing all the pieces away and then just having a win and maybe missing it with that queen b4, but otherwise a very straightforward game.
Yeah. Very, very impressive, Fabi. Get your rest. Still a big game tomorrow. Don't let this success go to your head. like Nepo, last round of the candidates, right? You won it with a round to spare. Yes. But our congratulations indeed, Fabi. And
thank you.
What a penultimate round this turned out to be, Cristian.
Oh, absolutely. Just we sort of anticipated something along these lines, but we weren't really sure what's going to happen. And I have to say, change of leaders in the ladies section. That's the big one. Oh,
by the way, predictions.
Okay, good job.
My congratulations.
Good job. All right. I'll come to you guys. I'll fist bump you at some point.
But yes, I have to say, you guys picked well. Congrats.
Yeah, well, I must say.
That's a tough one.
Wow.
That's a tough one. You guys are out of competition already.
We didn't see Alice getting off to such a slow start. We
I didn't
saw
see the other girls
second-
just flying away with their points.
Wow. But you're good.
Again, in
You're
the open section, I have to say, we've had a leader, I believe, since day 3 of something along those lines.
Mishra, I think, was a leader at day 3.
And Hans was also in the
Came
mix
late.
at the right moment,
Right.
but unfortunately wasn't able to keep up with Fabiano. And I have to say, this was a maddening pace that he set. He was just like winning game after game after game. And Leinier was also saying the same thing. He was like, okay, look, I'm winning some games, but how am I supposed to keep pace with a guy that's just beating everybody? And that was Fabi in this one. So congratulations once again from our side for just an amazing performance. Not only that you're winning the US Chess Championship, you've qualified to the candidates, but you're also getting close to that 2,800 barrier. That's a very difficult one to hang around. So definitely a good event for Fabiano, a good year, but still everything to play for in terms of the podium coming up tomorrow. And we'll be here to call the action.
Thank you, Christian. I love hearing Fabi saying that he has the discipline when he's not in these tournaments to really push himself. So that's really, really nice. Kate, it was great calling the action with you and Christian.
Great day
Both
today.
Seriously, Christian. No, I loved it. Come on.
I'm getting there. Wait. It's right. I'm right there. There we go.
There we go. Okay. I wanted everybody. It's been really, really a lot of fun calling the action. We really hope that you have enjoyed our show. Join us tomorrow for the 11th and final round.
Very important round in the women's section.
Exactly. We could be crowning a champion. We could be playing playoffs on Wednesday. But in any case, we'll be here calling all the action. We hope you'll join us.
See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.